Chapter 1943 Xiaoyan's Revenge. A breakthrough to ancient sage required aeon of ancient sage. But this energy was everywhere in the azure, so it wasn't a concern at all. However, a breakthrough to this realm was much more than just having the required amount of energy. Just like his breakthrough to Zhongshe realm back then, it required one to have sufficient accumulation. Dan Xiaoyan's talents and mental resilience were decent, but he lacked accumulation. If they had another month's time, Dan Xiaotian would surely be able to make a breakthrough even without relying on any artifacts or special processes, but one's age waited for no one. Dan Xiaotian was on the verge of reaching 17 soon, and once the momentum fully died down, all hopes would be dashed. Swallow it. Zhang Xian took a deep breath, slitting his own wrist with his sword qi. Blood spurted out like a fountain, but he quickly gathered the blood together into a sphere before delivering it into Dan Xiaoyan's mouth. The sudden loss of so much blood caused his face to pale a little. Dan Xiaotian opened his mouth and swallowed the fresh blood. In the next instant, he felt incredible energy pulsating within his body, as if someone had sparked up a blazing flame within him. The receding momentum immediately came back with greater vigor than before. As an ancient sage 4-Dan cultivator, every single droplet of Zhang Xian's blood essence contained an incredible amount of power. The sheer amount he had just given Dan Xiaotian was at least be comparable to that of a basic immortal pill. With such energy fueling him on, it took only a breath for Dan Xiaotian to return back to his peak, and his zhenqi swiftly built up at a frightening speed. Boom! The final bottleneck to ancient sage eventually succumbed under the heightening pressure, and a powerful shockwave gushed out from Dan Xiaotian. His aura surged up rapidly, not stopping at all just because of his breakthrough. It continued for quite a while before finally trailing to a halt. At this moment, Dan Xiaoyan's cultivation had already reached ancient sage 1-Dan bloodline continuance realm consummation, a step away from reaching great philosopher realm. Dan Xiaotian quickly reinforced his cultivation a little before turning to the young man before him in agitation. Teacher? In order to allow him to achieve a breakthrough, his teacher had really sacrificed himself. He didn't know whether he could repay this massive favor to his teacher in his lifetime. I'm fine. The time is about to be up, so you should head out now. Given that your cultivation has reached ancient sage 1-Dan consummation, no one should dare to doubt you anymore. Cough, cough. While Zhang Xian was relaying some instructions to his student, he couldn't help but cough a little. He had really overexerted himself this time around. Just the blood essence he had lost would take several months for him to recover. Teacher, please have a good rest. I'll head out now, Dan Xiaotian said before leaving the room. Watching as Dan Xiaoyan's figure disappeared outside the doorway, Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly. He was just about to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to recover his strength when he noticed that there was still a lot of gourd bathwater left in the huge pot. He hesitated for a moment before walking over and swallowing the rest down. Goo goo goo. He felt a buzz running through his body as his weakened body swiftly recovered. In the blink of an eye, his blood deficiency had been resolved, as if he had never been injured in the first place. This is... Zhang Xian widened his eyes in shock. The energy he had lost didn't return, but he was more than pleased with the current outcome. The Heaven's Path Shenqi could heal one's injuries, but it couldn't replenish the deficiencies in one's body. Yet, the gourd bathwater was able to do it so easily. Didn't this pretty much mean that he had an endless supply of senzu beans in his hands? That was really incredible. Just what in the world are you? Zhang Xian asked the gourd, which was swimming in the remaining water left in the pot. This gourd is just an avatar I'm using at the moment. I'm afraid that I'll scare you out of your wits if I tell you the truth. My real body is actually a heaven-crushing, earth-shattering, top-tier beast. You should kneel down right now and worship me like the divine being I am. The gourd shook its bottom gleefully. That didn't sound trustworthy at all to Zhang Xian. Deciding to ignore the delusional Dongshu gourd, he stored the remaining water into bottles before keeping his stuff and walking out. As soon as he stepped out of the room, his face immediately turned yellowish, and his body wobbled from side to side with each step that he took, as if he would collapse to the ground at any moment. Many had already expressed their skepticism when he claimed that Dan Xiaotian was already an ancient sage whose cultivation plummeted as a result of overexertion. Of course, They might be more inclined to believe it now given that the latter was already at ancient sage one Dan consummation, but there would still be those who held their reservations. If the both of them were to walk out completely fine, there were bound to be those who would try to probe deeper into this matter in order to find out the truth. Thus, he decided to feign injury. This way, he would send out the message that even if Dan Xiaotian had really forcefully raised his cultivation to ancient sage within the span of an hour, one would have to pay an extremely heavy price for that. That should at least deter most people. Do you think that Dan Xiaotian will succeed? The trial for the menial disciple selections concluded rather swiftly, leaving Elder Lu Yun and the others with some time on their hand. Huang Tao looked at the direction where Zhang Xian and Dan Xiaotian had disappeared toward and asked, "It's impossible to raise one's cultivation from Great Sage 3 Dan to Ancient Sage in just an hour's time." Yun Feiyang shook his head, pessimistic about the odds. Indeed, such a thing is unheard of even in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. In any case, I don't think Dan Xiaotian stands a chance at all. Square-faced nodded in agreement. Regarding this matter, even Elder Lu Yun harbored some reservations too. There's no need to wait anymore. Unless the gods were to make a move personally, it's impossible for him to achieve a breakthrough to Ancient Sage within an hour. Knowing that it was impossible Dan Xiaotian to become an inner disciple anymore, Shuegon also lost his fear and sneered coldly. But before he could finish his words, footsteps echoed outside as a young man approached the court. "How is it?" Knowing that it was Dan Xiaotian, Elder Lu Yun hurriedly turned his gaze over and asked, "It was not easy, but I managed to do it." Dan Xiaotian replied with a smile as he began circulating his shenqi. The energy within his body immediately burst out, and his aura pierced right into the heavens. Boom! The sudden outburst of zhenqi caused the entire court to shudder non-stop, producing a frightening creaking noise. The 1,000 spectators that were gathered here felt great pressure crushing down on them. It was as if a compelling force was trying to force them to their knees. Ancient Sage 1 Dan. Consummation? Shuegon's face froze. All of the words he was intended to say were clogged at the back of his throat, and he looked stupefied. Putong. Not too far away, Xueqin's body slumped to the ground as her lips quivered fearfully. She couldn't find a word to say at all. The fiancé whom she had looked down on for so long, over the span of a single day, in the most forceful method possible, crushed every shred of her dignity without any mercy. She had never felt that a day could be that long before. Had she known that this would happen, she would have never dared to lay her hands on Dan Xiaotian. If she hadn't been so foolish as to attempt to break her engagement the previous day, things wouldn't have ended up like this either. "Xiaotian, we are in-laws. Surely you wouldn't." Even at this point, Shuegon was still determined to make a final struggle. "In-laws?" Dan Xiaotian interjected with a cold sneer. "My apologies. This is my divorce letter. Xueqin has shown herself to be a depraved individual lacking any shred of decency, and for that reason, I am unwilling to have her as my wife." With a flick of his finger, he threw a piece of paper into the air, and it floated quietly to the ground. The crowd could clearly see the 2 words, "divorce letter," written at the top of the paper. This was yet another heavy blow on Xueqin's pride. Instead of annulling the engagement, she ended up being divorced instead. There was probably no greater fool in the world than her. She was so desperate to protect her pride that it ended up making her the greatest laughingstock of Xinjiang City. What an irony. Pooh. Unable to take it any longer, Xueqin spurted a mouthful of blood. "Elder Lu, I can be considered to be an inner disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion now, right?" Dan Xiaotian looked at Elder Lu Yun and asked. Elder Lu Yun responded with a nod of his head. "That's good. I'd like to trouble Junior Hua to strip Shuegon of his cultivation and hang him outside the city lord residence. I'll announce his crimes and have him publicly executed for his vile deeds." Dan Xiaotian instructed. "Yes." Hua Zhanghe replied with a nod. Now that Dan Xiaotian had been confirmed as an inner disciple, it was only natural that he had become the other party's junior. The difference in seniority also meant that he had to heed the other party's instructions too. "Father, mother, and my brothers, I have finally avenged all of you. It didn't take long before Shuigan's head was publicly decapitated. Kneeling down on the floor, all of the emotions that Dan Xiaotian had bottled up within him finally came pouring out all at once. For 10 whole years, he had sealed all these feelings deep in his heart, but right now, he couldn't contain them any longer. He cried loudly like a little child, but gradually, the heaviness that had weighed him down all this while was disappearing. He was finally free. By the time he finished his venting his emotions, he saw his teacher standing a distance away with a pale face. Astonished, he hurriedly got up and rushed over. If not for this young man, he would have never been able to see the light at the end of the tunnel. He would just have been another pitiful soul killed by the City Lord Manor. It could be said that everything he had right now was given to him by the other party. He really wanted to shout out to the world and tell everyone that this person was his teacher, and all of his accomplishments were due to his teacher's guidance. But knowing that his teacher's desire to keep a low profile, he could only hold himself back. But while he was swiftly making his way over to the teacher whom he deeply respected, he saw the shaking young man reaching his palm out to Yun Feiyong and the others and saying, Dan Xiaotian is now an inner disciple of your sect. As outer disciples, shouldn't each of you offer a couple of basic immortal pills to him as congratulation? This is not a gift but an investment for the future. As long as he gets a footing in the sect, it'll do you much good in the future too. Dan Xiaotian's passionate run screeched to a halt. Is my teacher trying to collect protection fees from Yun Feiyong and the others? Is this really my low-profile, stern, and righteous teacher? Why does he seem so superficial to me right now? Yun Feiyong and the others were dumbstruck too. When they saw Dan Xiaotian's cultivation leaping 2 realms in an hour, they thought that it was the credit of the young man before them. So, they approached him in hopes of asking about the details, but who could have thought that the other party would cheerily ask them for pills instead? That crushed the grand image they had formed of this young man in their minds. It seemed like Dan Xiaotian was really an ancient sage right from the start, and this young man had only used some kind of secret art in order to help him regain his strength. Otherwise, how could such a formidable expert possibly be so shameless as to ask for protection fee right in front of so many people? There was just no way the utterly shameless man before them could be capable of such a formidable feat. Impossible. Cough, cough. Elder Lu Yun also couldn't bear watching the sight any longer. He coughed lightly to dispel the awkwardness in the air before saying, Xiaotian, inner disciples are allowed to bring their servants with them to the sect. I believe there's no reason binding you to Xinjiang City anymore. So why don't we head over to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion now? Yes, Elder Lu, Dan Xiaotian replied. Having exacted his vengeance, there was nothing left for him to reminisce about Xinjiang City anymore. It was time for him to head to the larger world out there and experience new things. I wish to bring Elder Yi and Brother Zhang along, Dan Xiaotian informed Elder Lu. There was no doubt that he had to bring his teacher along with him. Elder Yi had also served him for many years, so he couldn't just abandon the other party either. To him, these two were more than enough. He didn't need any menial disciple or the sort to serve him. Besides, his teacher valued his privacy. It would be jarring on him if he were to bring more people with him. All right, you should head back and make some preparations. We'll set off from here 2 hours from now, Elder Lu Yun said. Dan Xiaotian nodded before finally walking over to his teacher. He couldn't help but notice that there was a slight tinge of disappointment on his teacher's seemingly nonchalant face. Clearly, he didn't receive the protection fees he had demanded earlier. Teacher, let's return home for a while. I would like to pack some stuff and take one last look around the residence before leaving for the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, Dan Xiaotian said. By now, they were already far away from Elder Lu Yun and the others, so there was no need to conceal their identity anymore. Zhang Xin nodded in response. In truth, the reason why he demanded protection fees was so as to divert attention away from him, and it seemed like it was working out fine. He really wasn't disappointed that he didn't receive anything at all. I wonder how long I'll be able to conceal myself in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion for. Being too talented can be exasperating at times. Zhang Xin rubbed his forehead as he thought. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to be so conspicuous either. But people were simply too easily dazzled whenever he made a move. It was not something that he could help. Putong. While Zhang Xian was deep in thoughts, the bandit, Chao Chengli, suddenly rushed over and kneeled onto the ground in front of him. His eyes were filled with sincerity and expectations. Young master, please accept me as well. It would be my greatest honor to serve as your humble servant. Look, I am simply too outstanding that even bandits can't help but fall for my charms. Zhang Xian sighed deeply. Reference to Dragon Ball Z, it's a medicine that heals one up quickly. Chapter 1944. Arriving at the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, others might not know Zhang Xian's identity, but Chao Chengli had seen Dan Xiaotian addressing him as teacher with his own eyes. To be able to make a trashy Saint Six Dan, who could not even cultivate advance to ancient sage one Dan consummation within a single day, even though he had seen it happen with his own eyes, he still found it hard to believe. If he were to follow such a person, there was no doubt that he would be able to soar through the ranks. Furthermore, nearly all of his subordinates had been killed, and he was currently in the middle of the city himself. At this rate, it was likely that he would be lynched and killed by the furious mobs before he could even leave the city. After all, he had done quite a number of evil deeds over the years since he dominated the mountain range. There were plenty of people who would be more than happy to skin him alive. You want to become my subordinate? Zhang Xian frowned. Do you think that I'll accept you as my subordinate? I suggest that you drop that ludicrous idea. The only reason he had spared Chao Chengli for so long was so that the latter could reveal Xue Chen's ploy. Now that everything was over, why should he bother wasting his energy to save a bandit who had committed so much evil in his life? Do I look like some kind of holy saint to you? Master, I'll kneel here till you are finally willing to accept me. Chao Chengli insisted resolutely. Kneel here till the day you die then. Zhang Xian waved his hand coldly. Master. Chao Chengli did not think that the other party would reject him so flatly. With a sorrowful look on his face, he cried out, It's not as if I wanted to become a bandit. I had no choice but to turn to this. I used to be a kind businessman, but there was one time I drank myself silly, and my wife ended up not allowing me to return to the house. So, I had to sleep in the carriage outside, but it was so freezing that I was forced to get a room at the nearby brothel instead. In the end, due to my intoxication, I ended up calling for 7 women at once, and it was a night that I would never forget. But after that, enough. Stop trying to win us over with your sob story. My teacher is an upright person who abhors evildoers like you. Accepting you as his subordinate would only sully his reputation. Scram. Otherwise, I'll sever your head right now. Dan Xiaotian yelled furiously. Just who does Chao Chengli take my teacher to be? My teacher might be greedy, but he is still a dragon in the sky, a figure in the clouds who towers over the world. My teacher's reputation would only be tarnished if he accepted a bandit like you as his subordinate. Even if my teacher agrees to it, I'll never agree. Besides, are you sure that you are telling a sob story? Why does it seem like you are boasting instead? Seeing that Dan Xiaotian was ready to make a move on him at any moment, Chao Chengli's face paled. However, he knew that he would not be able to live if he did not become Zhang Xian's subordinate, so he gritted his teeth and presented his trump card. Master, the others will surely tear me apart if you don't accept me as my subordinate. Since I'm going to die anyway, I'd rather give everything that I have to you instead. Over the years, I have chosen to plunder only from the wealthier businessmen, but I have still managed to save quite a bit of wealth myself. There are 10 basic immortal pills in this storage ring, and they are my entire fortune. I am willing to present all of them to you, Master. Don't think that you can bribe my teacher with this. He won't fall for such shallow tricks. Dan Xiaotian spat coldly, but just as he was about to push Chao Chengli away, his pale-faced teacher suddenly shook free from his support and stood upright. Like some kind of magic trick, the storage ring suddenly vanished from Chao Chengli's hand and appeared in his teacher's. Zhang Xian hurriedly wiped away the soul imprint on the storage ring and took a look at the contents within. A moment later, he nodded in satisfaction and said, Fine, I'll accept you as my subordinate. Come with me. With each single basic immortal pill costing 100,000 ethereal coins, 10 of them would be worth 1 million ethereal coins. Furthermore, they were all stored in a storage ring that was priced at a hefty sum of 500,000 ethereal coins at the very least. Who would have thought that this bandit actually had such wealth with him? With so much money, he could make an exception just this once and take in Chao Qingli as his subordinate. Teacher. Dan Xiaotian was stunned. Is this man really my teacher? If so, why do I find him so embarrassing at this very moment? A person who could make him advance 2 cultivation realms within an hour and possessed exceptional skills in both medicine and swordsmanship. He should have been a transcendental being who cared not for material possessions at all. How could he be taken in by just a couple of pills? Where is his bottom line? Where is his dignity as an expert? Dan Xiaotian did not have too many things that he wanted to take with him, so after taking one last look at the place in which he had grown up, he returned to the city lord manor with Elder Yi, Zhang Xian, and Chao Qingli. Initially, the horse and carriage had insisted on coming along as well. They threatened to kill themselves if they were left behind. But seeing that their threats were simply shrugged off as if they were nothing at all, they eventually gave up and headed into the wilderness to live together. Considering that Zhang Xian and the others were going to take an aerial beast to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, it would indeed be inconvenient for them to take a horse and a carriage with them. As for Xue Qin, it went without saying that her slot as a menial disciple had been cancelled after everything was exposed. It was fortunate that she had not done too many bad things in the past, so no punishment had come upon her. However, with her father's death, she would lose the protection of the city lord manor. Her life probably would not be too easy from now on. Seeing this, Dan Xiaotian also lost his interest in settling the score with Xue Qin. He was more interested in the life ahead of him instead of pursuing whatever that had happened in the past. Let's go. With all preparations ready, the massive aerial beast flapped its wings and carried Zhang Xian and the others away from Xinjiang City. Before long, they were already well on their way to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. It'll take roughly 10 days of flight to reach our sect, Elder Lu Yun told them. The aerial beast that they were riding on was at ancient sage 4-dan dimension Shatter Realm. With its strength, it could easily cover several 100,000 li despite the heavier space in the azure. Yet, for them to still require 10 days before reaching their destination, it seemed like the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion was really far away. From the looks of it, it was likely that the Forsaken Continent was even larger in scale compared to the Master Teacher Continent. Due to Dan Xiaotian's esteemed position as an inner disciple, he was allocated a private room on the flight. Naturally, he shared it with Zhang Xian and the others. During the flight, Zhang Xian swallowed 2 of the basic immortal pills that he had received from Chao Qingli and managed to return to his full strength. He also made sure to reinforce his cultivation again and again with the mercury-like spiritual energy, to the point that he was ready to make a breakthrough at any moment. However, as he still did not have any suitable cultivation techniques on hand, he could only hold himself back for the time being. After several days of careful inspection, while he had already sensed it previously, he was finally able to confirm that the time flow in the azure was indeed different from that on the Master Teacher Continent. To put it in a ratio, it was 1:10. In other words, a day in the azure would be equivalent to the passing of 10 days in the Master Teacher Continent. So, tens of thousands of years on the Master Teacher Continent equated to just several thousand years in the azure. That corresponded to the time when the Ethereal Hall was first founded too. As a result of the pressures of time and space in the azure, the lifespan of the cultivators there was significantly reduced as well. Saint cultivators could live for up to 1,000 years on the Master Teacher Continent, but 100 years was the limit for them here. Similarly, ancient sage cultivators only had a lifespan of slightly more than 100 years here. As for pseudo-immortals like Elder Lu Yun, his lifespan was also only 300 years. That might be the reason that so many of them desired to descend to the Master Teacher Continent despite the severe damage that they would sustain as a result. Over the next few days, other than focusing on his own cultivation, Zhang Xian also spent some time offering pointers to Dan Xiaotian and Chao Qingli. As for Elder Yi, due to his advanced age and huge deficiencies that he had suffered over the years, he needed some time to recuperate. Thus, it was not suitable for him to cultivate for the time being. Just like that, 10 days passed in a flash. As the morning sun rose from the horizon, the crowd saw a massive mountain gate towering in front of them. It was almost 10,000 meters tall and several thousand meters wide. Due to its hulking size, the top of the gate was concealed amid the clouds. This reminded Zhang Xian of the southern gate of heaven. At the very center of the gate was a massive sword made out of concrete piercing into the earth. Even before coming close, they could already feel an incredible sword intent coming from it. It seemed to wield the strength to shatter even space itself, and the pressure it exerted could easily render any cultivator immobile. How formidable! Zhang Xian was astonished. As expected of one of the 6 sects of the Azure, there was just no way this massive gate and sword could have been created on the Master-Teacher continent. A formidable sword intent that was even more powerful than any of the sword quintessence he had practiced previously pulsated from the massive sword. If he were to meet an expert who practiced the swordsmanship carrying this sword intent, even he would be defeated easily. It seemed like the 6 sects were indeed terrifying powers. Out of curiosity, Zhang Xian activated his Eye of Insight and took a closer look at the massive sword. He could vaguely see an illusory sword hidden in the depths of the massive concrete sword. That was probably the physical manifestation of the tremendous amount of sword intent gathered within the massive concrete sword. To his surprise, the conceptualization behind the sword intent was rather similar to the Heaven's Path sword art, but it was clearly something of an even higher level. It felt profound and transcendental even by Zhang Xian's standards. Just by looking and perceiving it, Zhang Xian was able to gain a deeper understanding of the crux of swordsmanship. While it was impossible for him to truly understand the sword intent with just a glance, due to the similar conceptualization, he was confident that, as long as he had sufficient time, he would be able to infuse this sword intent into his Heaven's Path sword art, thus raising his swordsmanship to another level. The Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion is just right ahead. This sword was left behind by our founder. It harnesses his understanding of swordsmanship and the sword intent he comprehended. Even to this day, his accomplishments continue to awe generations of sword practitioners. Elder Lu Yun said as he looked at the massive gate and sword with admiration in his eyes. Dan Xiaoyan's body also stiffened a little as his eyes reddened. Even in the days when he was practicing his swordsmanship alone, from time to time, he would dream of visiting the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion one day to practice the best swordsmanship in the world. This was a dream come true for him. There was still some time before the aerial beast flew through the gate, so Elder Lu Yun turned to Dan Xiaotian, Zhang Xian, and the others and said, "Before we enter the sect, I would first like to inform you of the rules of our sect. The disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion can mainly be divided into 4 tiers, namely menial disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. While inner disciples are already highly respected within the sect, the standing of the core disciples exceeds that." Core disciples? Dan Xiaoyan's eyes glowed with anticipation. That's right. To be honest, there isn't much you have to do as an inner disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. You can freely allocate your time to practicing your swordsmanship or cultivating. If you require any resources to study, you can browse through the books in the Inner Disciples Library. Otherwise, you can also approach any of your seniors or elders and request their help. Of course, most of the resources don't come free. You'll have to pay with Sword Pavilion coins. Elder Lu Yun said, "Sword Pavilion coins?" Zhang Xian repeated quietly with a hint of exasperation in his voice. He had not expected there to be another currency used within the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, and he had a feeling that he would have to spend quite a bit of effort to earn it in the near future. It really felt like he would never be free from monetary problems at this rate. The Sword Pavilion coin is a virtual currency used only within the Ascendant Sword Pavilion. It can be used to buy whatever you need, be it pills, weapons, cultivation techniques, or even lessons from elders. However, earning them can be quite troublesome. You have to either participate in the dueling ring, complete missions, answer the questions of others, or guide others on their cultivation. In any case, the most important thing you have to know is that everything within the sect requires Sword Pavilion coins. Without them, you'll face obstacles in whatever you do. On the other hand, if you are able to earn sufficient Sword Pavilion coins, you'll be able to claim an endless supply of cultivation resources. Naturally, you'll also be able to advance your cultivation faster than anyone. Elder Lu Yun explained. Dan Xiaotian was a little surprised as well. Things were a little different from what he had envisioned it out to be. He had imagined the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion to be a transcendental sect where material needs would be of secondary concern. Everyone would be fully immersed in exploring the profoundness of cultivation and swordsmanship. Contrary to his expectations, there seemed to be quite a capitalistic economy in there. Wait a moment, Elder Lu. You mentioned earlier that Sword Pavilion coins is a virtual currency. Does that mean that the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion has its own ethereal hall? Zhang Xin asked. You can think of it that way. We have our own private ethereal hall that the disciples can access, similar to the other ethereal halls out there. It's a place where our disciples spar and trade with one another. The only difference would be that our ethereal hall is controlled internally by our own people, and it has its own currency and system. It's independent of the other ethereal halls out there. Elder Lu Yun replied. Zhang Xin nodded in realization. To use an analogy from his previous world, the ethereal hall within the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion was like a local area network in a PC cafe. Only those on devices belonging to the PC cafe could access this isolated network. Oh right, the standard level of cultivation in our own ethereal hall is different, too. Our ethereal hall can only be accessed by inner disciples and above, so the standard level of cultivation inside the ethereal hall is not Saint Wondan but Ancient Sage Wondan, Elder Lu Yun said. For those who entered the ethereal hall in Starlight City, no matter how powerful they were outside, their cultivation realm would be reduced to Saint Wondan. However, it was different here. No matter how powerful or weak a person was, their cultivation would be set at Ancient Sage Wondan within the ethereal hall. This made sense since a lot of the more formidable swordsmanship could not be executed if one's strength was capped at only Saint Wondan. That would also render the dueling ring meaningless. Other than that, everything else is pretty much the same. You are able to hide your identity and change your appearance, too, such that others will be unable to tell who you are and vice versa. However, this also means that the person whom you are talking to could be an elder or even the sect leader himself. Thus, you must make sure not to act audaciously within the ethereal hall. While our elders and sect leader aren't vindictive people, you can still get into a fair bit of trouble if you overstep your bounds. Elder Lu Yun warned gravely. Elder? Sect leader? Hearing that explanation, not only was Zhang Xin not nervous in the least, his eyes even lit up in excitement. He could not help but wonder, if I beat up an elder or the sect leader, will it be more exhilarating than beating up ordinary cultivators? It's said that there are 4 gateways into the heavens, and the southern gate of heaven is the gateway between the mortal world and the heavens. It has appeared in many classic Chinese works like Journey to the West, 8 Immortals, Legend of the White Snake, and so on. Chapter 1945, Tinley Sword God. Against those of the same cultivation realm, Zhang Xin could be said to be pretty much invincible. Even if the opponent he was facing was an elder or the sect leader, he was confident that he would not lose with his abilities. Since that was the case, he should be able to bully them a little. Those people were likely to have quite a few good items on them, and they were bound to have important information as well. As long as he could defeat them, he should be able to get some stuff out of them. He might even be able to gather some news regarding the Spirit God Palace through this. It seemed like his very first target after entering the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion would be to acquire a suitable ethereal token and enter their ethereal hall. Then, he would find the highest-ranking person possible and coerce the other party into giving him what he needed. With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Xin struck his leg in excitement before standing up. That's truly a wonderful idea. I'll do just that. Huh, what are you going to do? Elder Lu Yun turned to look at Zhang Xin with doubt in his eyes. I just warned you that you might meet the elders or the sect leader in the ethereal hall. What are you getting all so excited about? Are you possibly mentally retarded? Elder Lu was still wondering if he should accept Zhang Xin into the sect as well, but over the past few days, he had found that the latter had a tendency to suddenly go on an insanity streak. Each time Zhang Xin acted in such a manner, his conviction to do so would waver a little, and by now, it had already dissipated entirely. Ah, it's nothing at all. My thoughts just wandered a bit, Zhang Xin replied with a smile. On the other hand, Dan Xiaotian clasped his face in embarrassment. Passing through the towering gates, the aerial beast eventually landed on a tall mountain. Leaping down from the back of the beast, Elder Lu Yun swiftly arranged a residence for Dan Xiaotian. The rest of you should rest here for the time being. Dan Xiaotian, come with me. You have to take the examination first. Elder Lu Yun said as he gestured for Zhang Xian, Chao Chengli, and Elder Yi to stay in the residence for the time being. Examination? The examination I conducted for you earlier only shows that you have the qualifications to become an inner disciple. In order to formalize the process, you have to head to the Sword God Hall to display your swordsmanship. Elder Lu Yun said, The Sword God Hall? Yes, it's the place where disciples are tested. Be it menial disciples intending to become outer disciples or inner disciples hoping to become core disciples, they have to showcase their swordsmanship at the Sword God Hall. It's similar to my intentions when I got you to spar with Hua Zhanghe, but the evaluation at the Sword God Hall will be far more accurate. It'll reflect your current strength more clearly. Elder Lu explained with a smile. In a battle, a sword practitioner's swordsmanship is influenced by their physical state, mental resilience, reflexes, and so on. However, these factors are disregarded in the Sword God Hall. As long as your comprehension of the sword has reached a satisfactory level, the results will reflect so. Dan Xiaotian widened his eyes in realization. Let's go. Elder Lu Yun said as he beckoned Dan Xiaotian to follow him. Zhang Xian walked over and said, Elder Lu Yun, I'm also interested in the Sword God Hall. Would it be inappropriate if I were to follow you? He had never heard of something that could test one's comprehension of swordsmanship before, and he was genuinely curious about how the system worked. Elder Lu Yun hesitated for a moment before nodding. I guess it should be fine. Under normal circumstances, no outsiders would be allowed in the Sword God Hall. However, considering how even menial disciples were able to enter the premises to take the examination, it should be fine for Zhang Xian to tag along and have a look in his capacity as Dan Xiaotian's friend. Thus, they got onto the back of the aerial beast once more and flew toward another mountain peak. What was particularly striking about this mountain peak was that there was a sword-like building lodged into the ground on it, reminiscent of a tower. This is the Sword God Hall. Every day, numerous menial disciples, outer disciples, and inner disciples come over to have their swordsmanship evaluated, Elder Lu Yun said as they walked into the tower. As soon as they entered, they saw quite a few people standing around the lobby with swords on their backs. Sword intent could be felt in the aura they emanated. Shockingly, most of their cultivation was actually not beneath that of Zhang Xian's. As expected of one of the 6 sects of the Azure, it's indeed filled with plenty of experts. Zhang Xian thought. He had thought that his ancient sage Fordan cultivation was not too bad, but it turned out that it could only be considered average at best. Furthermore, those who were present were still not the most powerful of all. It was hard to imagine how powerful the core disciples, elders, and sect leader were. Knowing that the two of them did not know anything about the Sword God Hall, Elder Lu Yun explained, There are many rooms in the Sword God Hall, and every single one of them has a Sword God pedestal. As long as you pay an ample number of Sword Pavilion coins, you'll be able to enter the room and test your swordsmanship. Of course, the first test you take is free. It's the subsequent ones that require money. Dan Xiaotian heaved a sigh of relief. He had just arrived at the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, and he still had no idea what the Sword Pavilion coins looked like. There was no way that he could have forked out the money required. Wait here for a moment. I'll open a room. Dan Xiaotian, you can enter first. Zhang Xian, if you wish to give it a try, you can enter after he's done. The Sword God pedestal can only assess one cultivator at a time, or else it will interfere with scanning the sword intent, Elder Lu Yun said before heading to the front receptionist. Before long, they were already standing before an ornate door. Elder Lu Yun turned to Dan Xiaotian and said, After you enter the room, hold the sword tightly and unleash your sword intent and conceptualization of your swordsmanship. If the manifestation of your sword intent surpasses 1 meter, you will be eligible to become a menial disciple. 10 meters, and you will be able to become an outer disciple. 30 meters, and you are qualified to join the ranks of the inner disciple. Right now, 30 meters is the goal you should set for yourself. 30 meters? Dan Xiaotian nodded slowly. He did not have much of a gauge on difficult it would be to reach 30 meters. Noticing the contemplative look on Dan Xiaotian's face, Elder Lu Yun explained with a smile, Don't worry, the manifestation of sword intent depends on your comprehension of swordsmanship, not your sword chi. With your cultivation, it's impossible to produce 30-meter-long sword chi. Ah, I see. Dan Xiaotian scratched his head awkwardly. With his current swordsmanship prowess, he could only exert sword chi of around 2 to 3 meters in length. 30 meters was far beyond his current capabilities. So, the manifestation of sword intent that Elder Lu Yun was talking about was not referring to sword chi. Jia. Dan Xiaotian pushed the door open and walked in. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian turned to Elder Lu Yun and curiously asked, "May I ask what the best record for an inner disciple's manifestation of sword intent is?" If 30 meters was the minimum requirement to clear the selection, what was the record of the best sword practitioners in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion? Under normal circumstances, one would be qualified to become a core disciple if the manifestation of his sword intent reached 100 meters. That being said, there are quite a few inner disciples who have surpassed that record, and some of the best inner disciples have even reached 300 meters and beyond, Elder Lu Yun said. 300 meters? Zhang Xian was astonished. He had no idea how this manifestation of sword intent was calculated, but if even outer disciples had trouble reaching 30 meters, those who could achieve a record 10 times that had to be truly terrifying existences. Of course, that's only among the inner disciples. There are plenty of formidable experts among the core disciples, and some of them have even exceeded 500 meters. Anyone who exceeds that record is bestowed the title of Sword God. That's also where the titles One-Li Sword God and Two-Li Sword God come from. It's said that in the entire history of the sect, the most talented person once materialized his sword intent across a distance of 10 li, and thus, others respectfully addressed him as Ten-Li Sword God. Elder Lu Yun explained with admiration gleaming in his eyes. Ten-Li Sword God? Zhang Xian was astonished. While other sword practitioners were frustrating over how short theirs were, that expert actually reached over 10 li. That was truly inconceivable. May I know how far your sword intent is able to materialize, Elder Lu Yun? Zhang Xian asked out of curiosity. Me? Elder Lu Yun was slightly surprised by the question. A bitter look appeared on his face as he shook his head. I don't have much talent for swordsmanship, so I didn't even make it as an inner disciple back when I was in my younger years. It was through my relentless hard work that I eventually reached my current level of cultivation and got myself the position of an external elder. Even though I have practiced the way of the sword for many years, I am still unable to reach the 100 meters mark. Currently, I'm only at 97 meters. 97 meters? That's already a formidable feat, Zhang Xian remarked as he turned his gaze toward the sealed room in front of him. This disciple of his had only learned swordsmanship from him for a night, and he had barely grasped one of his techniques. Given that his disciple did not have a deep understanding of the way of the sword yet, he could not help but wonder how well his disciple would perform. The first thing that Dan Xiaotian noticed upon entering the room was a round pedestal with a sword lodged tightly at the center. This must be the so-called Sword God pedestal that Elder Lu Yun spoke of. The space directly in front of him was a vast wilderness. There were no walls at the front and top of the room in order to allow one's sword intent to traverse beyond several meters. Otherwise, it would have been terribly expensive to construct a room that could contain the manifestation of sword intent. Stepping onto the pedestal, Dan Xiaotian drew the sword and took a deep breath. Focusing all of his attention, he began driving his energy. Sword intent was built upon one's comprehension of swordsmanship. He had been practicing his swordsmanship for a decade ever since he was still young, so he carried deep comprehension and sentiments toward swordsmanship. Just by holding onto the sword, he felt as if his hand was melding into it. Instead of a weapon, it was an extension of his arm. Wang. Sensing his conceptualization, the sword began buzzing loudly as a milky white glow gathered around the sword god pedestal before advancing forth. With resolute eyes, Dan Xiaotian drove his energy to its limits. Puh! The sword intent burst forth. Dan Xiaotian quickly opened his eyes to look into the distance, but what he saw made his face stiffen. A chi? In other words, a third of a meter? He had pushed his strength to his limits, but it turned out that the manifestation of his sword intent was only a third of a meter. If that was the case, Did it not mean that his comprehension of swordsmanship could not even compare to that of a menial disciple? This can't be. Even Hua Jianghe wasn't a match for me back then. Dan Xiaoyan's head nearly exploded. Elder Lu Yun had kept emphasizing how fair the sword god Hall was. But in a real battle, his swordsmanship was able to best even Hua Jianghe. How could his limit be just 0.33 meters? That was impossible. Wait a moment. I defeated Hua Jianghe with the sword toss. Maybe I should try that move. After a moment of hesitation, Dan Xiaotian remembered that he still had that powerful trump card. Thus, he took a deep breath before flicking his finger. Wong. The sword in his hand floated into the air. Hong long long. As soon as the sword left his grasp, an overwhelming sword intent burst forth from his body. In response, the sword also emanated its sword intent as well, and the room was swiftly filled with white mist. A powerful current gathered around the sword, like a swirling hurricane. Dan Xiaotian was stunned once more. When he pushed the sword intent within him to his limits, the manifestation was only 0.33 meters, but as soon as he used the sword toss technique that his teacher had imparted to him, before he had even shot out the sword, it had already caused such a huge commotion. If he finished executing the technique, what kind of results would he receive? Was there really such a huge difference between the swordsmanship that he had comprehended with 10 years of hard work and what his teacher had imparted to him? Go. With an awkward look on his face, Dan Xiaotian flicked the sword, and it immediately bolted into the distance. Hong long. White sword intent also flurried furiously forth along with the movement of the sword, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Dan Xiaotian blinked in bewilderment. His own sword intent was only enough to reach 0.33 meters, but with his teacher's swordsmanship, the sword intent flew all the way out, till his eyes could not even see it anymore. This was definitely way more than 30, 50, or even 100 meters. Is it still flying? After waiting for a moment, the sword intent did not seem to have reached its end yet. This left Dan Xiaotian was a little stupefied. Did it shoot out a little too far, such that his results were invalidated? Wong. But while he was worrying over this matter, the wall beside him jolted a little before reflecting his results. 499 meters. He was just a meter short of becoming a sword god. Tenli Sword God is also the author of Rebirth of the Urban Immortal Cultivator. The two authors are close friends with one another. Chapter 1946. Zhang Xin takes the examination, coming to realize what was going on. Dan Xiaotian sighed deeply in lamentation. It seems like I have only managed to learn my teacher's sword art, but I haven't grasped the fundamental sword intent and the like yet. He had thought that with his 10 years of hard work, it would not be too difficult for him to become a menial disciple in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. However, it seemed like he had overestimated his own capabilities. He was a long way off from reaching the mark. It was no wonder Xue Qin, despite not lacking resources and being under the guidance of Xue Chen, had barely made it as a menial disciple. Considering how he had practiced swordsmanship alone and could not even use zhenqi back then, most likely, the 0.33 meters was also the result of his training ever since he came under his teacher. If it had been before then, it was likely that he would not have scored anything at all. I have only learned the movements behind teacher's sword art, not the theories behind it, but I'm already able to bring the sword intent this far. If I understand the full conceptualization behind it, I wonder how powerful I'll be able to become, Dan Xiaotian thought. The current Dan Xiaotian was reminiscent of a child who had learned how to solve mathematical problems through rote learning. He could derive the answer, but when asked why he had used a specific model or the details behind his solution, his face would turn completely blank. A person could be well-versed with Ode to Gallantry, reciting it so soulfully that it evoked the emotions of others. However, that did not necessarily mean that they had become a poet like Li Bai, capable of coming up with verses that transcended time. Despite being in such a position, Dan Xiaoyan's sword intent was able to reach 499 meters. If he had mastered the true wisdom of his teacher, he had no doubt that he would have been able to achieve way more than that. Speaking of which, Did this not mean that his teacher had already far surpassed the 500 meters mark, reaching a level that far exceeded those from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion? I should quickly swap with my teacher so that he can give it a try too. Dan Xiaotian thought in agitation as he rushed out of the room. Even the swordsmanship that he had learned for a day or two was so formidable. He had no doubt that his teacher would be able to set a new record. Upon seeing Dan Xiaotian, Elder Lu Yun anxiously asked, "How is it? Did you exceed 30 meters?" While he was confident that Dan Xiaotian would meet the prerequisite, his heart could not help but tremble in trepidation till he finally received the answer. "I did." Dan Xiaotian nodded with a reddened face. In truth, his own comprehension of swordsmanship only produced a manifestation of 0.33 meters, but if he admitted that, he would be driven out immediately. Thus, after much contemplation, he had decided to go along with it for the time being. He would just have to work a lot harder to make up for his weakness in the future. Elder Lu first heaved a sigh of relief after hearing that Dan Xiaotian had cleared the examination before inquiring for further details. "How long was the manifestation of your sword intent?" He had witnessed Dan Xiaotian's swordsmanship the other day. It was an incredible work of art, such that even the first senior of the outer disciples, Hua Jianghe, was no match for it. That in itself should be enough to put Dan Xiaotian among the top few inner disciples. "Well, this is my result," Dan Xiaotian replied as he passed a jade token over. He had recorded the results reflected on the wall when they appeared earlier. Seeing that Dan Xiaotian was so embarrassed as to present him with the jade token instead of saying out loud, Elder Lu Yun instinctively assumed that Dan Xiaotian's results would be horrible. "You need not be too concerned about your current results. You are still young, and as long as you are able to join the ranks of the inner disciples, there's no doubt that you'll be able to improve swiftly in the future." But before he could finish his words, he caught sight of what was written on the jade token, and his eyes nearly bulged out. 4 to 499 meters? Dan Xiaotian nodded with a crimson face. It sure was embarrassing to lie so blatantly. Elder Lu Yun alternated between Dan Xiaotian's embarrassed expression and the jade token in his hand, and he clutched his hair in frenzy. "Is there something wrong with you? Your embarrassed look made me think that you have barely reached 30 meters or so. But the hell, your score is actually 499 meters. Do you know how many freaking core disciples would love to achieve the same result as you but are unable to do so? You are already on the verge of becoming a sword god. Do you know that? Despite being so powerful, your face still reddened in embarrassment at your score. What am I then? A walking manifestation of humiliation?" Elder Lu Yun felt as if his dignity had been hung upside down and hammered back and forth. He had seen plenty of disciples who were upset by their poor results, but this was the very first time that he had seen someone with such a good result putting on such an expression. The scenario was felt just like how, on the day the examination results were released, you spotted a student who started bawling non-stop, so you went over to console him. After much consolation, the student finally revealed the true reason behind his sadness. In an examination of 100 marks, he has only scored 99. But you, who went over to console him, only scored 9. Elder Lu Yun had never desired to simply vanish from the spot as much as he did at that instant. He took 2 huge breaths before asking, "Are you feeling embarrassed by your results?" "Yes. It's simply too awkward." Dan Xiaotian covered his face shyly. Elder Lu Yun's heart began thumping so wildly from rage that he had to strike his chest heavily again and again in order to calm himself down. Not wanting to talk to this fellow anymore, he took another deep breath before turning to Zhang Xian and asking, "Do you want to head in to give it a try as well?" He was afraid that he would start getting violent if he continued talking to Dan Xiaotian. All right then." Zhang Xian nodded as he made his way in. Along the way, he could not help but think, while this student of mine hasn't learned much of my swordsmanship, he did learn my humility and low-profile attitude well. Not bad. It seemed like he was a talent that could be molded. Closing the doors, Zhang Xian walked up to the sword god pedestal. Why is there no sword here?" Zhang Xian took a look around, but the room was utterly empty. There was no sword to be seen at all. According to what Elder Lu Yun had said, there should have been a sword there. Could it be that the swordsmanship evaluation did not require a sword? That did not sound quite right. Then again, Dan Xiaotian had been there earlier, which meant that it should be possible to do it without a sword. But still, to be able to produce a manifestation of 499 meters without a sword, I might have been underestimating Dan Xiaotian's talent. Perhaps the sword god pedestal did not provide swords to use. Thinking back, most of the disciples whom he had seen outside were carrying swords on their backs. Without a doubt, it would be a huge handicap without a sword in hand. To achieve a result of nearly a li despite that, his student really did not let him down. Since his student was able to do it without a sword, as his teacher, he should at least be able to do the same. Thus, Zhang Xian took a deep breath before releasing all of his sword intent at once. The sword quintessences that he had learned back on the master-teacher continent revolved in his mind as he raised his finger slightly. A cluster of incredibly condensed sword qi began gathering on his fingertip. Along with the accumulation of his sword qi, a white mist burst forth from the pedestal and swiftly gathering around Zhang Xian. But instead of shooting forth, the white mist fused together with Zhang Xian's sword qi. It was as if the white mist had submitted to Zhang Xian's sword intent and dared not take a step further without his instructions. Seeing this sight, Zhang Xian's lips twitched. What the heck was going on? If this was the case, did it not mean that his manifestation of sword intent was not even a single meter long? Surely he was not inferior to his own direct disciple, right? If that was really the case, it would really be a huge embarrassment. This is unacceptable. I need to gather more sword intent and surpass my limits. Zhang Xian recounted the swordsmanship that he had learned back at the Sword Lagoon, the Zhang clan, and the conceptualization that he had felt when he first entered the clan earlier. Those sword quintessences revolved around his mind, and an indomitable aura burst forth from his body. In an instant, it felt like he had become a massive sword that could hack the world in two. Hong Long. As his sword intent heightened to its limits, the amount of white mist gathering in the room was growing at a terrifying rate. In the blink of an eye, it was as if the room had become the scene of a disastrous fire. With the sheer concentration of sword intent there, the thick white mist was starting to condense into fluid. Is it still less than 1 meter? Impossible. Zhang Xian had already gone to such an extent, but when he looked in front, the manifestation of his sword intent was still less than 1 meter. How was that possible? His lips twitched, and he nearly fainted on the spot. It could not be that despite his formidable swordsmanship, he was still not on par with a menial disciple, right? But if that was the case, how could Dan Xiaotian reach 499 meters with that third-tier swordsmanship of his? I don't believe it. Sword intent of the world, come under my command. Zhang Xian roared deeply as his shenqi and soul morphed into the form of a sword. He absorbed the lingering sword intent in the air and focused them on the accumulation of sword qi on his fingertip. If his disciple could achieve so much without a sword in hand, he would be embarrassed to death if he could not even do the same. No matter what, he could not lose. This was for his reputation and dignity as Dan Xiaotian's teacher. A young man was standing amid the crowd in the Sword God Hall with a sword on his back. As soon as he stepped into the lobby, there was not a single person who dared approach him. It was as if he had a natural disposition that pushed the crowd away from him. Crisp laughter echoed in the air, and the crowd dispersed once more, opening up a path for another young man to walk through. Junior Yilian, are you here to evaluate your swordsmanship again? Are you interested in competing with me? This young man had a powerful-looking silhouette. Due to his height that towered over the others in the room, he stood like a crane standing in the midst of a pack of chickens. Senior Yin, if you wish to compete with me, I'm more than happy to accompany you. The young man known as Yilian replied calmly. Please. Yin gestured toward the rooms with a bright smile before taking the first step forward. Yilian gracefully followed him and entered the room adjacent to Yan's. There was a partition between the rooms, but as there was no wall at the front, they were still able to see the manifestation of sword intent of those in the nearby rooms, allowing them to make comparisons. Seeing the disposition of the two, a newly arrived inner disciple asked those around him, "Are they the famed Senior Yi and Senior He of the core disciples?" "Yes, that's them. I heard that they have been trying to achieve the level of Sword God, and they have been competing with one another for the past 5 years to see who can reach that level first. One of the more knowledgeable disciples in the area replied with a nod. Yi Lian and He Yin were a few of the more well-known core disciples due to their unique dispositions and formidable swordsmanship. Due to their similar proficiency in swordsmanship, the two of them had been competing with one another for many years, especially in recent years when they were only a few steps away from reaching Sword God. That had brought them into the focus of all of the disciples in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Everyone was interested to see who would reach that illustrious height first. Senior He, why don't you go first? Yi Lian said quietly as he stepped onto the pedestal and drew the sword. One had to use the sword on the Sword God pedestal for the test in order for the results to be reflected. The reason most disciples chose to carry their swords on their back was to better channel their sword intent through the use of a familiar medium and achieve a higher level of swordman union. Let's begin together. From the adjacent room, He Yin chuckled heartily as he grabbed the sword from the pedestal and channeled his sword intent into it. Hong Long. An endless stream of sword intent gushed out from his acupoints and flowed through the sword in his hand. Sla. The manifestation of his sword intent shot out of the room, covering dozens of meters in an instant. Seeing He Yan's manifestation of sword intent, Yi Lian also began the test, and his manifestation of sword intent swiftly shot forth and caught up with He Yan's. From afar, it looked like two divine beings were racing alongside one another. Seeing that Yi Lian was on the verge of catching up with him, He Yin chuckled softly. Your speed isn't too bad, Junior. You've clearly been working hard these past 6 months. Senior, you clearly haven't been slacking either. The speed of manifestation is much faster than before, Yi Lian remarked calmly. I guess we are about equal then. Fine. Let's see who will reach 500 meters and become a sword god first. With a roar, He Yin released all of his sword intent at once, causing his manifestation to charge forth with incredible momentum. However, before it could get far, the manifestation of his sword intent suddenly halted. It shuddered intensely as if it was standing before a superior being, similar to how a serpent would grovel before a divine dragon. No matter how He Yin exerted himself, the manifestation of his sword intent simply would not go any further. Narrowing his eyes, he glanced He Yan's way and saw that the same situation was happening to He Yan. His sword intent manifestation was shuddering non-stop, and it would not inch forward at all. What's going on here? He Yin was taken aback. But at that moment, the manifestations of their sword intent suddenly shattered with a resounding buzz. Pooh! Fresh blood spurted from their mouths as they collapsed to the ground. Ode to Gallantry is a famous poem by Li Bai. Chapter 1947, Sealing a sword in tin, clutching his wounds tightly, He Yin slowly rose to his feet. This is suppression of sword intent? As a genius sword practitioner, a core disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, he swiftly realized what had happened. The sword intent that he had cultivated with great difficulty had been utterly suppressed by the sword intent of another man. But this was mystifying to him, too. What he had cultivated was none other than the unparalleled sword intent of the sect. How could he possibly be suppressed to such an extent? That should have been impossible. Yi Lian, are you the one who did it? He Yin asked in astonishment. The only core disciples who had gone there to assess their swordsmanship were him and Yi Lian. Could it be that the latter had cultivated some kind of formidable swordsmanship over the past half a year, resulting in his sword intent paling far in comparison? He Yin turned his gaze over, only to see that the manifestation of sword intent in the adjacent room had been suppressed as well. Seemingly under great pressure, it stood motionlessly like a snake groveling on the floor. It's not me. I can't control my sword intent either. Pooh. Before he could finish his words, Yi Lian's manifestation of sword intent suddenly dissipated, causing him to spurt a mouthful of blood. Seeing such a sight, He Yin widened his eyes in astonishment. Sword intent could be depicted as a conceptualization. Naturally, there were different levels of conceptualization. Take poetry as an example. Back in the Tang dynasty, even while Li Bai was worried about the plight of the country following in Lu Shan's rebellion, He had to first soar into the heavens and have a good time with the goddesses before ending with a flowing blood dyes the lush field red, depraved beasts dressed in silk coronets. For those who were a bit lacking in conceptualization, they would be shouting the sh*t, those be asterisk stars. Of course, that was just an analogy. There was a hierarchy among true sword intent. When sword intents of lower conceptualizations encountered sword intents of higher conceptualization, it was only natural for the former to cower in fear. In a sense, it was similar to the bloodline suppression that existed within the dragon tribe. If there was too huge a gap between the conceptualization of sword intents, the weaker sword intent would have already lost without even being able to put up a fight. Both He Yin and Yi Lian were experts of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, but their sword intents were still suppressed to such a frightening extent. Just what the hell was happening? Could there really be a person in the sect who wielded such formidable ability? I won't accept it. There's no way there would be someone in the world who can surpass me that much. He Yin roared furiously as his sword intent burst forth once more. Pung! But this time, before the white mist could even gather, he could already feel an omnipresent sword of unparalleled sharpness eyeing him. If he showed the slightest hint of retaliation, the sword would tear through his guts and bring him a swift death. Voila! Cold sweat poured down He Yan's forehead as he dared not move at all. The little bit of sword intent that he had comprehended could not compare to this overwhelming force. It was like candlelight trying to pit its brightness against the majestic sun. Any comparison would just end in his humiliation. When did such a powerful expert appear in the sect? Even those monsters among the core disciples were not capable of such a feat. The same sight was happening in the other rooms as well. In an instant, all of the examinees in the Sword God Hall had been suppressed by the sword intent, and they found themselves unable to move at all. Cries of agony filled the tower. The Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion's Compendium of Sword Wisdom was a massive library with innumerable books. Walking amid the shelves was Elder Wei, who had been busy packing the books by its classifications over the past few months. It had taken him a great deal of effort to complete this grand operation. Elder Wei, it's really been tough for you. With your new classification system, it will be much easier for others to find the resources they require in the library, an elder said with a smile as he walked over. He was the other elder of the Compendium of Sword Wisdom, Zhang Yuan. Indeed, the books of the Compendium of Sword Wisdom contain the sword intent from many generations of predecessors. Depending on one's innate talent and experiences, the sword intent that each sword practitioner comprehends can vary greatly from one another. It has indeed been tough trying to classify all of these books, Elder Wei said as he stretched his back lazily. After so many months, it's finally done. But this is the only time that I'll be doing this. I'd rather commit suicide than reshelve these books. Elder Zhang Yuan nodded. The sword intent is sealed within the books, such that sword practitioners can comprehend the strength of our predecessors by opening the books and perceiving them closely. Unfortunately, there are simply too many different sword intents in the world, and if the books aren't classified properly, a sword practitioner might accidentally grab a book that is at odds with their sword cultivation. Not only would that be not beneficial to their cultivation, they might even sustain great damage as a result. To be honest, I'm impressed by how detailed your classification is. You even labeled the genre and sword art. I can't begin to imagine how much effort you have put into this. I believe that the sect leader will reward you handsomely once we report this to him. Indeed, I feel like my eyes are going blind after looking at these books day in and day out. Elder Wei complained. Please keep a close eye on these books. I'll just go and rest for a moment. Elder Zhang Yuan nodded. Walala. All of a sudden, the books on the shelves began rattling non-stop. It was as if some kind of force was summoning the books, causing them to float in the air. Sword intent gushed out and filled the entire library, producing the metallic reverberations caused by the clashing of swords. Elder Wei's body stiffened upon seeing this sight. His months of hard work. Stars. Do you know how much trouble I went through trying to compile all of you? Why are you leaping out all of a sudden? Voila! But it had not yet ended. The books all turned in the same direction and bowed deeply, as if servants paying respects to their king. Palipala. The problem with this bow was that it caused the compiled books to collapse onto one another. In fact, some of the bookshelves even fell to the ground as a result of the trembling, turning the entire library into a huge mess. The heck? Elder Wei nearly blacked out from sheer horror at this sight. Are you joking with me? Do you know how hard it was for me to compile all of these books? What should I do now? Someone has probably comprehended a higher level of sword intent, and these books are bowing down to express their submission, Elder Zhang Yuan muttered. I know, but of all times, this just had to happen when I just finished reorganizing all of the books. Elder Wei clutched his hair in frenzy. Looking at the huge chaos around the room, Elder Zhang Yuan sighed helplessly as well. So, do you want to try reorganizing it again? Forget it. I think you'll be better off killing yourself. Elder Wei. Before the massive gates that towered at the entrance of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, two figures were floating in the air. Those two figures were elders that appeared to be in their 50s. The elder on the left was dressed in a silk robe with a jade belt wrapped around his waist. There was a sharpness in his eyes that seemed ready to cut down anything that stood in his path. The one on the right had a bubbly appearance, and there was an amiable smile on his face. He seemed like someone who was easy to get along with. The space in the azure was extremely stable, which made it exceedingly difficult to warp the laws of the world. Even a pseudo-immortal like Elder Lu Yun was unable to fly. Yet, those two men were able to float in the air. There was no doubt that they were top-notch experts. Elder He, you have been cultivating here for 30 years. Have you comprehended the sword intent left behind by our founder yet? The bubbly elder asked with a smile. How can it be that easy for us to grasp the sword intent of our founder? Elder He shook his head. The reason I choose to cultivate here was just to use the sword intent of the founder to temper my spirit, thus refining my sword intent. It has been so many years, but no one has been able to match up to the talents of our founder. The bubbly elder nodded. Before he could finish his words, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. He quickly raised his head and looked at the massive sword in front of him. Boom! The massive sword suddenly began to shake non-stop, and it seemed as if it would rise up and soar into the heavens at any moment. At the same time, the towering gate also began trembling, seemingly on the verge of collapsing due to the tremors. Those two elders narrowed their eyes in shock. This massive sword symbolized the greatness and prestige of their Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. If it crumbled, they would become the laughingstock of the other 5 sects. Its sword intent. Our founder's sword intent seems to have sensed something. Elder He clenched his fists tightly together. Is it possible for our founder's sword intent to sense something? The bubbly elder was taken aback, following which, his body tensed up as he murmured, CR*P. Voila! The massive sword before them seemed to have suddenly lost its support, resulting in it swiftly crumbling to the ground. Naturally, the massive sword in front of the entrance was not a real sword. It was made out of granite and concrete stacked together. The reason it had stood for thousands of years was because their founder's sword intent had been keeping it in place. However, with their founder's sword intent pulsating furiously, seemingly on the verge of bursting out at any moment, this massive but delicate structure immediately lost its support. Hong long long. As the sword collapsed, the massive gates also came to the limits of their durability and came crumbling down. Countless rocks of all sizes came pattering down to earth, producing craters of massive proportions one after another. At the same time, with the collapse of the structure containing it, the sword intent within the massive sword darted into the distance and vanished without a trace. What the hell just happened? Looking at the wasteland and clouds of dust beneath them, the two elders were completely frenzied. The majestic sword and grand mountain gate that our Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion pride ourselves for have been destroyed just like that? Why? It still isn't working at all. Running through all of the sword intents that he had experienced in his lifetime, he looked at the manifestation of sword intent before him, and it still had not exceeded a meter. This left him feeling so frustrated that he could have exploded on the spot. He was a renowned swordmaster on the master-teacher continent. If others found out that his was only a meter long, he would die of embarrassment. Zhang Xian felt so exasperated that even his will to live was starting to wilt. Forget it. I guess this is my limit then. Sighing deeply, Zhang Xian was just about to retract his sword intent when a blur suddenly flashed across his eyes. His head suddenly jolted back a little as it felt like something had entered his head, and the next moment, he felt an excruciating sharpness assaulting his consciousness. Who? The golden page in the library of Heaven's Path flew out. Pada. It quickly sealed whatever had entered Zhang Xian's head. What? My golden page. Zhang Xian nearly fainted from shock. That was the golden page that he had received not too long ago from Dan Xiaoyan's earnest acknowledgement. It was going to be his greatest trump card on the Azure. He would rather fight many duels and drink the bathwater of a stupid gourd in order to recover from his injuries than use the golden page. Yet, it had suddenly flown out of its own accord to seal something. What a waste. An intense ache assaulted Zhang Xian's heart, and he nearly stopped breathing. Why were things not going his way at all? He had been thinking of going into the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion's ethereal hall to challenge their sect leader and elders, but without the golden page, he would not be able to protect himself if those old fogies came looking for him to exact vengeance. While one's identity was concealed in normal ethereal halls, it would be naive to assume that it was the same for the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilions. Considering that it was an independent server under the complete control of the sect, it should not be too difficult for the upper echelons to track him down. Let me see what the nonsense that wasted my baby is. Gritting his teeth furiously, Zhang Xian quickly retracted his sword chi before opening up the Book of Heaven's Path. In it, he saw a pure congregation of sword chi swimming around like a goldfish in a fish tank. A golden page was wasted just on this thing? Zhang Xian felt the pressure clutching his heart tightening further. It was already frustrating enough that he could not even manifest a meter, but who could have known that even his greatest trump card would be wasted on this nonsense? Sighing deeply, he was just about to close the Book of Heaven's Path when he noticed something. He took a closer look at the sword chi, and his eyebrows suddenly shot up. This surge of sword chi felt strangely familiar to him. It seems to be from the same source as the sword intent that I felt from the massive sword at the entrance of the sect. He was just about to reach out and touch it when flurried footsteps sounded outside. Brother Zhang Xian, are you fine? Turning his head around, he saw that the door behind him was rattling non-stop. It felt like if he did not open the door soon, Elder Lu Yun and Dan Xiaotian would barge in to check on his safety. I'm fine, Zhang Xian shouted back. He quickly slipped the Book of Heaven's Path back into the library before walking out. And Lu Shan was an official in the Tang dynasty. He held incredible power back then, serving as one of the regional commanders, which meant that he is able to mobilize the regional military at his own discretion. He eventually exploited that power to stage a rebellion, creating a rival Yin dynasty and crowning himself as its emperor. His rebellion is viewed to be one of the main reasons for the eventual downfall of the Tang dynasty. This is a reference to the 19th poem in Li Bai's 59 ancient-style poetry. This poem is portrayed from Li Bai's perspective, showing the contradictions of a poet in desiring to stay out of secular affairs, yet still pained by the problems that plague his own country. The poet envisions himself living a transcendental life, meeting and enjoying life with the gods and goddesses of the world. Yet, when he gazes down, he sees enemy troops marching on his homeland and the evil in Lu Shan wearing the noble coronet of an official and using his power for vile deeds. Chapter 1948. There was a sword during your examination. Opening the door, Zhang Xian saw Elder Lu Yun and Dan Xiaotian looking at him with tense looks on their faces. What's wrong? Zhang Xian frowned upon seeing the solemn looks on their faces. He just went in to have his swordsmanship evaluated. Was there a need for the two of them to be this worried? On the other hand, Elder Lu Yun heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that Zhang Xian was unharmed. But he couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "You aren't injured?" Injured? Zhang Xian was slightly baffled by Elder Lu Yun's abrupt question. I just went in to try out my swordsmanship. Is there anything that could have injured me inside? Was there actually some kind of trick to this examination that requires the sword practitioner to put his life on the line? So, if one didn't get injured, one's manifestation of sword intent wouldn't be able to get too far? No, that's not it. I mean, teacher, just take a look at it for yourself. Seeing the confused look on his teacher's face, Dan Xiaotian scratched his head as he gestured to the surroundings. Zhang Xian looked around him, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Cultivators were streaming out from the rooms all around, and every single one of them had pale faces and were coughing out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces looked so withered that it seemed as if someone had just violated them again and again. Just what kind of a disaster had happened here? Is the swordsmanship evaluation supposed to be so extreme? I mean, Xiaotian, you didn't cough any blood earlier when I saw you earlier. Zhang Xian was appalled. No, this is not due to the swordsmanship evaluation. Earlier, during the midst of your test, an extremely powerful sword in tint suddenly emerged. Due to the vast disparity in the tier of their sword in tints, the others had their sword in tints suppressed, thus resulting in the current situation. Elder Lu Yun explained. As an external elder, Elder Lu Yun had a deep understanding of swordsmanship. While he wasn't in one of the rooms earlier, he could still clearly feel the tremendous strength of that sword in tint. It felt almost as if a regal dragon were gazing down on all of them. In that dragon's eyes, all other sword in tints were probably no different from mere ants. An extremely powerful sword in tint? Could it be something that has reached the level of sword god? Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly asked. Something that exciting actually happened while he was concentrating on his examination? It would be of the level of a tinly sword god at the very least. Elder Lu Yun replied grimly. He had never seen a tinly sword god before, but this was the level of the most formidable sword practitioner recorded in the history of the sect. The earlier pressure was enough to crush everyone's sword in tint, rendering them unable to retaliate at all. That was more than enough to show the sword practitioner's unparalleled strength. Even if that sword practitioner wasn't a tinly sword god, he probably wouldn't be too far away from that. As for anything higher than that, it was not something his mind could conceptualize anymore. After all, in the past several thousand years of the sect's history, there had only been a single man who had reached this level. Tinly sword god? Zhang Xian was astonished. An excited gleam crept into his eyes as he asked, Elder Lu Yun, do you know who that person is? His manifestation of sword in tint couldn't even go beyond a meter, but the other party was able to extend it to an unimaginable length of 10 li. He would love more than anything to witness the true strength of an expert of such caliber. He was still thinking that he could use his superior strength amongst cultivators of the same realm to dominate the local ethereal hall, but from the looks of it, it seemed like he had been underestimating his opponents. There were actually plenty of formidable opponents here, and some of them might even be far stronger than him. A tinly sword god. That was the title bestowed experts who had reached the very pinnacle of swordsmanship. Probably even he would have to kneel in defeat if he were to encounter a tinly sword god. I'm afraid that I don't have any idea. Elder Lu Yun shook his head. The results of the swordsmanship evaluation were private. Unless one was in an adjacent room and witnessed the feat personally, or one had somehow acquired the individual's result jade token, otherwise there was no way of knowing how well one performed. Right? What is the result of your swordsmanship evaluation? Elder Lu Yun asked curiously. To be honest, he was extremely curious about Zhang Xian. While Dan Xiaotian had claimed that Zhang Xian was his friend, he could tell that something was peculiar about the relationship between the two. For one, Dan Xiaotian was extremely heeding of Zhang Xian's words. Even good friends wouldn't be so obedient to one another, right? Another thing that sparked his doubt was the extreme level of respect that Elder Yi and Chao Qingli displayed toward Zhang Xian. It was just that Zhang Xian had kept a low profile all along. He had tried several times to sound the young man out, but in the end, he felt like he had been the one who was sounded out instead. Furthermore, it felt like the young man knew nothing much about the Forsaken Continent, and he kept pressing for more details about what that should have been common knowledge here. It was due to these doubts in his mind that he allowed Zhang Xian to come along to the Sword God Hall too. He was hoping to catch a glimpse of the latter's strength. Otherwise, there was no way he would bring an outsider in that easily. After all, using the facilities here weren't cheap at all. My results? Zhang Xian's face immediately soured. I think that we can still remain friends if you don't ask this question. Even if you don't want to say, I can just head in to take a look myself? Elder Lu Yun replied with a casual shrug. He walked into the room, and a moment later, he came out with the result jade token in his hand. Inscribed on it was Zhang Xian's earlier result. It seemed like Zhang Xian had come out in too much of a hurry that he forgot to take it when he left earlier. With a triumphant smile, he lowered his head to take a look, only to find his lips twitching in the next moment. 5 Qi? You didn't even reach 1 meter? Even Elder Lu Yun couldn't help but feel terribly awkward in Zhang Xian's place. It was no wonder why Zhang Xian refused to speak of his results. Such a result was indeed something that mustn't be spoken of. Dan Xiaotian also took a glance at the jade token, but contrary to Elder Lu Yun's awkwardness, his eyes gleamed with admiration instead. All along, his teacher had said that he was humble and wanted to maintain a low profile. This was solid evidence that what he had been saying all this while wasn't just empty words. He was really the very personification of low profile itself. Even by executing the sword art his teacher had taught him, he could acquire an unbelievable result of 499 meters with ease. Yet, when his teacher went in, he held himself back by so much that his result didn't even reach 1 meter. Just how transcendental must one's state of mind be to completely disregard honor and glory and live one's life solely based on one's principles? On the other hand, he took another person's credit for his own and treated it as if his own accomplishment. Could it be that his teacher had seen through his facade and was trying to teach him a life lesson through this? It seemed like he still had a lot to learn from. On the other hand, when Zhang Xian saw Elder Lu Yun taking out the jade token and flashing it in front of his disciple, in that very instant, the thought of simply crashing his head into the nearby wall and ending his life really flickered across his mind. Never once in his entire lifetime, since transcending over to this world, had he been humiliated like that in front of his disciples before. Stifled. My heart feels so stifled. All right, shall we return? Elder Lu Yun was the one who broke the silent awkwardness in the air. When he saw so many people spurting blood, but that this fellow was perfectly fine, the notion that this fellow might have been the Tinli sword god crossed his mind for a moment. But when he saw the record on the jade token, he had indeed been thinking too much into it. A sword intent of less than 1 meter was pretty much non-existent. With such a weak sword intent, it wasn't surprising that he couldn't sense that overwhelming sword intent that was crushing down on the sword god hall earlier, and naturally, he wouldn't be harmed by the backlash from the suppression either. As for whom the sword god was, as an external elder, he wasn't privy to such information. A genius who had reached the level of a sword god was already far beyond his jurisdiction. This was a matter for the top echelons to deal with. After escorting Dan Xiaotian and Zhang Xian back to their residence, Elder Lu Yun clasped his fist and bade farewell. After Dan Xiaotian cleared his examination, he still had to bring his result jade token to the Elders' Conference to apply for an inner disciple token for him. For bringing in a genius whose manifestation of sword intent was able to extend for 499 meters, the rewards were bound to be handsome. Perhaps he could use this as an impetus to push for a promotion to become an internal elder. Sitting on the aerial beast, it didn't take long for Elder Lu Yun to arrive at the Elder Council. Before entering the premises, he saw quite a few elders whom he was familiar with rushing in his direction. They were all internal elders of the sect. Prior to their promotion, they worked with the outer disciples as well, and it was then that they got close to one another. However, due to the differences in their job scope, it was hard for them to keep in contact with one another nowadays. Elder Mu, what are you in such a rush for? Did something happen? Seeing the flustered look on everyone's faces, Elder Lu Yun couldn't help but stop the elder whom he was closest to and asked. Such a huge matter happened, but you haven't heard of it? Elder Mu was a scrawny old man with green beard. He was dressed in blue silk robe. Oh right, I forgot that you were just an external elder. You aren't qualified to participate in the Elder Council, so it's only normal that you didn't hear of it. Elder Lu Yun suddenly felt an urge to punch the old man in front of him. Don't get angry. You know that I have always been so forthright with my words, saying whatever I want to. Elder Mu said with a light chuckle. You should know of the first Elder He Tian, right? Elder Lu Yun nodded. As the first elder, He Tian wielded a lot of power within the sect. While the sect leader was not present, he would have discretionary powers to make decisions on everything in the sect. It's fine that you don't know him too. There's no need to go along with me just because you feel awkward. I mean, it's only normal that you wouldn't get to see him given that you are only an external elder. Elder Mu waved his hand and said. Veins bulged out on Elder Lu Yun's temples as his knuckles cracked under the pressure. Taking in a deep breath, he interjected, I think you can get right to point. What happened to Elder He Tian? Elder He has just sent a message to all internal elders and above that, saying that the mountain gate and the massive sword have collapsed. Elder Mu exclaimed. Then, he suddenly tilted his head as realization seemed to have struck him. That might be why you didn't receive the message. You are just an external elder after all. The mountain gate and massive sword collapsed? Elder Lu Yun widened his eyes in astonishment. The mountain gate and the massive sword could be said to be the insignia of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, and it represented its motto with ambitions above the clouds, shatter the 9 heavens. But those two actually collapsed. This would be a huge blow to the prestige and reputation of the sect. Why would it collapse? What happened? Elder Lu Yun asked anxiously. I have no idea either. Earlier, there was an incredibly powerful sword intent. You should have felt it yourself too. The sword intent seemed to have swayed the sword intent within the massive sword, resulting in its collapse. Elder Mu was also not too sure about the details of the matter. Shaking his head, he said, All right, I need to attend the Elder Council that is exclusive for inner elders and above, so I can't continue chatting with you anymore. After which, he quickly turned around and rushed into the Elder Council. That fellow really hasn't changed at all. Elder Lu Yun sighed helplessly. Due to his mouth, Elder Mu had offended far too many people over the years. After so many years, he still hadn't changed that bad habit of his. But in any case, bearing through the pain, he still managed to acquire a crucial message from the other party. The massive sword and mountain gate had fallen. Sword intent. Could it really be the doing of the Tinli sword god earlier? Elder Lu Yun thought. Having felt that sword intent himself, he knew that it was extraordinary. But he didn't know that it was actually that powerful. To be able to sway even the sword intent the founder had sealed within the massive sword. Just who in the world could that Tinli sword god be? Since the elders are in a serious meeting at the moment, would it inappropriate if I walk in right now to report about Dan Xiaotian? Elder Lu Yun thought. Considering the severe implications caused by the collapse of the mountain gate and massive sword, it didn't seem too appropriate for him to barge in at this moment to report about a new inner disciple. Screw it. I think I should still make the trip in. After all, it was Dan Xiaotian's first try, and he has already achieved a score of 499 meters. That is even more formidable than most core disciples. More importantly, his cultivation is only at Ancient Sage 1 Dan at the moment. I think that the elders will regard this matter highly, and my reward should be generous too. Elder Lu Yun eventually made up his mind. The intake of talents was an important issue to the sect too. With all of the important elders around, there should be a greater chance of promotion for him. Putting aside all of his hesitation, Elder Lu Yun began making his way into the Elder Council. Meanwhile, in the residence of an inner disciple, Zhang Xian was staring at his disciple intently. Eventually, unable to suppress the doubt in his heart anymore, he asked, How did you manage to manifest your sword intent to 499 meters? This matter had been weighing on his mind all this while. He was unable to manifest it by even a single meter, but this half-baked disciple of his was able to get it that far. No matter how he looked at it, it simply didn't make sense. Hearing his teacher's question, Dan Xiaotian scratched his head in embarrassment and said, I used the sword art teacher has imparted to me and tossed the sword outward. I didn't think that the manifestation of sword intent would fly that far as well. You tossed the sword? The conceptualization behind that move is indeed not too bad. Wait a moment. Zhang Xian's lips twitched as he noticed an anomaly in Dan Xiaotian's words. You mentioned that you tossed a sword. Does that mean that you were holding a sword during your test? 2. 5 Qi equals 83. 33 centimeters. Chapter 1949 Berserk. Of course. How could a sword practitioner exert his sword intent and undergo the test without a sword in hand? Before Dan Xiaotian could finish his words, the truth suddenly dawned on him, causing his lips to twitch. I tossed the sword away after my test. Teacher, it can't be that you tried the test without a sword in hand? Due to his usual swordsmanship being too weak, he had eventually resorted to the sword toss. And because there was no wall in front, he had no idea where the sword had gone, so he could not retrieve it. He had not thought much into it then, but when his teacher asked that question, he suddenly found himself utterly dumbfounded. How could one exert sword intent without a sword? This was just like trying to squeeze milk out of a bowl. How could you squeeze something that did not exist? Even so, his teacher had still achieved the same result as him. He really had managed to squeeze milk out of a bowl. How did he manage to do it? Dan Xiaotian felt as if he was going mad. Cough, cough. Hearing Dan Xiaotian's explanation, Zhang Xian felt a stifled feeling in his chest. The heck? After all of the effort I put into it, it turns out that the reason my result is so poor is because you lost the sword. How did I end up taking in such an unreliable student? It's no wonder I couldn't even reach 1 meter. In the end, it wasn't my problem at all. Keep this matter to yourself. I'll be going to cultivate. Sighing deeply, Zhang Xian waved his hand before returning to his own room. He meditated for a moment to assuage the stifled feeling in his chest before taking out the Book of Heaven's Path once more. He had wasted a golden page just to seal some sword chi. No matter what, he had to make sense out of what was going on. Thus, he flipped open the Book of Heaven's Path and tapped his finger lightly on the sword chi that was swimming around freely. A surge of knowledge flowed from the tip of his finger into his consciousness, leaving him with a splitting headache in an instant. It felt as if something was squeezing against his head, attempting to burst it open, following which, the deep chime of a bell echoed loudly in his mind. The way of the sword is not a true path belonging to the heavens. It's a path created by humans. A voice began speaking, and before long, Zhang Xian found himself completely immersed in it. This interpretation of swordsmanship was far more advanced than what he had learned, such that even the Heaven's Path sword art felt like a small hill standing before a true mountain. While the Heaven's Path sword art was flawless, that was only so by the standards of the heavens of the master-teacher continent. In the face of this swordsmanship, it was truly full of flaws. This was similar to how knowledge that one had learned in one's earlier years might not necessarily hold true by the time one reached university. The pursuit of knowledge was an endless journey, and even the heavens were not a constant force that stagnated on the spot. New creations were constantly brought into the world, and the heavens assimilated those new creations into their system. What was deemed the truth one day might become nothing more than a joke 100 years later. It's no wonder I was unable to adapt easily to the spiritual energy in the azure back then, even though I cultivate the Heaven's Path divine art. It turns out, to the heavens of the azure, my cultivation technique is filled with flaws. Speaking of which, if the heavens of each world have their own definition of what is right and what was wrong, does an absolute gauge of what is right and wrong truly exist? Every single country had its own laws and culture. What was right in one country might end up warranting the death penalty in another. Was it the same for the heavens? After all, what the heavens of the master-teacher continent deemed to be right was being rejected by the heavens of the azure. If so, does it mean that everything I have cultivated is actually flawed? Zhang Xian suddenly felt a splitting pain in his head. Ever since he started cultivating 2 years ago, he had held unwavering trust in the Heaven's Path divine art. He had believed that it was right because that was how the library of Heaven's Path reflected it to be, but it turned out that even perfection was a relative concept depending on the heavens of each world. This left him feeling a little terrified. He tried to drive his cultivation technique, but in a momentary daze, he heard a voice in the depths of his consciousness shouting at him, "This is flawed." He tried to execute his battle technique, but the same voice shouted back at him, "Flawed, flawed, flawed. They are all flawed." His eyes slowly reddened as steam began rising from the top of his head. His zhunqi billowed furiously, and it seemed as if something was going to erupt from him. If a cultivator was watching this scene, he would surely understand. This young man's cultivation had gone berserk. Zhang Xian had never faced any hiccups practicing the Heaven's Path divine art. But less than half a month after he arrived in the Azure, his cultivation had actually gone berserk, and from the looks of it, it seemed like he would be crushed if he failed to overcome this ordeal. Hong Long Long. As Zhang Xian's faith started to crumble, the library of Heaven's Path in his mind began trembling non-stop. It was as if an earthquake had struck, and the entire library was on the verge of falling apart. His doubt was destroying everything within him. Pooh! The pressure placed on his body finally reached a limit, and blood spurted from his mouth. Wang! Just as it felt like everything would descend into chaos, the red pendant that Zhang Xian wore around his neck suddenly emanated a warm glow and embraced him. This warmth felt soothing like the morning sun, and it swiftly calmed down Zhang Xian's flustered mind. His reddened eyes also slowly reverted back to normal. As his consciousness slowly cleared up, an answer slowly emerged before him. I see. It isn't that what I have learned is wrong, but it was just limited in terms of perspective. When viewing things from a higher angle, one is able to get a more complete picture of everything. This reminded him of the story of blind men touching an elephant. One touched the leg of an elephant and said that it was like a pillar. One touched the stomach and said that it was like a wall. One touched the tail and said that it was like a snake. Were they wrong? From an individual perspective, what they were saying was not wrong, but on the whole scale of things, their answers deviated from the truth. This was the problem caused by being unable to view things from a broader perspective. However, given how deep and profound cultivation was, it was impossible for anyone to get an oversight of what cultivation truly was. Perhaps the Library of Heaven's Path was the existence closest to achieving that, but even it was not entirely infallible. It was limited by the world that it was in. The Azure was of a higher dimension than the master-teacher continent, and it harnessed a bigger trove of information for cultivators to work with in order to perfect their arts. That was why he was starting to find flaws in the techniques that he practiced. It was not to say what he had practiced was wrong, but when what he had learned previously was applied to the greater and vaster world of the Azure, his previous knowledge proved somewhat limited. It was the same as what was going on now. This was similar to scientific knowledge in his previous world. There was no doubt that newer and more complete theories would eventually be formulated, but that did not render everything that they were currently learning meaningless. Rather, the current scientific knowledge of today served building blocks that could be used, removed, added onto, or reshaped in order to broaden their horizons and further what they already know. So, that's how it is, Zhang Xian thought. With this comprehension, the sword intent finally fused together with him, granting him an even deeper understanding of swordsmanship. The speed sword quintessence, strength sword quintessence, and defense sword quintessence that he had learned previously flowed through his head and swiftly fused together to create a complete swordsmanship system. It's no wonder no one on the master-teacher continent was able to fuse the many quintessences together as one. Back then, it was thought that it was an impossible feat due to the vastly different attributes of each quintessence, but it turns out that isn't the case. The problem is that the angle at which they are looking at swordsmanship was simply too low. He had heard from his father, Zhang Zhenxing, that there were very few people who had comprehended 2 sword quintessences, and those who had mastered 3 sword quintessences barely existed in the world. Given so, fusing them together felt nothing more than a pipe dream. He had tried searching for a way then, but to no avail. Eventually, he had attributed it to a lack of corresponding books and the limitations of his talent. But from the looks of it, it simply meant that master-teacher continent had not been ready for it then. Take the famous scientist, Isaac Newton, from his previous world, for example. Did he discover gravity just because an apple fell on his head? No, that was not entirely right. It was because he was already standing on the shoulders of giants. There were countless scientists before him who had propped up the accumulation of knowledge to a level where he could finally open the door to a new world. The master-teacher continent simply had not reached a sufficient level of accumulation in order to open the door to new swordsmanship yet. Wang. As the understanding of the various quintessences fused into one in his head, Zhang Xian's aura swiftly grew. His presence was becoming more and more like a sharp sword. His physical body, Zhenqi, and soul were undergoing immense refinement and tempering. With such a level of swordsmanship, I'll be truly invincible within my cultivation realm. The reason there was no one who was a match for him in the ethereal hall was simply because Starlight City was far too remote. But as he traveled to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and felt the conceptualization from the massive sword at the entrance, he had come to realize that he was not as strong as he thought he was. However, in his current state, even if the Tinley Sword God back at the Sword God Hall appeared before him, he was confident that he would be able to defeat the other party in a battle of swordsmanship. Wong. After fusing with the sword intent, the golden page suddenly blazed up and vanished with a puff of smoke. It wasn't a waste at all. Zhang Xian chuckled softly as he opened his eyes once more. That sword intent seemed to have put him on top of the shoulders of a giant in an instant, pushing his swordsmanship to levels that he would never have imagined possible before. From that alone, he had profited hugely. Otherwise, even if he had 10 years or 100 years to himself, there was no saying whether he would have been able to comprehend this much. Ruoxin, thank you, Zhang Xian muttered as he clasped the red pendant hanging around his neck. When his cultivation went berserk earlier, his mind had been a complete mess. He had already lost control over himself, and even the library of Heaven's Path had nearly been destroyed by that calamity. It was the pendant that Luo Ruoxin had given him that had saved him in that crucial moment. Could it be for the same reason that she had placed the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn in the Library of Heaven's Path? Did she anticipate some kind of scenario where he would require the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn in the future? Anticipate? Zhang Xian lowered his head to take a closer look at the red pendant. With a crimson as deep as blood, it still looked as conspicuous as it previously did. But for some reason, Zhang Xian felt like it had turned a little dimmer. Just who in the world are you? She knew about the Library of Heaven's Path, and it was clear that she had predicted that something like this would happen. The more he came to know about her, the more mysterious she seemed to become. I shouldn't waste time idling around here anymore. I should find the sect leader or the elders and challenge them. Hopefully, I can get some news regarding the Spirit God Palace from them, Zhang Xian muttered as he stood up and walked out. Walking into the courtyard, he found the subordinate whom he had recently taken in and issued him his first mission. Chao Qingli, I have something I need you to do. I want you to look into how the ethereal token of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion can be acquired, and if it's convenient, I want you to bring a couple of them to me. Chapter 1950 Kongshi. One in the Elder Council. All of the inner elders and above were gathered together. The atmosphere was a little heavy. The books that I organized with great difficulty in the Compendium of Sword Wisdom sensed the sword intent and bowed simultaneously to it. In the end, they collapsed together from the shelves and ended up getting messed up once more, Elder Wei said indignantly. The massive sword that Out Founder left behind collapsed, causing the mountain gate to fall apart as well, the bubbly elder reported. Another elder clasped his fist and said, the disciples who were having their swordsmanship evaluated in the Sword God Hall were all suppressed by that sword intent and ended up sustaining some injuries. After hearing the reports from all of the elders, Elder He, who sat at the centermost position in the room, stood up and gazed at the faces around him. I believe all of you should have some understanding of what happened earlier. Yes, the crowd replied. Ever since the passing of our founder, who comprehended the God's sword intent, no other sword practitioner has reached the same height as him, Elder He said. Even the most talented individual in our history was only able to reach Tinley Sword God. But today, someone has comprehended our ancestors' sword intent, causing the massive sword at the entrance to collapse and all of our sword books to bow in submission. I would like to hear your opinions regarding this matter. I think that the emergence of such a talented sword practitioner is the blessing of our sect. Back then, our founder appeared from nowhere and came to fame with a single battle. He stole half a character of God from the Hall of Gods, and that's where the term Sword God Hall and the title Sword God come from, an elder said in agitation. For thousands of years, our predecessors have tried to bring the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion back to its former glory, but it's a pity that no one was able to reach the same height as our founder. But today, someone managed to comprehend our founder's sword intent. This means that it's just a matter of time before our sect rises through the ranks. Indeed, of the 6 sects, even Starchaser Palace, which can communicate with the gods, dare not carry the name of God. Our sect's Sword God Hall is the only exception. And right now, another person has comprehended the same God's sword intent that our founder did. As long as we nurture him well, our Sword Pavilion could very well complete the half a character, thus becoming the Sword God Pavilion. That would make us an existence equivalent to the Ethereal Hall. For this half a character, many of our predecessors have fought hard and bled rivers, but success still eludes us so. Finally, a ray of hope is before us. Quite a few elders rose up in agitation. The person who has comprehended the God's sword intent is indeed likely able to acquire the other half a character from the Hall of Gods, thus allowing our sect to bear the full God character. This is the wish, as well as the greatest honor we can bring to the sect. Elder he nodded as he clenched his fists tightly. The Forsaken Continent was a place that was abandoned by the gods. There was only one way to receive the recognition of the gods, and that was to acquire the bestowed character of the gods. The Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion was the only one among the 6 sects that had been bestowed with a character, but it was only half of one. That meant that they were unqualified to place it amid the name of their sect. So, they had chosen to put it within their examination hall instead. The reason he had stood at the entrance for 30 years, cultivating diligently regardless of the weather, was in the hope of comprehending the conceptualization of the founder and grasping the crux behind the unparalleled sword intent. However, his hard work did not pay off. Eventually, the one who comprehended the God's sword intent was not him. Nevertheless, it was still a huge blessing for the sect for something like this to happen. Relay my orders. Investigate this matter carefully and find out who released the sword intent. If any of you uncover the identity of the person, you are to report the matter to me immediately. There mustn't be any delay at all. Elder he instructed strictly. Also, this matter has to be kept with the utmost confidentiality. Anyone who reveals it to outsiders will be viewed as traitors of the sect, and they will be shown no mercy. Yes, the crowd nodded grimly. Before I end the meeting, let me re-emphasize the agenda. Uncover the person behind the God's sword intent and report it to me. I'll make sure to relay the matter promptly to the sect leader and ensure that the sect leader rewards him personally. A personal reward from the sect leader? Everyone's eyes reddened in excitement. The sect leader possessed unfathomable capabilities. A reward from him was bound to be extraordinary. Just when everyone was getting hyped up about uncovering the identity of the mysterious sword practitioner, a voice suddenly sounded outside. Elder He, External Elder Lu Yun seeks an audience with the Elder Council. Lu Yun? Elder He frowned. Given the scale of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, there were many elders to manage the administrative affairs of the sect. Generally speaking, external elders were unqualified to seek an audience with the Elder Council due to their low standing. What's the matter? He said that he has discovered a talented sword practitioner, so he has come here to report it. He hopes to apply for the position of an inner disciple for him, the voice reported. He has discovered a talented sword practitioner? Elder He's eyebrows shot up. Summon him in. The reason he had gathered everyone to conduct this meeting was to uncover the identity of the genius who had comprehended the God's sword intent. Elder Lu Yun's sudden arrival at that moment sparked some hope in his heart. It did not take long for Elder Lu Yun to arrive before the Elder Council. You mentioned that you have found a talented sword practitioner. What happened? Elder He asked. First Elder, I am responsible for recruiting outer disciples and menial disciples. While I was passing by Starlight City, Elder Lu Yun swiftly went through the entire incident, including his encounter with World's Edge, Dan Xiaotian easily defeating Hua Jianghe, and the manifestation of his sword intent reaching 499 meters. Here is the jade token he left behind in the Sword God Hall. He's only an ancient sage one Dan cultivator, but he's already able to extend his sword intent to nearly a li. Elder He was visibly astonished. He was not the one. The other elders in the council also widened their eyes in disbelief. It was conventionally viewed that one's ability to conceptualize higher swordsmanship was related to one's innate talent. However, Without sufficiently powerful cultivation, one would be unable to seal or drive a powerful sword in tint. For this reason, it was inconceivable for an ancient sage one Dan cultivator to actually manifest his sword intent to nearly a li. That was a feat that far surpassed that of other core disciples. This was indubitably talent at a terrifying scale. The bubbly elder turned to Elder He and asked, could it be him? A 17-year-old ancient sage, one Dan sword practitioner. I don't think that it's likely that he will have been able to comprehend the god's sword intent. Even if he's able to, he wouldn't be able to drive such tremendous power. Nevertheless, there's no doubt that he's a rare genius. Elder He nodded. Even someone of Elder He's cultivation realm might not necessarily be able to harness the tremendous might of the god's sword intent, let alone the fact that the other party was a 17-year-old ancient sage, one Dan young man. Thus, he swiftly eliminated this possibility. Our sect welcomes talented individuals with open arms. Dan Xiaotian will hereby be promoted to an inner disciple, and he shall be bestowed with the privileges of a core disciple. When he reaches pseudo-immortal realm, he'll be promoted directly without undergoing the examination. At this point, Elder He paused for a moment before continuing on. Elder Lu Yun, your merit for discovering such a talent for the sect will not go unnoticed. You are bestowed with a grand divinity pill, and Elder Wu and Elder Bai will aid you in pushing for a breakthrough to the true immortal realm. Once you succeed, you will be promoted to an inner elder of the sect. Hearing that he had received such a huge reward, Elder Lu Yun immediately kneeled onto the floor and exclaimed, "Thank you, Elder He." The Grand Divinity Pill was one of the most precious pills in the sect. Every single one of them was extremely precious, and it was one of the few cultivation resources that one could not buy even with ample money. If a heavenly pseudo-immortal cultivator used a single one of those, their chances at achieving a breakthrough would be increased by 20%. With this, the odds of him reaching the true immortal realm would be greatly increased. Not to mention, he would have the guidance of Elder Wu and Elder Bai too. It could be said that he was not too far away from becoming an inner elder anymore. Those who have accrued merit are rewarded, and those who have erred are punished. This is the rule of our sect, so there's no need for you to stand on ceremony. Until you become an inner elder, you'll be in charge of managing Dan Xiaotian. If you notice anything peculiar, report it to me immediately. Elder He instructed. Yes, First Elder. Elder Lu Yun replied excitedly before backing out of the Elder Council. Elder He took one last look around the Elder Council before waving his hand. All right, you're dismissed. Remember what I've said. As long as you find that sword practitioner, your rewards will be even more generous than those given to Elder Lu. Yes, First Elder, the crowd replied before leaving the Elder Council. To them, while Dan Xiaotian was indeed a genius, the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion did not lack people like him. There were plenty of those who could reach 2 li among the core disciples. There was no doubt that they were surprised by Dan Xiaotian's feat, but that was all. Unlike the sword practitioner who had comprehended the god's sword intent, his presence would not change the sect at its core. Everyone quickly left the room, leaving behind Elder He and the bubbly elder. Are you going to send a message to the sect leader? The bubbly elder asked. Yes. This matter is of grave importance, so we must inform the sect leader of it as soon as possible. Elder He replied with a nod. Our sect leader is currently with the leaders of the other 5 sects to discuss the once-in-a-century Azure Bridge. Will we be disturbing him by contacting him at this juncture? The bubbly elder asked worriedly. I doubt it. Even if we don't inform our sect leader of it right away, those from the other sects will surely transmit the news too. It'll be terrible if our sect leader doesn't receive first-hand news from us directly. Elder He replied. He took out a special jade token and swiftly carved a message on it. After he was done, the special jade token suddenly burst into flames before vanishing from sight. White clouds drifted peacefully on a mountain peak of unimaginable height. From afar, the melodious cries from a flock of divine cranes could faintly be heard. A small stream trickled not too far away, and the light, refreshing fragrance of nature lingered in the air. From afar, this place looked no different from paradise. Beneath an ancient pine tree, several figures were gathered in a circle. A beautiful lady raised her teacup and sipped on it gracefully before speaking nonchalantly. I propose that we stick with our previous rules. There's no need to waste our time bickering over the same matter again. The rules we agreed on previously are fair and rational, but we have never succeeded even after so many attempts over the years. I fear that sticking to the conventions will get us nowhere, an old man replied. Oh, you sound as if you have a better plan in mind. Why don't you share it so that we can confer over it? The beautiful lady scoffed. Du Qingyuan, your Starchaser Palace, is the only one among the 6 sects that is able to liaise with the ethereal hall. You should know that the main reason we are gathered here is to listen to your opinion on the matter. Could it be that you wish to remain here instead of finding a way out? If I'm not mistaken, your lifespan is already nearing its limits, right? The middle-aged man seated opposite the beautiful lady said with a frown. It's true that we are able to liaise with the ethereal hall, but you should also know what kind of existence the ethereal hall is. Just because we are able to liaise with it doesn't mean that we have a complete understanding of the entity. Also, while my lifespan is indeed nearing its limits, if you think that our Starchaser Palace is a pushover just because of that, you can give it a try. I am more than happy to have a duel with you right here, right now. The beautiful lady, Du Qingyuan, smirked coldly. All right, calm down. We are here to discuss the matter, not to come to blows with one another. The old man who spoke previously swiftly mediated between the two. Sect Leader Qin, you should cool down a little. Palace Master Du, you also know that Sect Leader Qin has always been a little extreme with his words, so do bear with him a little. I don't think that we'll be able to come to a conclusion discussing the matter like this. Thus, I have already liaised with Hall Master Kong from the Ethereal Hall, and he should be arriving soon enough. Before the old man could finish his words, a scholarly middle-aged man dressed in a robe suddenly appeared before everyone. He had a faint smile on his lips. It seems like Brother Han understands me well. Chapter 1951 Kongsher 2. The arrival of the middle-aged man immediately prompted everyone to rise to their feet. They might have been the leaders of the 6 sects, but they knew that there was a disparity in their positions compared to the middle-aged man before them. The 6 sects were like 6 massive empires, each of them governing large swathes of land. However, the ethereal hall was an existence that covered the entire world. Wherever one could find humans, there was an ethereal hall and ethereal tokens. Despite not possessing any land, its influence had already permeated the entire Forsaken continent. Not to mention, no one knew just how powerful the middle-aged man standing before them truly was. Ordinary cultivators had a limit to their lifespan, but the concept of aging did not seem to apply to the middle-aged man before them. He first made his name several thousand years ago, such that there was no one in the world who did not know of him. Yet, he did not seem to have changed a bit since then. Even though the few of them were powerhouses standing at the very top of the world, they still naturally deferred to him. They clasped their fists and greeted him, paying respects to Hall Master Kong. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Hall Master Kong chuckled as he took his seat. The reason we have troubled Hall Master Kong to make a trip here is to discuss the matter concerning the Azure Bridge. Should we continue with the agreement that we made previously, or should we reshuffle the cards and negotiate a new arrangement? The old man known as Brother Han asked. Indeed, for 1,000 years ago, you barged through the Azure Bridge and defeated the experts of the Hall of Gods, thus acquiring a single, ethereal, character. With that character, you created the Ethereal Hall. You have a greater understanding of the Hall of Gods than anyone else here, and there's no one more suitable than you to clarify our doubts. Sect Leader Qin said, I did enter the Hall of Gods, but the horrors that lie within aren't something that can be summarized in just a few words. The Azure Bridge appears once every 100 years, but no one has succeeded in the past several thousand years. It's about time to shake things up a little, Hall Master Kong said with a chuckle. He was just about to continue speaking when Brother Han suddenly flicked his wrist, and a jade token appeared in his hands. Lowering his gaze to take a look, Brother Han's eyes lit up. What's wrong, Brother Han? Sect Leader Qin asked. I just received a report from my sect members. A genius who has comprehended the sword intent left behind by the founder has just appeared, Brother Han said with a chuckle. The sword intent left behind by your founder? You don't mean the god's sword intent? Hall Master Kong was slightly taken aback. Indeed. Brother Han nodded in response. It's said that the god's sword intent can only be executed and comprehended by the gods. The person who has comprehended it is bound to achieve great things in the future. Hall Master Kong's eyes lit up as he asked with a smile, "May I know what's the name of the sect member?" "Well, I'm afraid that my elders are still looking into the matter at the moment. So far, they have only detected a resonance with the sword intent left behind by the founder," Brother Han replied. "I see." Hall Master Kong nodded. "Since such a figure has appeared, I think there's a greater need to change the rules concerning the Azure Bridge. Of course, we should discuss this matter only after you find that talented sword practitioner, Brother Han. We have to find out who the person is and what kind of abilities he wields in order to make concrete plans, right?" "We concur." The others nodded in agreement. "Very well. We shall adjourn the meeting till further notice," Hall Master Kong said. Thus, the leaders of the six sects quickly went on their own ways. Brother Han was just about to head back to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion when he suddenly heard a gust of wind coming his way. The next moment, Hall Master Kong was already standing before him. "Hall Master Kong." Brother Han clasped his fist and bowed. "Brother Han, there's something that I wish to pass on to you. The person who has comprehended the God's sword intent is bound to play an essential role on the Azure Bridge. While I have no idea how powerful he is at the moment, as an elder, I would still like to bestow a gift upon him. This is a token representing my identity. If you find the person in question, please do give it to him. With this token, he'll be able to purchase anything in the ethereal hall without spending any money." Hall Master Kong smiled as he passed a jade token into Brother Han's hands. "Allow me to thank you on behalf of our disciple." Brother Han clasped his fist and bowed grandly. The ethereal hall was a power with influence all over the world. The fact that this jade token could purchase any cultivation resources for free meant that its value was inestimable. It could be said that as long as a cultivator had this jade token in hand, all of the resources of the Forsaken Continent would be in their possession. They would have no need to worry about money and the like anymore. There was truly no greater gift than this. "You're too courteous," Hall Master Kong replied with an amiable smile. "You should also know that the purpose of the ethereal hall's existence is to strengthen cultivators. I view it as my responsibility to nurture the experts of the world." Hall Master Kong, you are truly a magnanimous person. I am truly in awe. Pardon me, but there are some matters I have to attend to back at my sect. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. Brother Han clasped his fist before flitting away swiftly. Hall Master Kong placed his hands behind his back as he looked at Brother Han's departing figure. It was impossible to tell what was running through his mind. A moment later, he raised his head and looked into the sky. He could have been talking to another person, or perhaps it was just mumblings to himself. "I've waited so many years and finally, my patience has paid off. Do come out soon. I don't know how much longer I can wait." Who? With a gust of wind, Hall Master Kong vanished from sight. Zhang Xian was completely oblivious to what had happened at the Elder Council or the mountain. At that moment, he was looking right at Chao Chengli with a terribly displeased look on his face. He had dispatched the latter to gather some news, but that fellow had ended up returning with a swollen face. If not for the surge of Heaven's Path Shinchi that he had infused into the other party's body previously, the other party might have died. "I told you to gather news regarding the ethereal token, didn't I? Just what did you do to land yourself in such a state?" Zhang Xian asked in vexation. Even his previous butler, Sun Chong, was more capable than this. He knew that any task that he entrusted to Sun Chong would be accomplished impeccably. While Sun Chong did love to brag, at the very least, he had never ended up getting pummeled so badly within an hour after heading out. Chao Chengli's face turned incredibly awkward. After hearing Chao Chengli's explanation, Zhang Xian was rendered completely speechless. In the end, Chao Chengli was still true to his nature as a bandit. While he was trying to gather information, he had seen a beautiful menial disciple and tried to flirt with her. As a result, he had nearly gotten killed on the spot. "Chao Chengli, I made an exception back then by taking you in. No matter how you were before, I expect you to keep yourself in line as long as you are under me. I don't need someone unprincipled under me, Zhang Xian said sternly. Chao Chengli was truly far too brazen. The menial disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion were at least at Great Sage 3 Dan, and to dare to flirt with them with his current cultivation realm, he was courting death. If others did not know that he was Dan Xiaoyan's servant, all that would have been left of him was just a cold, hard corpse. But young master, you also know that I have held it in for more than 10 days. Furthermore, I didn't lay my hands on her at all. I asked her as gentlemanly and politely as I could. Chao Chengli's face reddened in embarrassment. He had always been an unrestrained man with a powerful libido, and his record of taking down 7 women together with him at the brothel back then spoke a lot about him. Asking him to hold back for 10 days was really pushing him. He had thought that with his dashing looks, he could at least seduce one of the female menial disciples to get together with him. Yet, who could have known that he would be pummeled as soon as he started speaking? Seeing how Chao Chengli was still adamantly insisting on his point on view, Zhang Xian covered his head with his hand. Dan Xiaoyan was right. He should not have accepted this fellow. He felt like his reputation was slowly being sullied by him. Enough. I don't want to see such things happening again. Understood? How did the matter I have entrusted to you go? Seeing that he had caught the young master's ire, Chao Chengli did not dare run his mouth anymore. He quickly bowed slightly and reported, "Young master, I have already looked into the matter, and the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion's ethereal token is on sale in the Inner Disciples Market. The price is roughly 20 Sword Pavilion coins." 20 Sword Pavilion coins? Zhang Xian frowned. It did not sound like a lot of money, but he did not know the purchasing power of Sword Pavilion coins either. How many Sword Pavilion coins is a basic immortal pill worth here? Zhang Xian asked. I haven't looked into that yet. Chao Chengli replied with an embarrassed chuckle. Where is the Inner Disciples Market then? This? Chao Chengli tilted his head and asked, should I look into that too? What did you look into then? Zhang Xian's face was growing more and more livid by the moment. The young lady who beat me up earlier is the subordinate of an inner disciple called Lu Lujia. She's 7 meters tall, and her 3 sizes are 85, 74, 88. Her legs are at least a meter long, and they are fair and smooth. More importantly, their proportions are truly the work of a god. Young master, let me tell you, I have seen a lot of women in my lifetime, and this lady definitely ranks among the top on my list. Chao Chengli's eyes lit up in excitement. Enough. Zhang Xian waved his hands furiously. What the heck was that? Instead of properly accomplishing whatever that was asked of him, he had spent his time uncovering such nonsense. Just what the heck are your priorities? Remember your responsibilities. You are here to serve us, not flirt with girls. Right now, head out and find where the Inner Disciples Market is. If you dare return without finding it, I'll have you castrated. Zhang Xian harumphed coldly. With a flick of his finger, a surge of sword qi gathered above Zhang Xian. It rumbled loudly as if it was ready to lay devastation upon something. Why yes. Feeling a cold air around his crotch, Chao Chengli's face paled as he immediately slammed his thighs shut in fear. And if you can't find it by tonight, I'll tame a stallion and let it have its way with you. Zhang Xian threatened menacingly. Chao Chengli immediately clenched his bottom cheeks together in horror. He had thought his new master to be a very prim and proper person. How could he have known that he would actually have such vile thoughts in mind? To actually think of taming a stallion and using it against him. All of a sudden, Chao Chengli remembered the horse that night who could use martial arts and was able to serve Zhang Xian tea. If his master put his mind to it, he would really be able to do it. No, I can't allow that to happen. I'll never be able to raise my head high as a man ever again. I'll head out right now. Without daring to utter a single useless word, Chao Chengli ran out of the room so quickly that it seemed as if he was fleeing from a monster. This time, under Zhang Xian's threat, Chao Chengli quickly returned with the necessary information. Young master, the Inner Disciples Market is located at the foot of this mountain. I have also looked into the price of the basic immortal pill, and a single one of them costs around 2 Sword Pavilion coins. Chao Chengli replied formally. A single basic immortal pill is worth 2 sword pavilion coins, whereas the ethereal token costs 20 sword pavilion coins? Isn't the disparity in price simply too huge? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Back at Starlight City's ethereal hall, a basic immortal pill was worth 100,000 ethereal coins, whereas the ethereal token was only worth 20,000 ethereal coins. Yet, the ethereal token was actually worth 10 times more than a basic immortal pill here. This inflation was a little too frightening. I'm not too sure about the details, but these are the prices I have gathered so far, Chao Chunli explained as he squeezed his thighs tightly together, fearing that Zhang Xian would make a move on him in a fit of anger. Bring me to the inner disciples market. I want to take a look at it myself. Knowing that it was meaningless to waste his time on words, Zhang Xian stood up and walked out of the room. Chapter 1952, Selling Bathwater. The Inner Disciples Market was an informal trading site managed and frequented by inner disciples. It was the place where inner disciples purchase and sell their possessions. Under Chao Chunli's lead, it didn't take long for them to arrive at the destination. The market looked rather shabby. In essence, it was just a small courtyard by the foot of the mountain. After flashing their tokens, Zhang Xian and Chao Chunli were granted entry into the market. As soon they entered, they saw quite a number of vendors around with a couple of goods placed before them. Swords, cultivation technique manuals, medicinal herbs, pills, tamed beasts. It had most of the basic necessities that a cultivator would need covered. Most of the goods they were selling weren't from the sect. Rather, they were the personal possessions that inner disciples had either acquired in the midst of their mission or brought over from their clans. We only accept sword pavilion coins and not basic immortal pills. This was the answer that Zhang Xian received from the vendors when he tried to trade with them. The main reason why they were selling their goods here was to earn some sword pavilion coins so that they could enter the Compendium of Sword Wisdom and the Hall of Sparring Swords. Those were the places inner disciples would often head to in order to further their path in the way of the sword. What should I do now? Zhang Xian thought in frustration. He thought that he would be able to exchange the basic immortal pills he had acquired from Chao Chunli for money, but who could have thought that none of them were accepting it at all? What was most highly regarded in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion was not one's cultivation but one's mastery in swordsmanship. Only with superior swordsmanship would a disciple stand out from his peers and be viewed as an asset to the sect. In return, the sect would provide him with ample resources required for him to advance his cultivation. As such, cultivation resources such as basic immortal pills were less valuable in contrast here. Young master, should we just resort to stealing? I saw a few people who aren't as strong as you back there. As long as we try to lure them to a corner and kill them, we should be able to acquire whatever we need. Seeing the frustrated look on Zhang Xian's face, Chao Chunli stepped forward and presented a solution to him. You. Snatch your head. Zhang Xian nearly fainted from rage. Can you use more common sense when you speak? We are in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. If you wish to die, go ahead and try stealing something then, and dupe to a corner? Do you really think that inner disciples are fools? The cultivators who have managed to make it here do have some skills, you know? You should already be thankful that they aren't trying to rob you. If that doesn't work, why don't I try seducing one of the vendors with my charm then? Just a while ago, I saw a beautiful inner disciple selling her stuff over there. Chao Chunli continued presenting his solutions. Zhang Xian clasped his face. At this moment, he really wanted to kick Chao Chunli and get rid of him once and for all. Go ahead and do whatever you want. Just don't say that you are associated with me, and don't come looking for me after you get into trouble. Zhang Xian waved his hand impatiently as he continued walking through the streets. After visiting quite a few vendors, he found that the price of ethereal tokens was standard. All of them were worth 20 sword pavilion coins. The basic immortal pill was also only worth 2 sword pavilion coins each. In other words, even with all the wealth he had on hand, he still wouldn't have enough money to buy an ethereal token. Why would the price of an ethereal token be so much higher than a basic immortal pill? Zhang Xian asked one of the inner disciple vendors. You must be used to the prices of ethereal tokens from remote locations. Those ethereal tokens balances the cultivation to just great sage one dan, so their prices are of course lower. On the other hand, the ethereal token sold in our sect balances the cultivation to ancient sage one dan, so it goes without saying that it's worth a lot more. If you are already astonished by this pricing, you should take a look at the ethereal tokens used by core disciples. Their ethereal tokens balances the cultivation to pseudo-immortal realm, and the cost is way higher than this. The inner disciple vendor replied. I see. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. To be honest, he didn't think that the answer would be so simple. He thought that all ethereal tokens were the same, but that was clearly not the case. With a cultivation realm of ancient sage one dan, a cultivator would be able to try out more powerful sword arts. Naturally, its price would be higher. After asking a few more questions to familiarize himself with the vendor, he finally asked, well, the reason why I came to the market is because I urgently require an ethereal token. However, I don't really have any money on hand at the moment. Is there any fast way for me to earn money here? Fast way to earn money? Tell me about it when you find one. If I had a better idea in mind, I wouldn't be here selling my goods. The inner disciple vendor rolled his eyes. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian scratched his head in embarrassment. Taking his leave, he continued walking through the streets with a contemplative look on his face. I only have 7 basic immortal pills and a storage ring at the moment. I won't be able to earn 20 sword pavilion coins even if I were to sell all of it. If he had valuable goods too, he could still consider setting up his own store too, just like what the other inner disciples had done. The problem with that was that he didn't have anything of much value on hand at the moment. Take storage rings, for example. Despite being a rare commodity in Xinjiang City, everyone he had met in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion so far actually had one each. When he asked about the matter, he realized that it was actually possible to even rent one from the sect. There was no market for it at all. As for his basic immortal pills, even if he, by any chance, managed to find some buyers, he still wouldn't be able to earn enough money to purchase an ethereal token. Sighing deeply, Zhang Xian began racking his brain once again over his ever-present monetary issues when a brilliant idea suddenly struck him. Right. The Dongshu Gourd's bathwater has the mystical effect of curing one's injuries swiftly. It should be able to fetch quite a good price if I were to sell it. To be honest, he hadn't really done much ever since arriving in the Azure. Other than fighting duels, he knew of no other ways he could earn money quickly. If there was anything he had that was of value to the others, it could only be the Gourd's bathwater. Fortunately, he still had several bottles of it in his storage ring. This Gourd's bathwater was exceptionally effective in healing wounds, such that there were probably no pills in the market that could compete with it. As long as he could market it well and sell it out, he should be able to make enough money to purchase an ethereal token. It's settled then. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian took out a few materials from his storage ring and set up a stand. He took out the jade bottles containing the Gourd's bathwater and laid it out neatly before him. He hesitated for a moment before taking out a cloth and writing the words, "Godly Recovery Medicine," before sitting down. Godly Recovery Medicine? Brother, you really don't fear death. Don't you know that the word God mustn't be used casually? You'll be obliterated once the gods find out about it. The inner disciple sitting beside Zhang Xian took a look at his sign and exclaimed in horror. The word mustn't be casually used? But doesn't the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion have a place called the Sword God Hall too? The God character that is used in the Sword God Hall was snatched from the Hall of Gods by the founder of our sect. However, as our founder had only managed to snatch half a character, he only had the right to use the character in the name of an ordinary building and not in the sect's name. Of the entire continent, only the Ethereal Hall has the right to bear this character in its name. Legend has it that the founder of the Ethereal Hall single-handedly barged into the Hall of Gods and forcefully took an entire God character right beneath the eyelids of the gods. The inner disciple explained, "The Azure actually limits the use of certain characters too." Zhang Xian was perplexed. After asking a few more questions, he finally came to understand what was going on. The Azure, also known as the Forsaken Continent, was said to be a piece of land tossed away by the gods. The gods viewed this land in disdain and prohibited the beings living in it from using the character God. This rule applied to everyone, be it the 6 sects or ordinary civilians. If one really had to use this character, there was only one way one could do so. One would have to enter the Hall of Gods and steal the God character from the gods. Over the past few millenniums, the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and the Ethereal Hall were the only ones who had succeeded. The former managed to steal half a character, whereas the latter succeeded in claiming an entire character from the Hall of Gods. The other sects had tried their hand too, but they had never succeeded before. From this, it could be seen just how frightening the Hall of Gods was. It seemed like the God character was indeed not to be used carelessly. Thus, Zhang Xian erased Godly Recovery Medicine from the board and changed it to Divine Recovery Medicine. He pondered for a brief moment before adding a tagline below, "All kinds of injuries and illnesses will be cured in the blink of an eye." After that was done, he began waiting patiently for customers to arrive. 2 hours passed swiftly. There were quite a few customers who came over to his stand to take a closer look. However, when they uncorked the jade bottle and examined the contents inside, they shook their heads in disappointment and left. Most recovery medicines sold in the market were overflowing with spiritual energy, but whatever that was in the jade bottle appeared to be no different from ordinary plain water. Who would want to waste valuable sword pavilion coins to purchase something as useless as this? Before long, the sun was already starting to set by the horizon. Sighing deeply, Zhang Xian was just about to pack up for the day when a young lady suddenly walked over. This young lady appeared to be in her early 20s. While her looks couldn't compare with Zhao Ye and the others, her tall stature and delicate features made her a rare beauty. Zhang Xian noticed that her eyebrows were tightly knitted together, as if there was something weighing down her heart. "Is your medicine really effective?" The young lady walked up to Zhang Xian and asked. "Of course." Zhang Xian nodded. "It can heal any injuries in a heartbeat. If it doesn't work, I'll give you a full refund right away. A close kin of mine has been injured by an immortal beast. We have tried using all kinds of medicine on him, but nothing worked at all. I guess I'll just give your medicine a try too. How much does each bottle cost?" The young lady paused for a brief moment before asking. That close kin of hers had been diagnosed by the best physicians in the sect, and he had tried all kinds of medicine too. However, all of them proved to be ineffective. It was out of sheer frustration that she was roamed from market to market, hoping to stumble upon a miracle. As such, the board which Zhang Xian had put up swiftly caught her attention. The tagline he had put up promised to cure all kinds of injuries and illnesses. Thus, as unlikely as the chances were, she chose to give it a try. Perhaps, this might just be the miracle that her close kin needed to recover. She had to give it a try. Each bottle costs 20 sword pavilion coins. Zhang Xian replied. 20 sword pavilion coins? Why don't you go rob a bank instead? The young lady was astonished. Ordinary recovery pills, even those at pseudo-immortal tier, were worth only 10 sword pavilion coins. Yet, this jade bottle filled with what that appeared to be no different from clear water actually cost 20 sword pavilion coins? You must be trying to scam me. Young lady, my goods are worth every single coin I charge. The reason why I dare to charge a premium price is because I am confident in my medicine. Otherwise, I would just be asking to be killed for setting up a stand like this. Zhang Xian replied to the young lady calmly. You can choose not to buy if you find it too pricey, but just know that this price will never change. After which, Zhang Xian closed his eyes once more, as if he could care less if the young lady wanted to buy or not. He had never really done business himself, but having read many books, he knew of the common tricks and psychological manipulation that businessmen used. If he were to desperately try to promote his goods, it would make his product appear less credible instead. On the contrary, if he maintained a lofty attitude that rendered it impossible for others to read him, there was a greater chance that he would be able to win the trust of others. Besides, the bathwater he was selling was as miraculous as he claimed it to be, and from the looks of it, it seemed like Zhang Xian's ploy was indeed working. In any other circumstances, the young lady would have walked away without any hesitation. However, the fact that she was unable to see through the effects of the bottle of water and the bizarrely confident attitude the vendor had put up was making her hesitate. The condition her close kin was suffering from was not something any ordinary medicine could cure, so the air of mystery around the medicine ended up reeling in the young lady instead. After all, what she was looking for was a miracle, a supernatural force that could somehow achieve the impossible. After a moment of hesitation, She took a bottle and harumphed, "Fine, I'll buy your medicine. However, you should know that I'm not a person to be trifled with. If your medicine doesn't work, I'll hunt you down and show you the consequences of daring to scam me. Rest assured, if my medicine is ineffective, I'll smash my own store before you can even say a single word." Zhang Xian replied with perfect nonchalance, almost as if he had heard far too much of such words in the past. He was planning to sell the bathwater this once anyway. Once he acquired an ethereal token, he wouldn't have to resort to such means to earn money anymore. After all, he was a professional at raking in money through duels. "That would be for the best," the young lady replied. She took out a bag and tossed it over casually. "Here is your 20 sword pavilion coins." After which, the young lady turned around and left the inner disciples' market. Zhang Xian excitedly opened up the bag and counted its contents swiftly. There was indeed 20 sword pavilion coins in there. He thought that he would have to camp at the market for another few days before he could find a buyer, but things were going much more smoothly than he thought. Rising to his feet, he was just about to pack up his stand when the vendor seated opposite to him suddenly his over and shook his head in pity. "You should run away as quickly as you can. In fact, you should leave the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion for the time being. Otherwise, you might be smashed into meat paste very soon." Chapter 1953 Elder by Yi. "Why do you say so?" Zhang Xian frowned doubtfully. "Why do I say so?" The inner disciple looked at Zhang Xian with sympathy. "Do you know whom the young lady that came by earlier is?" Zhang Xian shook his head. "She's the granddaughter of Elder by Yi, one of the 3 grand elders of our sect, by Wanqing." The inner disciple shook his head. "Don't let her appearance deceive you. She might have seemed gentle earlier, but she's actually no different from a female dinosaur. Her notoriety has spread across the entire sect, and not even her fellow core disciples dare to cross her. To dare dupe her into spending so much money to sell that useless bottle of water of yours. There's no way she'll let you off as long as you stay in the sect. If you do, you can start writing a letter to your clan to get them to prepare your funeral now. At least there'll be someone to collect your body for you." Female dinosaur? Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. He could not feel any of that from the young lady's amiable attitude earlier, though. "You seem to be doubting my words. Last year, a core disciple named Su Tong went to confess to her, but she dragged him to the dueling ring and sent a vicious kick right to his crotch. Even now, he still hasn't recovered from his injuries. A few months ago, another core disciple named Zhang, you seem to have offended her due to some matter, and he was pummeled to the point he was bedridden for an entire month. I was curious and snuck a peek at his ward, and I can tell you he looked more miserable than you can ever imagine. Right? There was this incident several weeks back where a core disciple named Shui Hai tried selling fake medicine, just like you. She thrust his head into the river water and nearly drowned him. That wasn't all. She even cut off half of his tongue at the end to send out a stem warning to others. Given that even core disciples have fallen victim to her, do you think that you'll be able to get away scot-free after scamming her?" Zhang Xian scratched his head. The young lady earlier had a delicate look that made it hard to associate her with the demoness that the inner disciple had just described. Seeing that Zhang Xian was still doubtful of his words, the inner disciple sighed deeply before asking, "Do you know how powerful she is?" Zhang Xian shook his head. Last year, when she fought with Su Tong, she had already reached heavenly pseudo-immortal. Whether she has taken another step forward since then, I'll leave that to your imagination, the inner disciple said as he pulled his stand away from Zhang Xian. "In any case, let me put some distance between us first. I don't want to be implicated when she finally comes over to massacre you. Sigh, it sure is getting hard to do business nowadays. Not only do I have to keep a low profile, I also have to guard against those seeking death. What a bother." Zhang Xian was rendered speechless. "It's fine, you don't have to move. I'll be leaving after getting myself an ethereal token." Zhang Xian packed up his stand and stood up. The main reason he had gone to the market was to get himself an ethereal token. Since he had enough money, he just had to get what he had gone for, and he would be ready to leave. "I want an ethereal token. Here's 20 sword pavilion coins," Zhang Xian said as he walked over to the opposite vendor and tossed the bag of money over. "That won't be enough. The price of the ethereal token has just gone up. You'll have to pay 25 sword pavilion coins now. The inner disciple in charge of the store threw the bag of money back at Zhang Xian. The price has just gone up? Didn't you say it only costs 20 sword pavilion coins earlier? Zhang Xian frowned. It was indeed just 20 earlier, but now that you have offended by Wanqing, you're pretty much certainly dead. What am I supposed to do if she learns that I've sold something to you and makes trouble for me? The additional 5 sword pavilion coins is just a mental assurance and emergency medical fee for me. It's only because I'm close to you that I hike the price up by just a few sword pavilion coins. If it was anyone else, I wouldn't have even sold it to him at all. The inner disciple said vehemently. You. Zhang Xian's face twitched. Was that supposed female dinosaur really that frightening? Unwilling to give up just like that, Zhang Xian walked over to the other stores selling ethereal tokens, but not a single vendor was willing to sell one to him. Clearly, news that he had offended that female dinosaur had already spread. In order to avoid getting implicated, no one was willing to do business with him anymore. Those fellows. Zhang Xian gnashed his teeth angrily. At that moment, he really wanted to do what Chao Qingli had suggested and simply rob them. After all the effort that he had gone through, it turned out that no one was willing to sell the ethereal token to him anymore. Forget it. Zhang Xian sighed deeply. He would just have to find other means to obtain an ethereal token. Just as he was about to leave, Chao Qingli suddenly walked up to him and said, "Young master, I have successfully acquired the ethereal token that you requested," following which, he passed 2 of them over. Looking at the jade tokens in Chao Qingli's hands, Zhang Xian widened his eyes in disbelief. After his half a day of effort, he did not even manage to obtain a single ethereal token. How in the world did this unreliable subordinate of his acquire 2 then? Didn't I tell you earlier? I saw a beautiful inner disciple. Chao Qingli laughed a little cheekily as he scratched his head. Just as he was about to explain the situation, Zhang Xian suddenly saw a gigantic woman of roughly 300 jin walking over. Darling, let's hurry. My bed is huge and spacious. Most importantly of all, it's extremely soft. 300 jin equals 150 kilograms. Yes, honey. I'll be right over. Chao Qingli nodded sweetly in response. He turned to Zhang Xian and said, "Young master, I'll be going over for a moment. I'll explain the details to you after I return." Then, he skipped out of the inner disciples' market excitedly with the lady on his arm. Zhang Xian clutched his forehead. He felt like he had opened his eyes that day. But regardless of how Chao Qingli had managed to do it, there was no doubt that he did have some capability. In just a few hours, not only did he acquire 2 ethereal tokens, he had even managed to get himself a reservation on that lady's bed. But if he thought more deeply into the issue, for selling his subordinate out for material possessions, did that not pretty much make him a pimp? Zhang Xian shuddered a little, as he quickly shook those thoughts out of his mind before leaving the market. The shrill call of a beast echoed in the sky above Elder Bai Ye's residence. Leaping down from above, Bai Wanqing quickly pushed the door open and rushed into the residence. "Young mistress." An old man walked up to greet Bai Wanqing. He was Elder Bai Ye's personal butler, Bai Feng. Bai Feng had grown up with Elder Bai Yi, and the 2 of them had entered the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion at the same time. Even though Bai Feng was not well known in the sect, those who were acquainted with him knew that he was far more than an ordinary old man. Seemingly aware that Bai Wanqing had been out to find some recovery herbs for Elder Bai Yi once again, Bai Feng sighed deeply before advising, "Young mistress, I understand your feelings, but the old master's injuries were left behind from his trip to the city of collapsed space. His wounds are infused with some kind of mysterious energy that tears him apart from within. The sect has already tried everything at its disposal, but it was to no avail. I really don't think that there's anything you can buy from the markets of the outer disciples and inner disciples that will be effective on the old master, young mistress." The city of collapsed space was one of the most elusive places on the Forsaken continent. There were untold treasures hidden in there, but great peril awaited those who dared step onto its soil. If it was just an ordinary injury, given by Ye's identity as the 3rd elder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, they would have been treated a long time ago. However, the peculiar nature of his injury complicated the matter. Everything that they had tried on him had been futile. Furthermore, His condition seemed to be worsening by the day, and most likely, he only had a few days ahead of him. It was precisely for this reason that Bai Ruanqing went out every single day for all kinds of mysterious pills and medicine, hoping for a miracle to happen. But in truth, all of it was for naught. Bai Ruanqing clenched her fists tightly as she said, "I know what you are saying is true, but..." How could she not know that her efforts were unlikely to reap any reward? But for her to sit idle and watch her only kin die just like that, her heart was not able to take it. Sigh. Knowing Bai Ruanqing's thoughts, Bai Feng sighed weakly and said, "So, what have you brought this time? Can you let me take a look at it?" "It's this." Bai Ruanqing passed the jade bottle that she had just bought over. Bai Feng took the jade bottle, uncorked it, and took a whiff. Soon, he shook his head and said, "Young mistress, this isn't medicine at all. I have lived for 150 years, and I have seen all kinds of medicine in my lifetime. However, this water has no spiritual energy at all. Could it be that you have been scammed?" For a medicine to be effective, it had to contain spiritual energy in order to nourish one's body. However, what was in the jade bottle seemed no different from clear water. There was no hint of spiritual energy. Could it be that the young mistress had been too excited and gotten scammed? An internal disciple sold it to me. He said that it's a divine medicine that can heal any wound and illness, Bai Ruanqing said with a lowered head. She did have her doubts when she purchased it, but her grandpa was already nearing his limits. She had to clutch onto every sliver of hope there was. Not to mention, the person who sold her the medicine had been extremely confident, which indicated something. After all, she was extremely famous in the sect, such that there was no inner disciple or core disciple who did not know of her. He should have known the cost of lying to her, and yet, he was still willing to make such a bold claim. He might really have something to substantiate his claims. A divine medicine that can heal any wound and illness? It doesn't have a shred of spiritual energy in it, and he still dared sell it to you. Bai Feng harumphed. That person sure is brazen. How much did it cost? 20 sword pavilion coins. Bai Ruanqing replied meekly. 20? Bai Feng was stunned for a moment before blowing his top. Young mistress, I am certain that you have been scammed. With 20 sword pavilion coins, you can buy 10 basic immortal pills. Yet, he actually charged such a price for this bottle of clear water. Which elder is that inner disciple under? I'll head over there right now to demand an explanation. Does that person think that he can take advantage of us just because Elder Bai is injured? Boom. Under his rage, immense energy poured out from his acupoints. The entire residence rattled unsteadily, seemingly on the verge of collapsing under his wrath. Elder Bai might have been injured and on the verge of death, but as long as he, Bai Feng, lived, he would not allow anyone to take advantage of the young mistress. That inner disciple was courting death. I was willing to buy it. He didn't scam me. Bai Ruanqing's face reddened. The other party did say that she had the choice to buy it if she wanted to, and he did not force her into making a decision. Those words did not quell Bai Feng's rage in the least. You were willing to buy it? Humph. He must have relied on some flowery words to dupe you. All right. Regardless of whether there is spiritual energy in it or not, since we have already bought it, let's give it to Grandpa and see if it works. Bai Ruanqing interjected before walking right into the main bedroom. Standing by the bedside, Bai Ruanqing looked at the withered face of an old man with a pained look. There was a gaping depression in his chest, and the flesh in that region had started rotting, emanating a pungent smell. The eyes of this elder were tightly shut. Even the earlier commotion was not enough to wake him up. Grandpa, you must get well, Bai Ruanqing muttered as she helped the elder up and poured the water in the jade bottle slowly into his mouth. After she was done, she waited for a moment, but the rotting flesh showed no signs on improving at all. Slowly, Bai Ruanqing's face darkened. There is no spiritual energy at all, so the medicine is bound to be fake. Young mistress, you mustn't listen to the words of these scammers in the future. Even the sect elders who specialize in medicine have tried treating the old master, but they were unable to do anything at all. Given so, how can medicine sold by mere disciples possibly be effective? Bai Feng sighed deeply at that moment. A feeble voice was heard. Cough, cough, cough. What did you just give me? Bai Ruanqing and Bai Feng's eyes slowly widened in shock before they hurriedly turned their gazes over. At some point in time, the unconscious elder Bai Yi had opened his eyes once more. He was still in a weak state, but he had finally regained consciousness after so long. Chapter 1954, Betting 1:1954 Betting 1. This medicine is effective? Bai Ruanqing's eyes reddened in agitation. She was more than aware of her grandfather's condition. If not for his superior cultivation, he would have already died. Even so, he was also coming to the end of his life. Most likely, he would breathe his last within the next 2 days. Thus, it was shocking to her that her grandfather would wake up and speak after drinking a bottle of clear water. Even the most advanced life continuation pill of their sect did not have such remarkable effects. Old Master, Bai Feng immediately rushed over to help Elder Bai Yi up. At the same time, he drove his Zhenqi into the other party's body to check his internal condition. A moment later, his eyes widened in shock as he remarked, Old Master's injuries actually recovered a little. While the recovery was not too apparent, it was a fact that the medicine did work. The destructive energy that was corroding Elder Bai Yi's organs, Zhenqi, and soul had actually been curbed. That destructive energy was a unique and unstoppable force of the city of collapsed space, and there was no known medicine in the world that could treat it. Who could have known that the bottle of clean water that the Bai Ruanqing had brought over would achieve the inconceivable? Young mistress, where did you buy that bottle of medicine from? Bai Feng asked anxiously. I bought it from the internal disciples' market. Bai Ruanqing quickly snapped out from her shocked state. You bought just one bottle? It was probably due to the insufficient quantity of medicine that Elder Bai Yi had only recovered a little. Nevertheless, it was obvious from the current situation that the clear water had the effect of curbing Elder Bai Yi's injuries. As long as they acquired a sufficient amount of it, it was possible for Elder Bai Yi to make a full recovery from the affliction that had all of the sect physicians stumped. I thought that it might be a scam as well, so I bought one just to try it out. Bai Ruanqing's face reddened. It's not a scam at all. It's a true divine medicine in every meaning of the term. Quick, lead me there. Bai Feng urged in agitation. We have to buy as much of it as there is. If we gather enough of it, the old master will surely make a recovery. Why yes, let's head over right now. Bai Feng's attitude made Bai Ruanqing realize that a miracle had really happened this time around. Thus, she quickly rushed out and leaped onto her aerial beast. That will be too slow. I'll take you over. But before the aerial beast could set off, Bai Feng's voice suddenly sounded in the air. Following which, Bai Ruanqing felt her body rising off the ground and dashing right toward the inner disciples' market at an astounding speed. It took only a few breaths for her to arrive at her destination. The first thing she did upon landing was rush to where she had bought the medicine, but it had already been emptied out. Widening her eyes in horror, she immediately turned to the adjacent vendor and anxiously asked, Where did the person who sold the jade bottles of medicine next to you earlier go? The vendor was horrified to see the female dinosaur returning so quickly, and she even had an elder who could fly with her. The vendor cowered a little before fearfully replying, He has already left. Do you know which lineage he is from, or which elder he is under? Bai Ruanqing pressed. I don't know. The vendor replied anxiously. He only arrived today, so we aren't familiar with him. Even if he sold fake medicine to you, it has nothing to do with me at all. That's right. We really don't know him at all. We knew that he'd offended you, so we didn't even sell him the stuff he wanted. I knew that he wasn't a good person. I'll make sure to teach him a lesson the next time he comes so that he dares not step into the inner disciples' market ever again. The other vendors immediately tried to distance themselves from the earlier young man. They had been keeping a close eye on Bai Ruanqing ever since she arrived at the inner disciples' market, so they had seen her buying that fake medicine from that young man earlier. Considering how Bai Ruanqing had returned so hurriedly, chances were that she had realized that she had been scammed and went back to teach that young man a lesson. In order to avoid being implicated, they had no choice but to distance themselves from the young man before putting him down in order to appease this female dinosaur. Seeing how indignantly everyone was speaking up against the young man, Bai Ruanqing was stunned for a moment. With a hint of bewilderment in her tone, she asked, "What are you talking about? Didn't he sell fake medicine to you?" The adjacent vendor asked. "His medicine is real. I came here to thank him, as well as to buy a few more bottles," Wanching replied. "His medicine is real?" The other vendors were all dumbstruck. Such a casual store putting up such an exaggerated claim was real? Wasn't he here to sell his goods? Why did he leave so quickly? Wanching asked. She sharply noticed an anomaly on the expressions of those around, so she added with a frown, "I want to hear nothing but the truth. I'm sure you understand the consequences of lying to me." The reason he came here to sell medicine was to buy an ethereal token. However, we thought that he had offended you, so we refused to sell it to him and urged him to leave. You urged him to leave? Wanching finally understood what was going on, and her complexion turned incredibly awful. "He's the benefactor of my grandfather, yet the lot of you dared push him around. Since that's the case, who?" Wanching's reputation as a female dinosaur was not just for show. As soon as she encountered something that she disagreed with, she made a move without any hesitation. And her blows were merciless. In just a few moments, all the vendors in the inner disciples' market were lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Placing her hands on her waist, she uttered in an icy cold voice, "Find him. Right now. If you can't find him before nighttime, I'll have another round of beatings waiting for you. Don't try to run. It's futile. Other than those who have left the sect or are dead, there has never been a person whom I have eyed that has gotten away from me." The crowd. The heck? How were they to know that the medicine sold in such a shady store would actually be authentic? Just what in the world did they do so wrong to deserve such treatment? Meanwhile, Zhang Xian had returned to his residence. He took out one of the ethereal tokens that he had obtained from Chao Qingli and dripped a droplet of blood on it, following which he immersed his consciousness into it. Having prior experience activating the ethereal token, his movements were much swifter than before. Unlike Starlight City's ethereal hall, there was no introduction from Kong Shi when he entered the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion's ethereal hall. He quickly checked on his physical condition and found that his cultivation was indeed at Ancient Sage 1 Dan. This felt quite relieving to him. He simply could not get used to having his cultivation suppressed at St. 1 Dan back in Starlight City's ethereal hall. There were so many maneuvers that he could not pull off due to the limitations on his strength and speed, so it had been quite frustrating for him. "I can't call myself World's Edge anymore," Zhang Xian thought. Back in Starlight City's ethereal hall, he had named himself World's Edge and fought with Hua Jianghe and the others. Currently, Elder Lu Yun and the others thought that Dan Xiaotian was World's Edge, so it would be incredibly dubious if this name appeared right now. If he dared pummel the sect leader and elders with this name, they would probably come knocking on his door the next moment. Since it's just a nickname in the ethereal hall, there's no need for me to put so much thought into it. Why don't I just go with a random one? Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before coming up with a nickname he was satisfied with. Let's go with, "I am low profile." To be honest, he regretted calling himself World's Edge. Whenever others called him with that nickname, he felt like his hair would fall off from the goosebumps rising all over his body. It was so cringy. On the other hand, "I am low profile" suited his disposition and humble personality well. After choosing a name, Zhang Xian proceeded ahead, and a large palace appeared before him. There was a huge plaque hanging on top that read Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, Ethereal Hall. Zhang Xian pushed the door open and walked in. The bustle that unfolded before him was amazing. Huge crowds walked on the streets. Nearly everyone had a sword on their back, and he could feel palpable sword intent lingering in the air. He walked up to a passerby and asked about some basic information. Just like the other ethereal halls, the fastest way to earn Sword Pavilion coins was to fight in the dueling ring. This setting worked perfectly fine with Zhang Xian. Thus, the first place that he headed to was the dueling ring. Ding 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 ding. At that moment, there were two young men fighting in the ring. As it was possible to alter one's appearance in the ethereal hall, it was impossible to tell the true identities of either of the two fighters. So, in order for the crowd to better distinguish among the two fighters were wearing garments of different colors, one green and one white. The swordsmanship of the green-clothed young man was forceful and sharp in nature, making it hard to face him head-on. On the other hand, the white-clothed young man was extremely nimble on his feet, and his swordsmanship was light and flexible. Despite the vast difference in their swordsmanship, they were fighting on equal grounds with one another. Not bad. After taking a brief look, Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. As expected of the inner disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, their swordsmanship was indeed on a higher level than Hua Jianghe and the others. They had already forged their own individual path with their swordsmanship, and every movement they made had its own deep conceptualization behind it. Despite their young age, they were already carrying the dispositions of grandmasters. Even the swordsmanship of Sword Saint Xing and the others from the master-teacher continent could not begin to compare to this. Brother, would you like to place a bet? While Zhang Xian was studying their movements, a hushed voice suddenly echoed by his ears. Turning his head over, he saw a gray-robed young man looking at him with a sneaky look on his face. Almost all the avatars in the ethereal hall had been put through beauty filters and Photoshop, so it was no exaggeration to say that everyone within this space was decent-looking. Nevertheless, this gray-robed young man had a suspicious gleam in his eyes that made him look incredibly dubious. How does it work? Zhang Xian asked. As one of the 6 sects, the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion maintained an upright and disciplined image before the world. Given so, it was unlikely that it would allow its disciples to engage in gambling, so there was no official betting service for the dueling ring. Most likely, this young man was working as an illegal broker for a private betting service in hopes of earning some extra money. Simple. The odds on the green-clothed young man are 1-to-1. 5. And the odds on the white-clothed young man are 1-to-1. 1. If you bet on a draw, the odds are 1-to-5, the gray-robed young man replied. Why is the payout for the white-clothed young man so low? Zhang Xian asked doubtfully. His chances of winning are higher. He has fought over 300 so far, and he has won over 200 of them. This means that his swordsmanship is formidable. The gray-robed young man replied, Would you like to try putting a bet? Sure. Zhang Xian took a look at the duo on the dueling ring before smiling. He raised 2 fingers and said, I'll bet 20 sword pavilion coins on the victory of the green-clothed young man. You're going to bet 20 sword pavilion coins? The gray-robed young man exclaimed in shock. He did not expect this unfamiliar young man to make such a huge bet all of a sudden. Just as Zhang Xian thought, the gray-robed young man was indeed an illegal broker. While the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion did not allow its disciples to gamble, its enforcement on its rules was not as strict. As long as the issue did not get out of hand, no one would bother about it. Usually, the bets that private betting services received would not be too big, ranging from 2 to 3 sword pavilion coins. This was the first time that the gray-robed young man had seen someone staking 20 sword pavilion coins in a single go. Zhang Xian nodded calmly in response to the gray-robed young man's doubt. I'll first warn you that there's no way to back out of the bet, all right? The gray-robed young man said as he glanced at the dueling ring. Currently, the white-clothed young man was clearly in an advantageous position. Under his relentless assault, the green-clothed young man was forced to retreat again and again. With a delighted chuckle, the gray-robed young man took out a card with 20, inscribed on it, and passed it over, saying, Pass your money to me first. At the end of the match, if you have won the bet, you can get your winnings with this card. Of course, if you lose, the card will become completely worthless. Zhang Xian nodded. He already had his ethereal card prepared, and he had deposited his 20 sword pavilion coins into it. With just a light tap, the 20 coins were transferred over to the gray-robed young man. Looking at the additional 20 sword pavilion coins in his card, the gray-robed young man smiled in delight before weaving out of the crowd to take a seat by the side. Soon, a young lady dressed in similar clothes walked over and asked him, How's it going? I just met a fool. He bet 20 sword pavilion coins on the green-clothed young man's victory. The gray-robed young man replied gleefully. 20? That fool. The young lady burst into laughter. There's no way the green-clothed young man can possibly win. Through our information network, We have found out that the white-clothed young man is Senior Mo He, whereas the green-clothed young man is Junior Hu Shao. The latter only joined the sect less than 2 years ago, so how could he be a match for Senior Mo He? Indeed, it's essentially 20 free sword pavilion coins, the gray-robed young man replied with a smirk. However, at that moment, just as the green-clothed young man was pushed to the edge of the dueling ring, he suddenly charged forward and released a powerful spurt of sword chi. Puha! The abrupt counterattack caught the white-clothed young man off guard, resulting in a fatal blow to his chest. With that, the green-clothed young man had won the duel. Chapter 1955 Betting 2:1955 Betting 2. The smiling duo suddenly went completely silent. How in the world did the green-clothed young man manage to achieve victory? Had he not been losing a moment ago? The green-clothed young man knew that his swordsmanship isn't on par with his opponent's, so he acted weak to numb the white-clothed young man while biding his time for an opportunity to strike. Indeed, the duels over here are life-and-death battles, not just simple swordsmanship sparring. Even a stronger opponent can easily be killed in a moment of carelessness. Such discussions could be heard all around. They were all disciples from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, and they viewed observing such duels to be a form of training as well. It was apparent to them that the green-clothed young man's swordsmanship was inferior to that of the white-clothed young man, but he was the one who had the last laugh. In a true battle, it was not the one who was more skilled in swordsmanship that would always be the winner. There were far more factors involved than that. That fellow sure got lucky. The gray-robed young man cursed beneath his breath. How in the world did that fool manage to win 10 sword pavilion coins from him so easily? It had to be beginner's luck. There could be no reason other than that. Hey, I would like to redeem my winnings. While the gray-robed young man was still cursing angrily, the fool from earlier walked up to him and passed the redemption card over. The gray-robed young man stared at the fool for a moment before reluctantly passing him 30 sword pavilion coins. Meanwhile, the green-clothed young man and white-clothed young man had stepped out of the dueling ring, and another pair of opponents took their positions. A glint flashed through the gray-robed young man's eyes as he asked, "Would you like to go again?" Luck might favor a person once or twice, but ultimately, what determined the final winner was the odds. That was also why the house was the one that always raked in money in casinos. Sure, Zhang Xian nodded. Barely a minute after arriving there, without even lifting a finger, he had already earned 10 sword pavilion coins. Since he had stumbled upon such a convenient way to earn money, there was no way he was going to stop with just 10 sword pavilion coins. Very well. This time, we shall each place a bet so that it'll be fairer. The gray-robed young man took a look at the dueling ring before remarking with a smile, "Let me see. I'll bet on the victory of the black-robed middle-aged man. Since that's the case, I'll put 30 sword pavilion coins on the victory of the white-robed young lady then." Zhang Xian unhesitatingly placed his entire wealth into the bet. "I'll match your 30 sword pavilion coins," the gray-robed man replied. On the inside, the gray-robed young man was already mocking Zhang Xian on what a fool he was. As a broker of the dueling ring, he had a huge information network that provided him with the identities of those who frequented in the ring. Of the two who had just stepped onto the stage, the black-robed middle-aged man was Senior Zhou, whereas the white-robed young lady was Senior Wang. The two of them had fought with one another on multiple occasions in the dueling ring, and more often than not, Senior Zhou would outdo Senior Wang and win the duel. Shortly after they decided on the bets, the duel began. Just as the gray-robed young man had predicted, Senior Zhou was on the offense from the get-go. Every single strike from him was precise and sharp, keeping immense pressure upon Senior Wang. As a result, the latter was forced to back away again and again. It felt as if she would have no chance to retaliate at all. The gray-robed young man glanced at Zhang Xian and scoffed in his mind. "Heh, just wait till you lose all of your money." It seemed like he would be able to win back the 10 sword pavilion coins that he had lost with this, and even make a huge profit. Back to the dueling ring. It eventually came to a point where the white-robed Senior Wang was back to the very edge of the dueling ring, and it felt like she was going to fall from it at any moment. However, with a sudden change in momentum, she pounced to the side like an agile leopard. This maneuver resulted in the black-robed senior, Zhou's attack to fall empty. This attack was exceptionally heavy as he had intended it to be the finishing blow to end the duel, but when it missed, it turned into a huge liability. Realizing that he was exposed, Senior Zhou immediately halted his advancement and attempted to leap back so as to create some space for him to regain his momentum. Unfortunately, before he could do so, a sword was already pressed against his neck. With this, the black-robed Senior Zhou had lost. "Pardon me, but I think I have won this bet too," Zhang Xian replied with a light chuckle. Having lost 2 rounds consecutively, the gray-robed young man's face twitched wildly. Despite his reluctance, he still passed 30 sword pavilion coins over to Zhang Xian. Duels were constantly happening in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion's ethereal hall. Barely after the previous one just ended, yet another pair of challengers had headed up. The gray-robed young man hesitated for a moment before looking at Zhang Xian once more. "Do you dare continue our bets?" The truth was that he had made quite a fortune from those bets, and this was the first time that he had lost so tragically. "Of course. It should be my turn to make the first pick now, right?" Zhang Xian asked with a smile. "Go ahead." The gray-robed young man nodded slightly. "I'll bet on the victory of that white-robed fellow up there. I'll put 60 sword pavilion coins into it," Zhang Xian said as he gestured to the dueling ring. The gray-robed young man shot a glance over at the dueling ring before nodding in agreement. "Very well, I'll bet on the black-robed guy then." This time, he only recognized one of the 2 fighters on the dueling ring. The black-robed guy, Senior Du. As for the white-robed person, he really had no idea at all. However, Senior Du's swordsmanship was known to be formidable in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. There were only 10 people among the inner disciples who were a match for him. Since he was unable to recognize the white-robed person, it was unlikely that he was one of the 10 people. Thus, Senior Du's victory was pretty much assured. The 2 sides began clashing with one another, and soon enough, the battle came to an end. Just as the other party had deduced, it was the white-robed person who won. Senior Du had actually lost. How can this be? Having lost 3 consecutive matches, the gray-robed young man was clearly starting to panic a little. He had earned a small fortune for himself over the years, but even so, he could not afford to lose so much money just like that. Zhang Xian took a momentary glance at the gray-robed young man's flustered face before asking with a smile, "Shall we continue?" The gray-robed young man looked at the dueling ring once more, and another 2 challengers had gotten onto the stage. However, unlike his previously relaxed mood, sweat was seeping down his back. He had lost 3 rounds so far. That was 100 sword pavilion coins. He wouldn't be able to stand losing any more money than that. But if he did not continue, he would lose all 100 sword pavilion coins. That was something he could not accept either. There was a momentary internal conflict in his mind before he eventually gritted his teeth and steeled his resolve. "Very well, I'll go with you once more. However, it should be my turn to choose first." Unbeknownst to the gray-robed young man, he had fallen prey to the same gambler's fallacy that he had exploited far too often. The more a person lost, the more desperate they were to recoup their losses. There was a tiny thought at the back of his head that said, since he had lost so much, it was about time for him to make a comeback. However, it was this also very thought that would eventually sink him into the depths of despair. "Be my guest." Zhang Xian gestured gentlemanly. The gray-robed young man pondered carefully for a moment before saying, "This time, I'll pick the white-robed youth." Similar to before, he only recognized one of the 2 fighters on stage, and that was the white-robed Junior Luo. Despite being aged, Junior Luo was a formidable genius. It had only been 2 years since he entered the sect, but he had already made a name for himself among the inner disciples. Even he would have to admit defeat before Junior Luo. If anyone had a better chance of winning, it would be indubitably Junior Luo. "Since you picked the white-robed youth, I guess I will." Zhang Xian looked at the 2 fighters meaningfully for a moment before asking, "Would it be fine if I bet on the battle coming to a draw?" "A draw?" The gray-robed young man was stunned. Battles in the ethereal hall were vastly different from those in the real world. In the real world, In order to avoid incurring severe injuries or even death, opponents possessing similar strength were more inclined to agree to a draw. On the other hand, there were no such worries in the ethereal hall. Thus, cultivators would usually fight to the very end, often concluding the match with the demise of one side. Only in extremely rare circumstances would there be a draw. Yet, this fellow actually wanted to bet on that unbelievably slim possibility? Was there something wrong with his head? Nevertheless, the gray-robed young man suppressed the blossoming smile on his face and asked with forced nonchalance, "Are you certain?" "I am. However, I am also aware of the fact that draws are extremely rare, so could I request my payout to be higher?" Zhang Xian asked. "You're right. The norm for the payout in matches with a draw is 5 times the bet." The gray-robed man replied, "Great. I'll bet 120 sword pavilion coins then," Zhang Xian said. Fearing that Zhang Xian would back out, the gray-robed young man quickly agreed to it. "Sounds fine by me." Betting on a draw was no different from delivering money right into his hands. Finally, he could recoup his losses. Right after they agreed on the bet, the duel on the stage began. From the very start, it was apparent that both fighters were formidable experts. Sword chi swiftly filled up the entire dueling ring, prepared to tear the flesh of the careless mercilessly. Exquisite sword maneuvers were displayed one after another, invoking roaring cheers from the crowd beneath. The white-robed junior Luo was indubitably powerful. His offense was vigorous, reminiscent of wild beast. However, the opponent whom he was facing was not weak either. Even though parrying Junior Luo's relentless offense had left him in a slightly unkempt state, he remained completely unharmed even after some time had passed. Just like that, they traded over 300 blows, but there was still no victor to be seen. "Junior Luo, you can do it." As the fight dragged out longer and longer, the gray-robed young man started to panic. Perspiration trickled profusely down his back. Such a long duel was extremely rare, perhaps occurring at most once a month. Who could have known that he would be so fortunate as to bump into one of them at this critical juncture? The two fighters continued clashing for over 100 blows, but neither party was able to hold a decisive advantage. If anything, it seemed like they were just grinding each other's energy down. Eventually, the white-robed junior Luo leaped back and said, "Friend, I acknowledge that your swordsmanship is indeed extraordinary, and you have won my admiration. However, I don't think that there's much point in us continuing like this. Even if one of us emerges victorious, it will just be a miserable win. Why don't we settle it with a draw for the time being and spar together another day?" The other party nodded in agreement. "My thoughts exactly." The gray-robed young man felt as if the world around him had gone dark, and he nearly passed out right there and then. He had actually managed to stumble upon such a rare draw, and it was while he was betting against another person. "Oh my, it seems like I have won again." Zhang Xian glanced at the gray-robed young man with a surprised smile. Of course, the reason he could win was not just because of his eye of discernment. More importantly, he had the library of Heaven's Path on his side. Through it, he was able to peek into the sword arts, state of mind, and battle techniques each of them had practiced. Given that everyone was of equal cultivation, the differences in mental resilience and battle techniques made a massive difference on everyone's fighting prowess. It was with the availability of such information that he had been able to accurately determine the winner for the past few rounds and win the bets. "I placed my bet on a draw, and as you said before, the compensation of such a bet is 5 times what was in," Zhang Xian said. "Thus, you have to pay me a total of 600 sword pavilion coins." 600 sword pavilion coins? Hearing those words, the gray-robed young man's body stiffened in horror. That fellow had to be a hacker. Otherwise, how could he possibly have predicted the outcome of every duel correctly? He had always been the one earning as a broker, but who could have known that he would squander nearly all of his money within 10 minutes? This was driving him crazy. It had been 10 years since he became an inner disciple, and he had been accruing his money by going through all kinds of missions and working as a broker. Despite that, his savings did not even reach 1,000, and before he knew it, he was already going to lose nearly all of it. The gray-robed young man's face turned livid as he spat through clenched jaws. "I don't have that many sword pavilion coins." You don't have the money to pay up? It was a fair bet, but you intend to shirk off your payment? Zhang Xian asked as the smile on his face gradually grew a little eerie. Yeah, that's right. I'm not going to pay you the 600 sword pavilion coins. So, what can you do about it? The gray-robed young man scoffed coldly. Do you even know who I am and where you can find me? As gambling was prohibited in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, he made sure to switch to another ethereal token when he worked as a broker. Other than a few others who worked alongside him to manage the entire business, practically no one knew of this persona of his. Heh. Zhang Xian shook his head, as if mocking the gray-robed young man's naivety. Without any hesitation, he sent a kick right at the gray-robed young man. Taken aback, the gray-robed young man hurriedly flitted to the side to dodge the attack. A hint of contempt flashed across his eyes as he said, "You are going to make a move on me now? Have you forgotten that we are in the ethereal hall? Even if you kill me, all I'll lose is an ethereal token. No matter what you do in here, it won't make a difference to me at all." Is that so? Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back and looked at the gray-robed young man. I guess I should pay a visit to Elder Han of White Cloud Peak and inform him that an inner disciple under his jurisdiction has set up an illegal gambling den in the ethereal hall. Say, this is quite a major affair, isn't it? Don't you think that he'll immediately investigate the matter and nab those brazen fools who dare flout the sect rules? I wonder what he'll do to those brazen fools. Well, if you ask me, I reckon that there's a good chance that Elder Han will drive those brazen fools out of the sect. What is your opinion on the matter, Senior Zhu Yinji? You. The gray-robed young man, Zhu Yinji, tottered backward fearfully, as if he had seen a devil. Before he knew it, his entire back was already dripping wet. How in the world do you know who I am? Chapter 1956 We'll Fight You. 1956 We'll Fight You. There were many different lineages in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, and each of them was under the jurisdiction of a certain elder. The gray-robed young man was an inner disciple under Elder Han of White Cloud Peak, and his name was Zhu Yinji. Knowing the dangers of working as an illegal broker, Zhu Yinji had taken a lot of precautions, altering his appearance, changing his voice, and even suppressing his habits. Under normal circumstances, no one should have been able to tell who he was. Yet, the young man before him was actually able to call out his name so clearly. How could he possibly not be shocked? I don't just know who you are, I also know that you have 973 Sword Pavilion coins with you. Even if you lose 600 of them, you still have plenty left. It isn't nice of you to lie to me like that. Don't you know that sincerity is of utmost importance in a trade? Zhang Xian said calmly. Zhu Yinji felt like his body had been plunged into ice water. He instinctively took a step back. There were only a few people who were working as illegal brokers in the ethereal hall, so if one investigated the issue, it was not entirely impossible to root him out. However, his personal wealth was a secret that only he knew about. Not even his closest friends were aware of it. How could this fellow possibly know about this? Who in the hell are you? Why are you investigating me? Zhu Yinji asked warily with clenched fists. If the other party did not know who he was, he could have just left the ethereal hall and ended things there. The other party would not have been able to find him anyway, but with his identity revealed, escaping was no longer of any use to him. I am low profile. As for the matter of me investigating you, I must say that you are thinking too much into it. As long as you pay me my dues, I couldn't care less who you really are. Zhang Xian replied. I am low profile? Hearing such a name, Zhu Yinji felt a little lightheaded. While cultivators were free to use any nickname in the ethereal hall, more often than not, they would choose a profound phrase with some deep significance or an anagram or their name. Yet, this fellow's nickname was really low profile your head. You arrived not too long ago, but within 10 minutes, you have already won 700 Sword Pavilion coins from me. Do you have some misunderstanding about what the term low profile means? Can you not insult these two words? Zhu Yinji hesitated for a moment. He was reluctant to do this, but he knew he had no choice. Thus, he lifted his head, looked at the other party, and said, Fine, I'm willing to accept my defeat. However, As long as I pay you what I owe you, can I trust you not to reveal my secrets to others? He knew that even if he killed the other party right there, it would not make a difference at all. The other party would lose an ethereal token, but his lips would still be free to blabber about his affairs. He was in an extremely disadvantageous position, but all he could do was attempt to make peace for the time being and pray that the other party would have mercy on him. Of course. Zhang Xian nodded. He could not care less whether the other party was an illegal broker or not. It was not as if he was the sect leader or an elder. All he wanted was to maintain a low profile and rake in some money. I'll trust you then, Zhu Yinji said in uncertainty as he tapped his ethereal card lightly. The next instant, Zhang Xian saw an additional 600 sword pavilion coins appearing on his card. Nodding in satisfaction, he said, "If you still wish to bet against me, feel free to look for me anytime you want. Of course, you are free to bring any friends who are interested in it too. I'd be more than happy to go along with them too." It's fine. Gambling is not good. I have decided to turn over a new leaf." With a livid expression, Zhu Yinji turned around and fled in a fluster. He did not dare remain there even a second longer. He feared that when his rage flared up, he would foolishly accept the other party's offer and continue gambling. He could not afford to lose what little money he had left. While Zhu Yinji was walking away, the gray-robed young lady from earlier noticed him and quickly jogged over. With an envious smile on her face, she asked, "How was it? How much did you win from that fool?" Fool. That word reminded Zhu Yinji of what he had said before, and he nearly burst into tears. I am the one who lost money. It was just 10 minutes ago that he had thought that he had found a sucker whom he could exploit, but if anything, it felt like he was the one who was the sucker now. You lost? The gray-robed young lady was stunned. Zhu Yinji nodded in a daze for a moment before indignantly sharing his story with the gray-robed young lady. By the end of the story, the gray-robed young lady's eyes were already on the verge of falling to the ground. You mentioned that this fellow didn't just predict the outcomes of the battle with complete precision. He even knew about your background? That's right. It seems like he does have some cards up his sleeves. He must be here to sabotage our operations. Humph. Does he think that he can take off with the money just like that? He's underestimating us. Yinji, do you want to earn back your money? The gray-robed young lady asked with a glint in her eyes. Of course. But how can I get back my money from him? Zhu Yinji sighed helplessly. Simple. We'll continue betting against him. The gray-robed young lady replied with a smile. Bet? Zhu Yinji was rendered speechless. That fellow was able to predict even a draw. How can we possibly win against someone like that? Have you gone dumb? The reason he knew about the situation in the dueling ring must be because he has some inside info. There's even a chance that they are collaborating with one another to cheat you. The gray-robed young lady replied. This. Zhu Yinji fell into deep thought. Indeed, a person who could win again and again in a gamble could only be a cheater. He had been so engrossed with his lost money that he had neglected this fact earlier. However, now that the other party had pointed it out directly, it was indeed suspicious how the other party was able to predict even a draw. He instantaneously realized that he had just been cheated. Somehow, that fellow must have convinced those on the stage to go along with his ploys. Otherwise, how could such coincidences happen again and again? What do you think we should do then? This realization erased the fear in Zhu Yinji's heart, replacing it with rage. He never would have dreamed that someone would attempt to cheat him like that. It seemed like he had been too nice for too long. He might be able to control the outcome on the dueling ring, but he's unable to control you and me. We can challenge him to a battle and set the conditions of the duel to him, spitting out all the money and sealing his mouth regarding everything else. That should do the job. You might have lost a lot, but as long as you can win this one round, you'll be able to get everything back, the gray-robed young lady replied. Will he accept such a duel? Besides, I don't know how powerful he truly is. Will we definitely be able to defeat him? Zhu Yinji was a little hesitant. Of course, it would be for the best if he won, but if he lost again, he would really have nothing left. Rest assured, this is a gamble he'll definitely take. I don't know his identity, but since he dared collude with those that came earlier, I have my own ways of rooting him out. We can use his true identity to threaten him into agreeing to the duel. As for whether we'll be able to defeat him or not, that's even less of a worry. It'd be best if we can win the duel, but taking a step back, even if we lose the battle, things will still play out well for us. Our swordsmanship might not be the best among the inner disciples, but it's still not too bad. As long as we go all out from the start, we should be able to force him to use his ultimate technique even if we are unable to defeat him. As long as he reveals his trump card, won't it be easy for us to figure out who he is? Then, we will have plenty of ways to make him cough up your money. Zhu Yanji's eyes lit up in excitement. Indeed, as long as they could get the other party to duel with them, with their fighting prowess, there was no inner disciple who would be able to defeat them while holding back their true strength. Once the other party revealed his ace, it would be easy for them to figure out who he was. It was true that they had gambled, but the other party had participated in it as well. Furthermore, he had even tried to rig the duels, which was a far greater crime. In the worst-case scenario, the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion might even strip him of his cultivation in order to send out a stern warning to the others. After all, such actions violated the very sanctity of the sect. Even if he coerced the other party to spit out his every last sword pavilion coin, the other party would not dare utter a word of complaint. It's settled then. Zhu Yanji ran through the matter in his mind once more and confirmed that there was no issue with it. Thus, together with the gray-robed young lady, he excitedly walked up to Zhang Xian once more and said, "Friend, I would like to propose another bet with you." Another bet? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. He was a little surprised to see this fellow coming over to propose a bet after the major losses that he had suffered. As expected of an inner disciple from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, they sure rebounded quickly. Simple. We will each have a battle with you. As long as you are able to defeat the two of us, we'll admit defeat. On the other hand, if we win, I hope that you can return everything that I've lost and promise to seal your lips regarding my identity. Of course, since this bet is disadvantageous to you, we'll allow you stake as much money as you like into this." Zhu Yanji said. To put himself in a safer position, he eventually decided to include the two of them in the bet. He needed greater assurance in order to make this bet. There were quite a few inner disciples who were able to defeat them in a one-to-one, but there was definitely no one who would be able to defeat the two of them consecutively. In other words, as long as the other party agreed to the bet, there was no way they could lose. You want to have a battle with me? As long as I can beat the two of you, you will accept any stakes that I put on the table? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up in excitement. He nearly burst out laughing on the spot. This really reminded him of the saying, delivering a pillow while one is on the verge of napping. He had just been thinking about how he could earn more money when they delivered such a godsend opportunity into his hands. It seemed like there were still a lot of Samaritans in the world. That's right. If you don't agree to it, regarding that bet we had earlier, I know that. Fearing that Zhang Xian would turn him down, Zhu Yanji was just about to add in a threat when he saw the young man nodding vehemently in response. I'll agree to your bet. I'll stake all 720 sword pavilion coins on the duel. If you lose, you just have to pay me the same amount of money. Zhu Yanji and the gray-robed young lady did not think that the other party would agree to their terms so readily. It felt like all the words that they had prepared to force the other party to oblige to their terms had been wasted. For a moment, they doubted their decision. The other party was simply a little too enthusiastic, such that they could not help doubting their decision. However, they reassured themselves with the fact that there was no one among the inner disciples who could defeat them consecutively. Thus, Zhu Yanji heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Come, let's register for the dueling ring." Of course, as they were in the ethereal hall, they registered with their nicknames. Zhu Yanji's nickname was Zhao Zhao. The gray-robed young lady's nickname was Onset of Twilight. Of course, neither of those were their real names. As most duels usually concluded quickly, it did not take long before it was their turn. Next round, Zhao Zhao versus I Am Low Profile. The announcer declared. Zhao Zhao might be a weird name, but it's at least within acceptable bounds. What the heck is I Am Low Profile? I swear that I have never heard a worse name than that in my life. Low profile. You know, I really want to see how low that person can get. There was some chatter among the crowd when the names of the two fighters were announced. It was the norm to choose a grand-sounding name that were profound and awe-inspiring. So a name like I Am Low Profile was truly unorthodox. Some were even wondering if he was an eccentric madman. Begin. In the dueling ring, Zhu Yinji glared at Zhang Xian coldly as he flicked his sword forth. Wielding his sword as a rapier, he launched 8 swift consecutive stabs, sealing off Zhang Xian's movements. This was his ultimate technique, Sword of Forlorn Sentiments. If one cultivated this sword art to the very peak, one would be able to deal 9 pierces simultaneously, and there was a total of 81 transformations to the move. As long as he could reach that level, there would be no one in the inner disciples who was a match for him. While he was still slightly lacking at the moment, his 8 pierces and 64 transformations were still more than enough for him to defeat most inner disciples. This was especially so in the ethereal hall. With everyone at Ancient Sage One Dan, there was hardly anyone who could oppose him. Zhu Yinji had no idea how powerful the other party was, and a huge bet was at stake. Thus, he did not dare lower his guard. As such, he chose to use his most powerful move right from the start. In face of Zhu Yinji's rapid pierces, Zhang Xian nodded slightly in approval. It was no wonder the other party dared make such a huge bet with him. It turned out that he did have some skill. But that being said, using a technique of such caliber to deal with him, he could only say that this was far from sufficient to pose a threat to him. Instead of dodging, Zhang Xian chose to take a step forward. Despite the furious onslaught of pierces hurtling in his direction, there was not a single one of them that landed on Zhang Xian. It almost looked as if Zhu Yinji had intentionally controlled his sword not to hit Zhang Xian. He found the opening where the 9th sword lies? How can this be? Just who is that fellow? Zhu Yinji could hardly believe his eyes. Chapter 1957, Please Call Me Gao Jin, Sword of Forlorn Sentiments was one of the top sword arts among the inner disciples. If one was able to execute all 9 swords at once, this technique would definitely rank in the top 3. While Zhu Yinji had only cultivated it up to 8 swords, it was still a force to behold. Yet, it was as if the other party knew the ins and outs of the technique. As soon as the other party made a move, he dashed right into the opening created by his inability to execute the 9th sword. As powerful as the Sword of Forlorn Sentiments was, it had a major flaw. Until one mastered it up to the 9 swords, it could only be considered an incomplete sword art. The other party exploited this incompletion and dashed right into this blind spot, rendering him unable to hurt the other party even if he wanted to. Even the strongest sword practitioner among the inner disciples was incapable of such a feat. Anxious, Zhu Yinji attempted to redirect his sword to launch another sword art. But the young man suddenly raised the sword in his hand and pointed it toward his glabella. This simple movement deciphered his Sword of Forlorn Sentiments and all its transformations. All his moves were sealed, and there was nothing that he could do in this situation. If the other party really pushed through with this strike, there was a good chance that he would lose his life right there. Zhu Yinji felt his body turning ice-cold with horror. He had thought that he would at least be able to force the other party to reveal his true identity through his ultimate technique, but who could have known that he would be defeated right after the match just started? Against such overwhelming prowess, would the two of them really be able to uncover the other party's identity? And if they were unable to do so, goodbye 720 Sword Pavilion coins. Filled with regret, Zhu Yinji was just thinking that he should not have listened to the words of others and continued gambling when the sword that was directed toward his glabella suddenly halted. Perplexed, Zhu Yinji looked over and saw a conflicted look on I Am Low Profile's face. He had no idea why I Am Low Profile would suddenly lose his focus in the midst of the battle, but he knew that there was no better chance than this for him to make his escape and regather himself. Thus, he swiftly took a step back to avoid that killing blow before gathering momentum to execute yet another ultimate technique. The Sword of Forlorn Sentiments was his trump card, but since it had been deciphered, there was no way it would pose a threat to his opponent anymore. This time around, the move that he executed lacked the might that Sword of Forlorn Sentiments possessed, but it had the advantage in terms of speed. Berserk Gale Swift Sword. Every move that he executed was faster than the previous. By the 10th strike, his movements were already reminiscent of a raging hurricane, tearing everything down with unstoppable speed. In truth, this was a technique that was only suited for ancient sage 4-dan experts. Executing it with the zhenqi and body of an ancient sage 1-dan cultivator was truly pushing it a little, but given the dire situation, Zhu Yinji had still chosen to use it. Woo! The sword tore forth amid roaring wind, creating innumerable sword afterimages in the air. Zhu Yinji thought that the other party would fall into a fluster before his unstoppable barrage of attacks, but contrary to his expectations, the other party simply took another step forward and hacked down with his sword. With yet another simple movement, the other party struck the core weakness of the Berserk Gale Swift sword. If the strike had landed, he would have been chopped into two and die on the spot. In other words, barely after he had executed his second move, he was yet again on the verge of death. Zhu Yinji was going insane. Just when he was about to give up and resign himself to his fate, I Am Low Profile suddenly halted with a conflicted expression once more. Zhu Yinji made use of this opportunity to roll to the side, thus surviving this calamity. Unwilling to give up just like that, he executed yet another ultimate technique right after. Having lived in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion for so many years, he had grasped plenty of formidable sword arts, and every single one of them boasted immense might. But once again, barely after he had begun moving, the other party deciphered his sword art and aimed an attack at his core weakness. He would have died if it landed, but the other party simply would not push through with the attack. Just like that, Zhu Yinji went through 7 movement techniques and 12 sword arts, but the result did not change at all. He was really on the brink of going ballistic. That was not just the case for him. The crowd beneath also stared at one another with flabbergasted looks on their faces. He could have won in a single blow. Why does he stop every single time just as he's about to win? I have no idea what he's doing at all. Does he not want to win? Initially, I thought that he was afraid of Zhao Zhao's counterattack, so he was playing it a little safe, but that's clearly not the case at all. Zhao Zhao is obviously outmatched, so I think we can all agree that I Am Low Profile is doing it intentionally. Could it be that he's teaching Zhao Zhao a lesson? Everyone was rather mystified by the happenings. As skilled sword practitioners, they could tell that I Am Low Profile could have won the battle, but he chose to stop at the crucial juncture each and every time. It was as if he had brought everything up to the peak. Just a bit more, and it would have been the climax. Yet, of all times, he chose to take a rest then. If it was just once, they could still have attributed it to his weak stamina, but if it happened each and every time, even the densest person in the room could tell that it was on purpose. After failing yet another strike, Zhu Yinji finally came to the limits of his patience and roared, "Just what are you doing?" He had fought plenty of battles in the dueling ring, and this was the first time that he had desired to just be killed so that everything could come to an end. Seeing that Zhu Yinji had halted his attacks, Zhang Xian lowered his sword arm and replied, "What am I doing? Aren't I sparring with you?" "Sparring? You had so many chances to kill me, so why did you stop?" Zhu Yinji bellowed furiously. Since everyone there was able to tell, there was nothing for him to hide anymore. "Ah, was it that obvious to you?" Zhang Xian scratched his head awkwardly. "If you've read my name, you should know that I am not a person who likes to attract attention to myself. If I killed you in a single strike, wouldn't that be going against what I stand for? I don't really want to cause a huge commotion." "You don't want to cause a huge commotion?" That ridiculous excuse nearly made Zhu Yinji's heart stop from sheer rage. "Is that what you meant by low profile?" "Low profile, my ass. You exploited every single one of my flaws, only to let me go, as if a predator toying with his prey. This isn't keeping up but intentional bragging. Aren't you just trying to tell everyone how advanced your swordsmanship is? And what? You don't want to cause a commotion? Look around you and touch your heart. Is that really what you believe in?" Every single one of those faces below looks as if someone has stuffed an egg into their mouth. "You would have been much more low profile if you had killed me with a single blow." "I admit defeat." Overwhelmed with frustration, Zhu Yinji shouted before turning around and leaving the dueling ring. It was not that he did not want his money anymore, but any amount of money he had would be meaningless if he died of depression right now. Honestly, while he was on the stage, He had really contemplated whether he should have just killed himself so that it would all end. Sigh, I seem to be terribly misunderstood here. If he knew how distressing it is when everyone's attention is on you, he would have surely sympathized with me. Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly. Other than that, he also felt bad taking so much money from Zhu Yinji. Since the other party had put up so much money, would it not be rude of him to end the battle so quickly? This was a win-win situation. While he was able to earn his money, Zhu Yinji was also able to practice his techniques and have his pride spared. After Zhao Zhao admitted defeat, the gray-robed young lady, onset of twilight, stepped into the dueling ring. I have to admit, you are a powerful opponent. Onset of twilight looked at Zhang Xian warily with narrowed eyes. Their original plan had been to wear the other party down and force him to execute his strongest move. From there, they would have been able to deduce the other party's real identity. It was clear that their plans were in shambles. They had never thought that Zhu Yinji would lose without being able to inflict the slightest damage on the other party. Given so, all the pressure was now on her. I have a request, Onset of Twilight said. I hope that you won't hold back against me. I want you to use your strongest move to defeat me. You want me to use my strongest move? This request left Zhang Xian slightly hesitant. That's right. Onset of Twilight nodded. As long as the other party used his strongest move, even if she lost, she would still be able to deduce his identity at the very least. Very well then. Seeing the other party's earnest eyes, Zhang Xian eventually gave his word. Begin. Onset of Twilight took a deep breath and drove her Zhenqi. Lifting her arm, she was just about to get into stance when a blur flashed across her eyes. Before she knew it, a sword was already pressed against her neck. The sharp glint reflecting off it blinded her eyes. It felt like she would be killed on the spot if she dared make a single move. Onset of Twilight was stupefied. She could not even react to what had just happened. The heck? Bro, when did you get here? I haven't even seen your move yet. So why do I have a sword pressed against my neck? Onset of Twilight had thought that she could finally figure out the other party's identity, but even as the other party's sword was on her neck, she did not manage to see his movements, let alone deduce the sword art that he had used. Do you have to be so fast? You have lost, Zhang Xian remarked calmly. He had thought of dragging the fight a little longer to make it more worth their money. However, since this young lady had made such a request, he would just have to accommodate her. After all, this was what good service was about. At this moment, Onset of Twilight was in complete panic. With a sword against her neck, she could not even deny her loss. It was already over. In 2 rounds, they did not even manage to come close to putting the other party in danger, let alone see through his sword art. But it was not all for naught. They were not able to confirm the other party's true identity, but they were able to narrow down the scope of candidates. Among the inner disciples, there were no more than 5 people who wielded such abilities. However, those 5, due to their superior fighting prowess and talents, were highly regarded by the sect. They did not lack resources, and there were far easier ways for them to earn Sword Pavilion coins. They would not stoop down to the level of gambling just to earn some spare change. After all, why would they allow something like that to besmirch their name when there was such a great future ahead of them? On the other hand, the person whom they had faced was like a slave to money. They had little doubt that if they threw Sword Pavilion coins into the water, the other party would dive right in to get them. This did not tally at all. The more they thought about it, the more confused they became. After leaving the dueling ring, Zhang Xian walked up to them and demanded with outstretched hands, "You have lost 720 Sword Pavilion coins." He had learned both of their real identities through the duel, so he was not afraid of them shirking payment. "Here you go." Seeing that their ploy had failed, Zhu Yinji and Onset of Twilight were despondent. However, they knew that they had met with a real expert. So, they could only pool their money together and repay the debt. "Thank you for your patronage. Feel free to find me if you ever want to bet again," Zhang Xian replied gleefully. Words could not begin to describe how thankful he was to his 2 gods of fortune. In just 20 minutes since entering the ethereal hall, he had already earned 1,400 Sword Pavilion coins. Seeing the other party's sincere eyes, Zhu Yinji and Onset of Twilight felt a pain in their hearts. Why does it seem like we are good people who are here to deliver money into your hands? No, we are here to get all your money. They could not help but feel like they had become fools. But thinking about it, they were indeed fools for giving away all their wealth in a brief 20 minutes. Can you tell me your real name? Seeing that I am low profile was going to leave, Zhu Yinji could not help but give it one shot. You want to know my real name? Zhang Xian met their expectant eyes for a moment before releasing the clip, holding his hair and combing it backward. Placing his hand behind, he showed those two his imposing back profile. Please call me Gao Jin. Without bothering to look at the two dumbfounded individuals behind him, Zhang Xian walked away before retracting his consciousness from the ethereal hall. The reason he had entered the ethereal hall was to earn some money to use, and now that he had a huge fortune of 1,440 sword pavilion coins with him, it should be enough to last him quite a while. There was no need for him to idle around anymore. Gao Jin, is there an inner disciple called Gao Jin? Quick, go and check it. Perplexed, the two swiftly whipped out their information books and looked through the list of inner disciples that they had compiled. A few moments later, they looked as if an inferno was going to erupt from their eyes. That fellow had scammed them. That be asterisk starred. I shall make him spit out whatever he has taken from us, or else I shan't be Zhu Yinji. The more he thought about it, the angrier Zhu Yinji became. But given how powerful he is, what can we do about him? Onset of Twilight was infuriated as well, but the sliver of rationality in her told her that there was not much they could do to I am low profile. Simple. He might be formidable, but there's no way he can match up to the top experts of the inner disciples. Since that's the case, we'll just pay a visit to them and tell them that a remarkable sword practitioner has appeared in the ethereal hall and goad them into making a move. Meanwhile, we'll make another bet with him on that. Zhu Yinji said as a glint flashed across his eyes. You're right. We can do that too. Onset of Twilight's eyes lit up in excitement. It's settled then. As powerful as I am low profile might seem, there was no way he could compete with those monsters who ranked at the top among the inner disciples. Since that was the case, they could engage their help to teach him a lesson. After returning to his room, Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before walking out. It had been some time since his cultivation had reached the Dimension Shatterer realm, so it was about time for him to push to higher realm. However, in order to do so, he would require a sufficient number of cultivation techniques. It was too pricey to buy from the ethereal hall, so he could only hope to pay a visit to the Compendium of Sword Wisdom to take a look. After all, it was for this reason that he had encouraged Dan Xiaotian to become an inner disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. So, he walked out of his room, and just as he was about to leave the residence, the doors suddenly creaked open. Elder Lu Yun walked in with an excited look on his face. At this moment, Elder Lu Yun's aura had become a little unfathomable, as if a veil of clouds were shrouding his true prowess. Astonishingly, he had achieved a breakthrough to become a true immortal. Chapter 1958, Third Young Master Swordsmanship, 1958, Third Young Master Swordsmanship, congratulations, Elder Lu. Hearing someone entering the residence, Dan Xiaotian walked out as well. He quickly noticed that something was different about Elder Lu, so he clasped his fist and offered his congratulations. Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to your blessing. Elder Lu Yun chuckled. Right, I have just returned from the Elder Council, and here is the token that represents your identity. With this, as long as you have sufficient Sword Pavilion coins, you'll be able to access the library and other facilities. It's also a necessity if you wish to undergo any of the trial and earn some rewards. As for this storage ring over here, it's my personal gift to you. The gifts from the sect for becoming an inner disciple are within it. There are 5 basic immortal pills, a bottle of recovery medicine, and a bottle of Zhenqi pills. Taking the token and storage ring from Elder Lu, Dan Xiaotian's eyes lit up, and he quickly said his thanks. Seeing that there were so many benefits to becoming an inner disciple, Zhang Xian's eyebrows twitched a little. Of course, he knew that those benefits did not come for free. Accepting those gifts meant shouldering the responsibilities that came with them. There was no such thing a free lunch in the world. He could earn money quickly in the ethereal hall anyway, so it was not as if he was particularly envious of Dan Xiaotian or anything. This is the sect's cultivation technique and the Ascendant Cloud Sword formula. You can try practicing them yourself first. If you have any doubts, feel free to come to me. Elder Lu Yun said as he passed another 2 books over. The cultivation technique of our Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion is called the Art of Ascendant Clouds. It's well known for its might even across the entire continent. Our swordsmanship is, of course, #1 in the world. However, just because the cultivation technique and sword art are formidable doesn't mean that you'll reach the top just by practicing them. What's more important is for you to study diligently and comprehend the essences of those 2 techniques. Dan Xiaotian nodded in response. A strong cultivation technique and sword art were not enough to guarantee that one would become an expert. It was what came after that truly mattered. Of course, the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion doesn't enforce its disciples to strictly follow its regiment. If you have a cultivation technique or sword art that is more suited to you, feel free to cultivate them too. As long as you are able to clear the annual examination, the sect will not restrict your freedom. Elder Lu Yun said. That sword toss technique was something that even Hua Jianghe was unable to withstand. In fact, Elder Lu had tried simulating the situation in his mind as well, but even he was not completely confident that he would be able to catch it. It was clear that Dan Xiaotian had his own secrets. However, the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion would never force out the secrets of its disciples. As long as they were able to clear the examinations and did not flout sect rules, the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion was not too picky about what their disciples cultivated. After all, there was no such thing as a one-size-fits-all when it came to cultivation techniques. After chatting a little more about the sect rules, Elder Lu Yun finally turned around and left. He had just achieved a breakthrough to the true immortal realm, so he would have to spend some time reinforcing his cultivation. Teacher. After Elder Lu Yun left, Dan Xiaotian passed the Art of Ascendant Clouds and Ascendant Cloud Sword formula over to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian tapped his finger on them and collected them into the Library of Heaven's Path, following which, he swiftly flipped through them. Fearing that there would be a deviation in Dan Xiaotian's cultivation, Elder Lu Yun had only given him the Ancient Sage 1 Dan manual. It was top-notch in comparison to the cultivation techniques of the Master Teacher continent, but it was still terribly flawed in comparison to the Heaven's Path divine art. In Zhang Xian's view, something of this caliber was not worth cultivating at all. As for the Ascendant Cloud Sword formula, it was indeed a decent move, but it was nothing compared to what he had comprehended thus far. For your cultivation technique, you should just practice what I have imparted to you. There's no need to make any alterations. As for sword arts, continue practicing the sword toss. Once you master what you have, I'll impart the next level to you. Zhang Xian said. Yes, teacher. Dan Xiaotian nodded obediently. There was no one in the world whom he respected more than his teacher. Naturally, he was more than willing to do whatever his teacher told him. Just as Zhang Xian was about to leave the residence, Dan Xiaotian suddenly asked, Right? Teacher, what is the name of the sword toss technique that you taught me? His teacher had taught him the technique, but the name remained a mystery to him. Surely, he could not keep referring to this technique as sword toss, could he? This question made Zhang Xian frown. To be honest, he had created this technique on the spur of the moment, so he did not put much thought into naming it. Thus, he did not have an answer to Dan Xiaotian's question. He pondered for a moment before replying. Since you are the 3rd young master of the Dan clan, let's just call this move 3rd young master swordsmanship. 3rd young master swordsmanship? That won't do. This doesn't seem too appropriate, Dan Xiaotian replied with twitching eyebrows. That was way too perfunctory. Who in the world would name their self-created swordsmanship in such a manner? Not to mention, this technique was created by his teacher, so how could he use his name for it? What is inappropriate about it? I'm not too concerned about the name of the technique, so you can call it anything you want. In any case, I think 3rd young master swordsmanship sounds fine. Zhang Xian waved his hand lazily. He could not really be bothered to argue about something like this. His father sucked at naming, otherwise he would not have been named Zhang Diaofei. As someone who had inherited those genes, it was obvious that he would not be any better. If he was, he would not have gone around naming his techniques Heaven's Path divine art. Heaven's Path Sword Art, Heaven's Path Golden Body, and such. His nicknames also would not have been limited to Yang Xian, Xianzhong, Tianya, and all those nonsensical names. All right then. Seeing that his teacher had made up his mind, Dan Xiaotian could only go along with it. Seeing that this matter was settled, Zhang Xian was just about to walk out when he suddenly recalled something. Turning to Dan Xiaotian, he said, "Pass me your inner disciple token for a moment." After acquiring the token from Dan Xiaotian, Zhang Xian left the residence and headed right for the inner disciples' library. The library was located on a man-made plain constructed in a valley. It was a majestic tower that Zhang Xian had caught sight of while he was on his way to the inner disciples' market. Upon arriving at the destination, Zhang Xian passed his token over. The elder in charge of the library took a look at the token before explaining impassively, 2 sword pavilion coins for an hour. You can select a cultivation technique or battle technique during this period and copy it. Zhang Xian passed 2 sword pavilion coins over before walking into the room. The lineage of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion could be traced several thousand years back. With such a history, the Inner Disciples Library was filled with all kinds of sword art and cultivation technique manuals. After a swift estimate, Zhang Xian reckoned that there were several million books within the tall tower. There were some rooms that disciples could enter to flip through their books privately. As time was money, most disciples would first select the books that they wanted before entering and copy its content in the fastest time possible while they were inside. As for Zhang Xian, he did not have to go through so much trouble. All he had to do was to look at the books all around him and mutter flaws in his mind. Hula. Just like that, the books were swiftly being collected into the library of Heaven's Path at a frightening rate. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that the Library of Heaven's Path's book collection function was still working fine. He had been afraid that some things regarding the Library of Heaven's Path might change after entering the Azure, but everything seemed to still be working well for the time being. He walked up the levels of the library and collected all the books that he laid his eyes on. As this was the Inner Disciples Library, most of the cultivation techniques and battle technique manuals available were at Ancient Sage tier. There were no pseudo-immortal techniques to be found there. Furthermore, most of them were regarding Ancient Sage 1 Dan. With each increasing realm in Ancient Sage, the quantity of corresponding books available decreased at a swift rate. Zhang Xian was currently at Ancient Sage 4 Dan Dimension Shatter Realm Primary Stage, so it did not matter much whether he browsed through the earlier books or not. It took him nearly 4 hours in order to collect all the books available, following which, he walked out of the library and paid 8 sword pavilion coins before returning to his residence. All right, it's finally time for me to make a breakthrough. Having collected the necessary cultivation techniques, it was about time for his stagnated cultivation to move a little. He sat on the bed with crossed legs before directing his consciousness into the library of Heaven's Path. He quickly gathered all the Ancient Sage 4 Dan cultivation technique manuals together. Compile. The books fused together to form a brand new Ancient Sage 4 Dan cultivation technique manual. Zhang Xian hurriedly flipped the book open to browse through the contents, and a moment later, he heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he had hoped, the compiled manual was Heaven's Path tier. With a flick of his wrist, he took out the 7 remaining basic immortal pills and swallowed one of them. Goo goo goo. Rich spiritual energy immediately gushed into Zhang Xian's body. He drove his Zhenqi in accordance to the newly compiled Heaven's Path Divine Art Manual. Tzzzzzzzzzz. As the spiritual energy was converted into Zhenqi, his strength rose, and his Zhenqi became more compact. Boom. Sometime later, there was a resounding buzz as he successfully made a breakthrough to Dimension Shatter Realm Intermediate Stage. Thus, he continued swallowing a few more pills and continued pushing his cultivation forward. HM? Is the effectiveness of the basic immortal pill growing weaker? Less than half an hour later, Zhang Xian's cultivation reached Dimension Shatter Realm Advanced Stage. He had already consumed all 7 basic immortal pills, but due to the decreasing effectiveness, he had only managed to reach Advanced Stage in the end. He was still a way off reaching consummation. The Heaven's Path Divine Art does have a high demand on the quality of spiritual energy. Zhang Xian sighed deeply as he halted his cultivation. Usually, Basic immortal pills would be highly effective even for pseudo-immortal cultivators, but they were not of much use to him anymore. To be honest, even without the basic immortal pill, just by absorbing the mercury-like spiritual energy in the air, he would still be able to improve much faster than he did on the master-teacher continent. However, it would take him at least 2 to 3 months before he could reach Dimension Shatter Realm consummation at this rate. It would be a huge insult if he had to spend such a long period of time just to advance a few cultivation stages. Since I still have quite a few Sword Pavilion coins, should I try buying some standard immortal pills? Zhang Xian wondered. He had just won 14,000 Sword Pavilion coins, and he had only spent 8 of them so far. Since he had no urgent need for Sword Pavilion coins at the moment, it would be best for him to raise his cultivation to Dimension Shatter Realm consummation. Zhang Xian took out his ethereal token and entered the premises again. This time, he did not head to the dueling ring but the shopping district. Standard immortal pill? They cost 200 Sword Pavilion coins. The receptionist told Zhang Xian. 200 Sword Pavilion coins? Zhang Xian was flabbergasting. What kind of freakish price was that? Basic immortal pills were only worth 2 Sword Pavilion coins each, but standard immortal pills actually cost 200 Sword Pavilion coins. That was a difference of 100-fold. Standard immortal pills are only used by true immortal cultivators. Those who have reached such a realm are either core disciples or inner elders, and to them, 200 Sword Pavilion coins doesn't count as much. The receptionist explained. Of course, the main reason it's so pricey is due to the multitude of expensive medicinal herbs that are required in order to forge the pill. Furthermore, the forging process is highly demanding on the apothecary, so its quantity is severely limited. Zhang Xian sighed deeply. Even an inner disciple like Zhu Yanji had nearly 1,000 Sword Pavilion coins with him. Given so, for core disciples and elders, the price of standard immortal pills might really be cheap to them. I'll buy 5 of them, Zhang Xian said helplessly. He had thought that his recently earned fortune would last him quite a while, but the cruelty of the world struck him once more. Backing out of the ethereal hall, Zhang Xian activated the formation on the token, and the 5 standard immortal pills appeared before him. He took one out, placed it on his palm, and examined it closely. Compared to the basic immortal pill, it was much richer in spiritual energy, and the quality of its spiritual energy was higher. Seeing that at least these basic immortal pills were fairly high quality, he felt a little more balanced inside. Taking in a deep breath, he was just about to swallow a pill to push for a breakthrough to Dimension Shatterer Realm Pinnacle when a blur flashed before his eyes. The Dongshu gourd had leaped out of his dantian once more, and it was staring at the standard immortal pill in his hands with twinkling eyes. How fragrant! Chapter 1959, Taming the Dongshu Gourd. Hold it right there. Seeing that the Dongshu gourd was about to leap over, Zhang Xian hurriedly placed a hand up and yelled for it to stop. He had become traumatized by the many times that the Dongshu gourd had snatched his stuff. As soon as he acquired anything good, the Dongshu gourd would immediately sniff it like a hellhound, dash out, and devour it in the blink of an eye. He could overlook everything that had happened before, but this was the pill that he had spent a hefty 200 Sword Pavilion coins on. If I let you eat my pills, how will I advance my cultivation? Give it to me. I want it. The Dongshu gourd exclaimed as it shook its bottom. Didn't I tell you that this gourd is just a temporary form? I am a legendary beast who once ruled over the lands. As long as I recover my strength, I can grant you power far beyond your imagination. No one will dare cross you anymore. So, giving it to me will be far better than raising that pathetic cultivation of yours. Scram. Zhang Xian's veins throbbed upon hearing those words. Without any hesitation, he kicked the Dongshu gourd away and ate the pill in his hand without any hesitation. You want to steal my stuff again? Dream on. Goo goo goo. The pill swiftly melted in his mouth, supplying a powerful surge of energy. His cultivation that had come to halt began to charge forth once more. Dimension Shatterer Realm Advanced Stage. Dimension Shatterer Realm Pinnacle. Dimension Shatterer Realm Completion. Dimension Shatterer Realm Consummation. It took 2 standard immortal pills before his cultivation reached ancient sage 4-dan consummation, a step away from reaching pseudo-immortal. Feeling the rich energy coursing through his body, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that his current strength was nothing compared to the real experts of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, but at the very least, he should be unmatched among the inner disciples. Of the 3 standard immortal pills remaining, Zhang Xian gave 2 of them to his clone to allow it to achieve a breakthrough, and he gave the final one to Vicious. The 2 of them successfully advanced their cultivation to Dimension Shatter Realm consummation. No matter what, they were still his trump cards in times of danger, so it was important to raise their cultivation. "Where's mine?" The Dongshu gourd cried out resentfully upon seeing that it had received none of the 5 pills. "All you do is eat and eat. Is there anything you can do other than that? Too bad for you. I don't have any more pills." Zhang Xian shrugged nonchalantly. "But you drank my bathwater. What can you do other than that? Have you ever done anything meaningful? Even in times of danger, you don't come out to lend a helping hand. Why should I give any pills to you?" "But you drank my bathwater. Don't think that I don't know you've been stealing my heaven's path, Shinchi, hiding in my dantian and stealing my energy. You are no different from a parasite. How in the world can you be so brazen and act so self-entitled? You should be glad that I haven't driven you away yet." "But you drank my bathwater." Zhang Xian was rendered speechless. "Can you please stop talking about your bathwater? The water I have bathed in can cure injuries. You even sold it to other people and profited off it." The Dongshu gourd protested indignantly. Zhang Xian felt his head panging in pain. "Fine, let's assume that what you've said is true, that you are really a legendary beast who has ruled over the lands. I can buy you the pill you want right now, but you'll have to acknowledge me as your master and follow my orders from now on. In the future, I can even help you acquire better medicine so that you can recover as quickly as possible. You want me to acknowledge you as my master?" The Dongshu gourd asked as it shook its bottom. "Indeed. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. As long as you become my tamed beast, I'll allow you to absorb my Shinchi freely, and I'll earn enough money so that you can get the pills you need to recover," Zhang Xian said. He had no idea what tier the Dongshu gourd was, or what it even was at all, but the fact that its gourd soup was able to recover injuries more remarkably than the Heaven's Path Shinchi could meant that it was anything but ordinary. Even if its claims that it was a legendary beast that had ruled over the lands was an exaggeration, it was unlikely to be otherwise. He would not have been so helpless against it. In any case, his priority for the time being should be to take the Dongshu gourd in as his tamed beast. Otherwise, the Dongshu gourd could very well run amok after it recovered. "I am a legendary beast who once ruled over the lands. Instead of groveling and worshipping me, you want to tame me? Just how insolent can?" The Dongshu gourd harumphed coldly. But before it could finish its words, Zhang Xian suddenly flicked his wrist, and a standard immortal pill appeared on his palm. "Humph! I am a legendary beast who once ruled over the lands. Do you think that I'll submit to you over a mere pill?" The Dongshu gourd was salivating, but it was trying its darn hardest to hold itself back. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist, and yet another standard immortal pill appeared on his palm. He had spent his remaining 400 Sword Pavilion coins on those 2 pills. "Humph, 2 pills aren't enough. You will need at least 20 of them. No, there should at least be 100. The Dongshu gourd turned its head away haughtily. 100? All right then. You can go and play with the dirt over there. I'll be taking a rest now." Zhang Xian shrugged nonchalantly as he placed the pills back into his storage ring. Knowing that the Dongshu gourd possessed peculiar spatial abilities, he made sure to seal it with his Zhanqi. A standard immortal pill cost 200 Sword Pavilion coins, so 100 of them would be cost a hulking 20,000 coins. Even if he tired himself out in the dueling ring, he would not be able to earn that much money. Since that was the case, why bother in the first place? Wait, are you giving up just like that? I mean, why not negotiate a little more? I am not an unfeeling legendary beast after all. Shocked that Zhang Xian would give up like that, the Dongshu gourd immediately turned its head back and cried out. The determination in its voice had vanished, and in its place was a fawning tone. "Why don't we do this instead? You can give those 2 remaining pills to me, and I'll consider whether I should take you in as my master or not." While this young man's cultivation was not that high, the Jinchi in his body felt extremely warm and comfortable. Furthermore, it could feel a force that transcended nature harnessed within his body. So, it actually was not all that against this young man becoming its master. Just that, what kind of legendary beast would it be if it acknowledged the young man as its master just because the latter told it to? It might just be a gourd for the time being, but it still wanted its pride. Here, seeing that the Dongshu gourd had finally loosened its mouth, Zhang Xian took the 2 standard immortal pills back out and flicked it over. "Who?" The Dongshu gourd swallowed the 2 standard immortal pills simultaneously, and a slight burp sounded from its insides. With a slightly unsatisfied look on its face, it said, "While this pill is not too bad, its tier is still a little too low. I need something with more oomph." Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. He had eaten 2 pills too, and his cultivation had risen from Dimension Shatter Realm Advanced Stage to Dimension Shatter Realm Consummation. On the other hand, the Dongshu gourd ate 2 pills, but it did not seem to have undergone any changes at all. Just how powerful was it at its peak? Would it really require 100 standard immortal pills, or something more potent than that for it to return to its true form? In any case, the fact that he's able to remain unchanged after swallowing 2 standard immortal pills mean that his tier must be much higher than what I imagined. "I'll just tame it first before anything happens," Zhang Xian thought. He knew that the Dongshu gourd was very different from the beasts that he had tamed previously. His renowned beast pummeling taming method would not work on it. After a moment of hesitation, he allowed the Dongshu gourd to return to his dantian, whereas he immersed his consciousness back in the ethereal token to enter the ethereal hall. Within less than 4 hours, he had squandered away all the wealth. It was no wonder they said that unaffiliated cultivators would not be able to get too far. All in all, he only had 32 sword pavilion coins left, which was not enough to buy a fifth of a standard immortal pill. When can I finally be free from poverty? Zhang Xian thought as he made his way toward the dueling ring yet again. At the highest peak of the mountain where the inner disciples resided, a residence was located right at the edge of the cliff. In its courtyard, a white-robed young man named Lu Lujia was seated on the floor with his eyes tightly shut. The rich spiritual energy from the surroundings slowly gathered around his body and formed a huge vortex around him. He opened the acupoints all over his body and ravenously devoured this congregation of spiritual energy. Sometime later, he opened his mouth wide. Woo! A surge of sword chi shot out and sliced through a boulder located not too far away. If one took a closer look, this surge of sword chi contained exactly the same amount of energy as the spiritual energy that he had just absorbed. Instead of refining the spiritual energy into zhenqi, he had converted it into sword chi and shot it out. After doing all of that, he slowly opened his eyes. By the entrance of the courtyard, he glanced at the blue-robed young man who had been waiting there for quite some time. The blue-robed young man walked in and asked, "Are you still unwilling to make a breakthrough? How long do you plan on suppressing your cultivation for?" "I still wish to continue refining my sword intent. As for a breakthrough, that's not something that is on my mind at the moment," Lu Lujia replied. "You have been refining your sword intent for 3 years now," the blue-robed young man remarked. 3 years is still not long enough. I heard that the Tenli sword god in our sect refined his sword intent for a whole 10 years before pushing for a breakthrough to pseudo-immortal. It's with such accumulation that he was able to cause such a huge uproar. Even though my talent pales in comparison to his, I still believe that my patience will bring me somewhere further, Lu Lujia replied. "Speaking of which, it sure is unusual for you to visit me. Do you want to have a spar?" "Nay, it's not as if I stand a chance against you," the blue-robed young man replied with a wave his hand. Following which, a gleam twinkled in his eyes as he said, "Zhu Yinji and Wei Suifeng came to see me earlier, and they told me something that I found really interesting. Would you like to hear about it? Those two have always wasted their time on useless nonsense instead of cultivating. I doubt there's nothing they can say that will be truly meaningful," Lu Lujia said. "I still need to cultivate, so I'll have to ask you to leave." Hey, don't be in such a rush to chase me out. At least let me finish my words, all right?" As if knowing that Lu Lujia would react in such a manner, The blue-robed young man waved his hand calmly and continued with a smile. They said that a particularly powerful sword practitioner has recently appeared in the ethereal hall of the inner disciples. Despite the two of them going at that sword practitioner one after another, they were unable to force the other party to reveal his ace. Oh, the two of them were actually outclassed to such an extent? Lu Lujia was slightly taken aback by the news. While Lu Yinji and Wei Suifeng often waste their time on meaningless pursuits, it has been quite some years since they arrived in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Their cultivation is at Dimension Shatterer realm consummation, and their comprehension of swordsmanship can at least be considered above average. Yet, they actually weren't able to force their opponent to reveal his ace before falling in defeat? That shouldn't be possible. They brought a video with them, and it was indeed as they said. Would you like to see? The blue-robed young man asked. Fine. I'll allow the two of them to come in. Lu Lujia nodded. All right. The blue-robed young man turned to the doorway and shouted, Did you hear that? Come in. Shortly after, a young man and a young lady walked in. They were the two opponents whom Zhang Xian had faced at the Ethereal Hall, Zhu Yinji and Onset of Twilight. Of course, Onset of Twilight was just a nickname. Her real name was Wei Suifeng. Paying respects to Senior Lu and Senior Wang. As soon as they walked in, the two of them immediately bowed deeply. Those two who had been speaking earlier were none other than Rank 1 Lu Lujia and Rank 3 Wang Jiandong. You said that a remarkable sword practitioner has appeared in the Ethereal Hall? Lu Lujia looked at the two of them coldly. That's right, Senior Lu. Zhu Yinji nodded. He quickly took out a record crystal and passed it over. This is the recording of our battle with him. Please take a look. Lu Lujia took a glance at Wang Jiandong before tapping his finger lightly on the record crystal to infuse a surge of zhenqi in. Wang. The record crystal immediately began playing. After watching for a brief moment, Lu Lujia's eyes shot up in astonishment. He was able to see through the flaws in your ultimate techniques and overcome them with the simplest of moves. Chapter 1960. I challenge all of you here. As the strongest cultivator among the inner disciples, Lu Lujia's comprehension of swordsmanship had already reached an astounding level. The battle between I am low profile with Zhu Yinji did not last too long, but Lu Lujia was still able to tell that the other party's swordsmanship was not beneath his. To see through the openings of the sword of forlorn sentiments with just a glance, this was something that even he would have difficulty doing. Of course, he could not deny the possibility that the other party might have had some understanding of the sword art beforehand. After all, as long as one was an inner disciple and had sufficient sword pavilion coins, one could freely access the book and jot down its contents. But even if I am low profile had managed to decipher the sword of forlorn sentiments, he could not have done the same for Berserk Gale Swift Sword and the 10 subsequent sword arts too. Over the past several millenniums of development, the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion had gathered at least 100,000 sword arts that inner disciples could access. In order to stand out from others, most disciples would choose a unique sword art that was different from the rest. Even if I am low profile had coincidentally studied the sword of forlorn sentiments and Berserk Gale Swift Sword before, he could not possibly have done the same for the remaining 10 sword arts. Just what were the odds of him having learned the exact same sword arts as Zhu Yinji? Putting everything aside, he would not even have had sufficient time to do so. From that alone, it could be deduced that I am low profile did not overcome those moves based on his familiarity with the sword arts. Instead, his comprehension of swordsmanship had reached an extremely high level that allowed him to see through the swordsmanship of others. After that was the battle between I am low profile and Wei Suifeng. This battle was even shorter. In a split second, a sword was already pressed against Wei Suifeng's neck. This person's fighting prowess is nowhere beneath mine. Lu Lujia remarked with narrowed eyes as he tossed the record crystal back to Zhu Yinji. Indeed, I also thought that this person is quite remarkable, so I came to find you right after watching the video, Wang Jiandong said. How is it? Are you interested in having a duel with him? Of course, Lu Lujia said as an intense fighting will ignite in his eyes. My mastery of swordsmanship has already reached a bottleneck. I need to fight with someone of similar strength to me in order to trigger my potential and achieve a breakthrough. I believe that he'll be the best opponent for me. The reason he had suppressed his cultivation all this while was to sharpen his sword intent and further his comprehension of swordsmanship. However, it was a pity that there was no one among the inner disciples who was a match for him anymore. When he was fighting against other inner disciples, he would have to intentionally hold himself back a little. Thus, he could not help but tremble in agitation upon seeing a fitting opponent before him. He instinctively knew that this was a person who was worthy of having him fight at full strength. Who is this person, though? If he has such a deep understanding of swordsmanship, it's weird that we have never met him before. Could he be a core disciple in disguise? Wang Jiandong asked curiously. Unlikely, Lu Lujie replied with a shake of his head. Core disciples hold their positions in high regard. None of them would be so bored as to come to the inner disciples' ethereal hall to flaunt their skills. But, if there was really such a formidable figure among us, we surely would have met him by now given how long we have been in the sect, Wang Jiandong said in incomprehension. Lu Lujie shared the same opinion. Core disciples stood at the very peak of the sect, so they would not be so bored as to head to a lower ethereal hall just to tease a couple of inner disciples while lowering their standing at the same time. The Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion has been around for several thousand years now, and there are many inner disciples who are devoted to just cultivating their sword intent. They are nonchalant toward fame and fortune, and they are unwilling to bring attention to themselves. It might seem like I'm the #1 expert of the inner disciples, but in truth, there are plenty of other disciples who don't pale in comparison to me when they exert their true strength, Lu Lujie said. He was famed for being the #1 expert of the inner disciples, but he did not allow that to get to his head. There were many disciples in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion who were true sword ascetics. Just like ascetic monks, they put themselves in the toughest environments in order to temper their state of mind and sword intent, all in hopes of perfecting their understanding in the way of the sword. Those people often disregard the ranking system, choosing to immerse themselves completely in their training after clearing the inner disciple examination. As a result, their rankings were not very high. But those who were foolish enough to underestimate them would be in for a shock. Even Lu Lujie himself would not dare get carelessness upon encountering one. Indeed, those sword ascetics are truly fearsome. Wang Jiandong nodded in agreement. Lu Lujie looked at Zhu Yinji and Wei Suifeng and instructed, "Inform me when I am low profile appears in the ethereal hall once more. I wish to meet his sword." "Rest assured, Senior Lu. My men are already on the lookout. As soon as they spot him, they'll inform me right away," Zhu Yinji said with a smile. All of a sudden, he flicked his wrist and took out a communication jade token. Lowering his gaze to take a look, his eyes lit up in excitement. "Senior Lu, I just received word that I am low profile has entered the ethereal hall. Jiandong, let's head there together to take a look." Lu Lujie took out his ethereal token and swiftly connected to the ethereal hall. The others around him swiftly followed suit. Who? The four of them appeared one after another in the ethereal hall, and they quickly made their way over to the dueling ring. "Senior Lu, that person over there is I am low profile," Zhu Yinji said as he pointed forward. Lu Lujie looked in front of him and saw a young man standing in front the dueling ring with a bored look on his face. The young man was yawning endlessly, almost as if the battles that were happening on the stage were too dull for him. Another disciple behind him was displeased with his disinterested attitude, so he lividly berated, "Why bother hanging around here when you aren't even interested in watching? You might as well free up this slot for someone who is more interested in the duel." The next moment, though, I am low profile turned toward the disciple and smiled. "Do you want to make a bet with me? We don't have to play too big. A few hundred sword pavilion coins will be enough." "You." The disciple clenched his fists angrily. Arrogant. The other party was way too arrogant. Even illegal brokers would only make dealings in the shadows, fearing that the elders would go after them. Yet, this fellow had actually asked such a question in public. It was as if the rules of the sect meant nothing to him at all. A few hundred sword pavilion coins? Why don't you just go and steal instead? The disciple bellowed with reddened, puffed-up cheeks. IM profile was visibly taken aback for a moment before asking, "Ah, is that possible?" Of course. The disciple sneered coldly at the young man's haughty response. "See, there are so many of us here. If you are able to defeat all of us single-handedly, all of their sword pavilion coins will be yours." Are you being serious here? I am low profile's eyes lit up excitement. He was really moved by this thought. Will this be a breach of the sect rules? If you robbed a single person, that might still be breaching the sect rules. However, if you are able to defeat everyone here single-handedly, the sect will only blame all of us for our weakness. The disciple scoffed. While he was saying those words out of anger, his words had some truth to them. Stealing among fellow disciples was against the rules of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. However, if one was able of challenging everyone simultaneously and defeating them, even the sect would not say anything if that person took everyone's sword pavilion coins. Kill a man, and one would be a murderer. Kill a million, and one would be a hero who rose above a million. Those who were strong were envied, but those whose strength surpassed imagination were revered. Rules were important in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, but what was even more important than rules were the people. The sect had a soft spot for talented individuals. There was such a precedent in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. In the past, the disciple who eventually became the Tinley Sword God had challenged 30 inner disciples all at once. He had defeated them with ease and made his name known throughout the entire sect. The inner disciple who said those words to Zhang Xian had thought that he would back down after hearing those words, but what happened instead was that the latter's eyes began glowing brighter and brighter in agitation. If that's truly the case, it would really be for the best. Best? The inner disciple was completely stumped. Was this fellow a fool, or something? There were plenty of hidden experts among the inner disciples, challenging and defeating all of them at once. You really should pull your head out from the clouds. Even the top geniuses from the core disciples would not be able to achieve such a feat. It was not because they were not strong, but the ethereal hall had limited their cultivation and genchi capacity. Dealing with 1 or 2 people was not an issue. Subduing 4 to 5 people was still inherently possible, but to fight dozens at once, that was simply impossible. Even if one had the skill to do so, one would not have sufficient genchi to last the entire battle. Not to mention, all the inner disciples in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion were geniuses who boasted superior swordsmanship. Even defeating one of them was difficult, let alone defeating everyone at once. You are really daydreaming. Just as the inner disciple was going to ask Zhang Xian to wake up and not let unrealistic thoughts devour his mind, the latter suddenly burst into laughter. He turned around and declared in a resounding voice, "Right here, right now, I challenge all of you to a battle. The stakes will be all the sword pavilion coins we have on us. Does any of you dare take up the challenge?" Am I hearing things? That fellow wants to challenge all of us? And the stakes are all of the sword pavilion coins we have? That's practically plundering, isn't it? He's not just plundering. He wants to steal all of our fortunes. Who the hell is that brazen lad who dared spout such arrogant words? Not even the number 1 senior Lu would dare issue such a challenge. This son of a mutt is way too conceited. I can't take it anymore. I'll accept your challenge, you rascal. The challenge that Zhang Xian had issued to all the inner disciples present immediately sparked a massive explosion of rage. Most of those who were there had fought at least a dozen matches and watched several hundred duels, but they had never seen anyone who was so pompous as to challenge all of them at once. Such fellows had to be beaten to the ground, so that they would never act so haughtily ever again. What in the name of the heavens? Is that what he means by low profile? Meanwhile, Lu Lujie and Wang Jiandong had just arrived on the scene, and they nearly spewed fresh blood upon seeing that. The heck? When they heard the other party's nickname, they assumed that the other party would be a reserved man who did not like to bring attention to himself. After all, even they did not know of the other party's existence. Yet, before they knew it, the other party had already issued a challenge to everyone. Not only so, it was obvious that he intended to snatch away all their money. Please, your actions aren't even slightly synonymous with low-profile one. You show off. It took a long while before Wang Jiandong finally managed to close his agape mouth once more. He turned to Lu Lujier and asked, Are we joining in? He was really taken aback by how audacious I am low profile was. He knew that he was already one of the strongest cultivators among the inner disciples, and very few could beat him in an actual battle. However, he would never dare issue such a public challenge. Even if they went at him one by one, his stamina, zhenqi, and concentration would still be unable to take it. A smirk crept onto Lu Lujia's lips, and he chuckled a little. This was the first time that he had felt so excited in a while. Since we are present, don't you think that it would be disrespectful for us to turn down such an earnest challenge? Jiandong, hand your card and my card over to the front receptionist. If he's able to defeat me, I have no qualms about him taking away all my sword pavilion coins away with him. If he's unable to defeat us, even if we don't make a move, the sect won't tolerate such blind arrogance among its ranks. He will be accorded with the most severe of punishments. The Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion had a soft spot for talents, but that was only if one was able to pull one's own weight. If I am low profile managed to accomplish something amazing out of this, the sect would turn a blind eye to his actions, but if he suffered a tragic defeat, he would surely be severely punished. Even the talented had to recognize their own limits and act their worth. Otherwise, if everyone emulated his actions, the entire sect would fall into anarchy. Chapter 1961. Come at me. Yes. Wang Jiandong nodded as he took Lu Lujia's card and walked up to the receptionist. There were many others who had been provoked by Zhang Xian's words. They quickly took out their sword pavilion coins and placed them in the hands of the receptionist. This way, even if they were killed, they would be able to complete the bet. That fellow is really asking for it. Upon seeing this sight, Zhu Yinji and Wei Suifeng were so exhilarated that they could have exploded from glee. The reason they had taken Lu Lujia and Wang Jiandong there was incredibly simple. They wanted to borrow their strength to teach the other party a lesson, as well as to force the other party into revealing his identity so that they could coerce him into returning the money that they had lost. Who could have known that the other party would make such an audacious move? Did he think that he could single-handedly defeat all the inner disciples there? He must have gone mad. It was undeniable that the other party was powerful, but as the saying went, it's hard for 2 hands to cope with 4 hands. Furthermore, there were over 1,000 hands there. Even if that fellow doesn't display his ultimate technique, there's no way he'll be a match for everyone here. There's no doubt that he'll be severely punished by the sect for his preposterous actions. With such a thought in mind, the two of them felt a lot more balanced inside. They had initially been rather furious at having their money taken away just like that, but just imagining the pathetic plight that awaited that conceited brat quelled their anger completely. That fellow might be formidable, but it's a pity that he has a loose screw in his head. How could a person possibly defeat so many people at once? He must be bonkers. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome of this battle, his name will probably resound across the entire sect after this. Most of the disciples were infuriated by Zhang Xian's provocations, but there were a few who admired his courage. At the very least, there was no one in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion who had dared make such an audacious challenge for the past few centuries. Who wants to come first? Paying no heed to the discussions from the crowd, Zhang Xian leaped into the dueling ring before looking at the crowd all around him, as if challenging them to take him on. If he had known that he could challenge everyone and take all their wealth, he would have long made such a move. He would not have wasted 10 minutes hesitating over what he should do. What arrogance! I can't take it anymore. I'll kill him. Unable to take it anymore, an inner disciple leaped into the dueling ring. I am Wu Feng. In the previous inner disciple tournament, I was ranked 157th. I might not be the strongest among the inner disciples, but I won't allow the likes of you to insult me. Unleashing a ferocious roar filled with killing intent, the inner disciple drove his sword toward I am low profile. Since the other party had made such a bold claim, it was likely that he had the strength to back his words up. Wu Feng instinctively felt that he would not be a match for the other party. But so what? Even if he died there, he would not allow himself to be insulted in such a manner. Hula! In the blink of an eye, he had already launched 18 consecutive slashes, and each of them was faster than the last. Sword art, 18 curvatures of the mountain route. This was his strongest battle technique, and it was with this sword art that he had defeated many opponents on this dueling ring. His execution of the technique was smooth and refined, and sword chi flowed out from the edge of his blade like flowing water. Show your move. Wu Feng roared ferociously as he wrapped his sword chi around his body. Show my move? Zhang Xian shook his head with a light smile. I've already made my move. You have already made your move? Wu Feng was stunned. It was only at that moment that he felt a sharp pain intensifying on his throat. He tried to lower his head, but fresh blood suddenly spurted forth like a fountain. Pada! His head fell to the ground. How is this possible? Those were the last words murmured weakly from Wu Feng's mouth before his body dissipated into fragments of light. He had put up an absolute defense, but the other party had still managed to lop off his head without him noticing. How was that possible? The crowd was also flabbergasted. They had thought I am low profile, too arrogant for challenging them all at once, but from the looks of it, it seemed like his arrogance was not unfounded. Even though their eyes had been on the dueling ring, no one actually saw how I am low profile managed to lop Wu Feng's head off. Remarkable. But so what if he's powerful? Even if we go at him one at a time, it's just a matter of time before he runs out of zhenqi. Indeed, there's no need to be afraid of him. We'll only lose an ethereal token at most. Let's slowly grind him down. I don't believe that he can continue spouting such smug words after facing a couple of us. The crowd slowly recovered from the shock of Wu Feng's death. Before long, there were a few roars that roused the morale of the crowd, and a new challenger stepped into the dueling ring. If their lives were really at risk, most of them would probably have been hesitant. However, as the duel was held in the ethereal hall, the worst that could happen to them was losing an ethereal token. As long as they killed that fellow, they could accept such a loss. Even if they had to slowly wear I am low profile down with heaps and heaps of corpses, they were determined to finish him off. I am. The inner disciple who leaped onto the stage raised his sword as he began to introduce himself. However, before he could even finish his words, he felt an itch at his throat, and before he knew it, he was staring at his own feet. His head had been lopped off as well. What about the rest of you? Zhang Xian frowned in displeasure. Honestly, I think it's a huge waste of time for you all to come up one by one. How long will it take for me to slaughter all of you at this rate? Just come up all at once. While he was glad that there were people taking on the challenge, this was taking way too long. If he had to kill them one by one, he would not be done even by daybreak. Why in the world were they wasting his time by dawdling before? You be *starred. You are asking for it. Meanwhile, the crowd beneath was really on the verge of losing their rationality. It was for the sake of fairness that they had decided to go at him one by one. Yet, that fellow actually wanted all of them to go at him at once. Was he asking for a lynching? Let's go together. Voila. In an instant, 5 inner disciples leaped into the dueling ring. Those 5 inner disciples were not too weak. They were ranked in the top 300 of the inner disciple tournament. The de facto leader of the group harumphed coldly. Rest assured, we won't use a collaborative formation against you. It was already beneath them as proud inner disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion to gang up against a single opponent. They could not lower their pride any further to resort to using a collaborative formation. Whatever. Zhang Xian raised his sword and slashed it horizontally through the air, following which, he turned to the crowd and shouted, "Next! Putong! 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 Putong!" Right after those words were spoken, the heads of the 5 inner disciples fell to the ground before their bodies dissipated into light fragments. Zhang Xian also knew about the limitations of his stamina and zhenqi. If it had been his main body, having cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art and undergone the Saint Ascension ordeal and such, he would have had no worries about depleting his zhenqi at all. However, the body that he was given in the ethereal hall did not enjoy such a luxury. So, he unhesitatingly chose to kill them within a single move, not giving them a chance to retaliate at all. This saved him quite a bit of zhenqi and stamina. Next, that fellow's swordsmanship is pretty fast. We mustn't waste our time talking CR*P with him. We need to unleash our strongest sword arts as soon as we step into the dueling ring. Indeed, everyone, don't bother holding back at all. Release your strongest moves. Even if you can't kill him, at the very least, try to deplete as much of his stamina and zhenqi as possible. Not expecting the 5 inner disciples to be killed before they could even make a move, a huge commotion broke out amid the crowd. Determined not to give Zhang Xian a chance to rest, yet another group of 5 quickly leaped into the dueling ring. At this point in time, there was no one who dared underestimate I am low profile anymore. However, they were still unwilling to believe that the other party could single-handedly defeat all of them. If they could not defeat him with their combined might, what would others think of them? Their dignity would be completely crushed. They could not back down there. Wong. Without any hesitation, the 5 who had just stepped onto the stage immediately unleashed an ocean of sword qi into the dueling ring. Driving their zhenqi to their limits, they executed the strongest moves that they knew. This prevented them from coordinating with one another through a collaborative formation, but as experts, they were still able to control their attacks such that they would not hinder one another. Their torrential offense had Zhang Xian's movements completely sealed, such that there was nowhere he could escape to. Seeing that at least this batch of opponents was a little smarter than the last, a slight smile finally emerged on Zhang Xian's lips. He took a step forward. Puha! No one saw him move his sword, but 2 heads had already fallen to the ground. Zhang Xian took a step back, and yet another head fell to the ground. The 2 remaining opponents in the dueling ring were a piece of cake. With a swift slash of his sword, they disappeared from the dueling ring in less than a breath. Upon seeing this sight, Lu Lujia's body trembled in shock. He could tell that the collaboration between the 5 wasn't complete, so he redirected their attacks to kill one another. This saves him quite a bit of zhenqi, reducing his energy consumption to the minimum. Wang Jiandong's eyes were also widened. What I am low profile had done was use a little bit of force to redirect the offense of the 5 against one another. While those 5 were trying to coordinate with one another, it was still impossible for them to constantly keep track of each other's movements and attacks in the midst of a dynamic battle. This was the very opening that I am low profile exploited to defeat those 5. But as simple as it sounded, it was far more difficult than it seemed to put into practice. Firstly, I am low profile had to have a deep understanding of the moves of the 5, such as the trajectories of their attacks and the next move they would take. Otherwise, there was no way he could step into the midst of their attacks without guaranteeing that he would not be hurt. Secondly, his calculations had to be absolutely precise. Amid the barrage of 5 powerful attacks, he had to maintain a tight overview of the chaotic situation and determine the ideal move that he should make. Thirdly, he had to have absolute confidence in his abilities. The slightest hesitation could result in a mistake in his redirection, and the one who would be killed could very well be him. Those 3 points had to be met in order to achieve this feat. Wang Jiandong was confident that he would be able to defeat those 5 inner disciples, but there was no way that he would be able to do it with such ease. He could not help but turn his gaze to Lu Lujia, hoping to know whether the number 1 expert of the inner disciples would be able to achieve this feat or not. I couldn't do it. Lu Lujia shook his head. He has only used a single surge of zhenqi to kill those 5, but I would require at least 5 surges. He would have been able to charge into the attacks of the 5 and swiftly slay all of them, but it was beyond his means to redirect their attacks against one another and defeat them without even lifting a single finger. Naturally, it was obvious which fighting style was superior. Lu Lujia paused for a moment before adding, the precision of his control, his overview of the battlefield, and his swordsmanship skills are truly formidable. However, as long as I can uncover his ultimate technique and trump card, I should be able to kill him with my full strength. There was no doubt that the other party's movements were swift and unorthodox, but he could do the same. In terms of swordsmanship skill, he did not think that he was beneath I am low profile at all. As long as he could uncover what the other party's strongest move was and take precautions, it should not be too difficult for him to achieve victory given his strength. Slowly, the other cultivators among the crowd also saw through the crux behind Zhang Xian's earlier actions, and they exclaimed in horror. Everyone, be careful. Don't use collaborative formations, or go at him in a group. Otherwise, he'll just redirect your attacks against one another. If they continued going at him as a group, instead of expending his Zhenqi and wearing him down, they would only become his murder weapon. What should we do then? If we don't go at him as a group, we'll just die much more pitiful deaths going up one by one. All of a sudden, the area around the dueling ring fell silent. No one dared to head up anymore. One by one would not work, and going as a group only backfired on them. It was like there was no way out of this at all. No matter which way they chose, the outcome was still a tragic defeat. Seeing that no one was moving at all, Wang Jiandong glanced at Lu Lujia before walking over to the dueling ring with widened strides. "Allow me." However, before he could step in, he discreetly sent a telepathic message to Lu Lujia and said, "I'll try to force him to use his strongest move. Take a good look and try to decipher it. When it's your turn, make sure to kill him in a single blow. Don't give him any time to react." Knowing Wang Jiandong's motives, Lu Lujia nodded. All right. Those who had challenged I am low profile so far were not too strong. Not a single one of them was ranked in the top 50 among the inner disciples. On the other hand, Wang Jiandong was ranked third place. With his strength, he should be able to force I am low profile to reveal his true strength, thus allowing Lu Lujia to make a more wholesome assessment of the other party. This way, Lu Lujia would stand a better chance of defeating the other party when it was finally his turn. I am Wang Jiandong. Please allow me to witness your strongest move, Wang Jiandong said. The leisurely aura around him vanished as soon as he stepped into the dueling ring. The Zhenqi in his body roared, and his aura rose into the heavens. In an instant, it felt as if he had transformed into a war god. As if responding to his sword intent, his sword reverberated in agitation. It sounded like the growl of a massive dragon. It's Senior Wang Jiandong. He's actually here. This is wonderful. He's ranked third among the inner disciples, right? With his formidable swordsmanship, he should be able to end the other party quickly. Well, even if I am low profile wins the match by chance, he'll probably expend a huge chunk of his Zhenqi in this battle. Hearing the name, the crowd began cheering excitedly. Lu Lujia and Wang Jiandong did not frequent the dueling ring, and they used aliases for the names of their avatars. Thus, unless they declared their names, no one would be able to recognize them. Hearing the discussions amid the crowd, Zhang Xian said, Wang Jiandong, you are ranked third among the inner disciples? Indeed. Shall we get started? Wang Jiandong asked. He channeled his sword qi into the sword in his hand, ready to launch a devastating strike on his opponent. Sounds good, Zhang Xian replied. He took a step forward. Pada. Wang Jiandong's head fell to the ground. Silence, you're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.